It's feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races, such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
In 1998, Dr. Don Panos brought a taste of Le Mans to Road Atlanta. 28 years later, the event stands tall as one of the benchmark and staple events of endurance racing around the world. And today, iRacers get the thrill of diving down through Braselton, Georgia for the 2025 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. Hello everyone, welcome along to the iRacing Esports Network, to the RaceSpot TV broadcast booth. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Ewan O'Leary as we get set for a 10-hour sprint into the night with the threat of rain across our three classes of competition. Ewan, this is one of my favorite special events of the year, and for many drivers it's the same as well, because the short track, the nature of the traffic, it brings so much drama and tension into the mix.
Yeah, very unique as far as long-distance multi-class racing goes. I mean, North America, it's a little bit more in line with some of the other longer races you see throughout the year. But as far as world motorsport goes, there's really nowhere like Road Atlanta. And as you say, the traffic is what really makes and breaks this race.
It is the last of our 4 VCO Grand Slams, but by no means the end of the iRacing special events. 2 more to come in the month of October, with Martinsville's MX500 proving to be a unique shake-up of disciplines and cars. The iRacing Formula Ford Festival rounds out the month before one final endurance event, the Suzuka 1000 kilometers with a GT3 set of cars, the SCCA runoffs, the Winter Derby, Chili Bowl, and the Production Car Challenge, all covering some of the different disciplines that iRacers can enjoy. But let's dive into what they will be enjoying today in terms of the cars, because a new GT3 added to the mix with the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 joining the party. But of course, when you have multiple manufacturers and multiple classes, you and we get to talk about those 3 dreaded letters, the BOP.
Exactly, and there's so much of the talk about that before these races is always around those 3 letters, sadly, but that's the way that it is. Hopefully, I mean, all we can ask for as spectators ourselves and neutrals is to have a good variety at the front of the field. You want to see different manufacturers fighting for the win here at the end of the race, and hopefully that will be the case. I mean, I've seen a few different GT3s so far. I think the GTPs might be a bit Porsche heavy as to what I've seen so far, but maybe I'm just missing some of the other manufacturers around the field we'll properly run through. But yeah, I mean, it's all we can ask for. Hopefully a good balance between the manufacturers. Hopefully we do have that here this afternoon.
Yeah, talk about the 13 GTP machines. First times on the board. It's Jaden Munoz, 0.005 of a second quicker than Alexander Spetz, but Maxime Briant has just taken the Cadillac for the Apex Racing team to the top. I do have a fair share of Porsches, a couple of BMWs thrown into the mix, and 2 Cadillacs as well. Not seeing any of the Acuras or the Ferraris out on track. GTD, Team Redline, have gone with the Ferrari, but there does seem to be a couple of Fords, a couple of Aston Martins, even some Lamborghinis in the mix here. So we'll see how close the times are. Daniel Harris has gone to the top of LMP2. Xander Reed at the top of GT3, but look at the margins through the field. It's tight as ever as Enzo Benito, Luke Crane's favorite red line driver, starts his lap in qualifying.
Yeah, and of course will be his second lap time, his first one these days in GT3 especially, really used just to warm up these tyres, which are so different than what they were just a couple of seasons ago. Benito's first lap actually much slower than anybody else's. Even Cooper Webster, who had quite a slow out lap there, is nearly 3 seconds quicker than him on that first lap. So different take on strategy there maybe between these 2 laps. Not very warm track temperature out there at the moment, just 83 Fahrenheit, 28 Celsius. That is pretty cool. You want to get your tyres up to temperature as quickly as possible, and so I'm therefore surprised that Benito took the first lap so slowly, but hopefully that won't matter by the end of this second lap.
Probably conditioning the tyres as well for what will potentially be the faster second lap. GTP, all 13 teams have qualified. It's Porsche Coanda with a statement. 1, 2, and 3. Dane Warren in front of Jordan Caruso, in front of Charlie Collins. We'll talk through the rest of the gaps in a moment's time, because more LMP2 and GT3 times. Apex Racing have gone to the top. Johan Hart, the Frenchman, pips Tristan Iglesias. But now Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast slide to second. Drago Racing find their way to the top. What does Enzo Benito have in store? Team Redline looking to win yet another iRacing special event. It's a 1:16.721. It's good enough for second by 14 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, and the top 5 covered by less than a tenth of a second. I know this circuit is short, but that is very impressive across the board in GT3 with 4 different teams, in the top 4. Some of them a bit further down have not been able to set times. Fiercely Forward Pink at the moment, the only ones, and they just pop in their 29th. So 31 GT3s, all of whom have now got times, all separated by 2.1 seconds, but the top 30, 1.1 seconds. It's very close.
And this is a 58 car field, traffic management in the early stages. Oh boy, Ewan and I are in for an interesting opening hour before the rest of our RaceBot TV commentary crew continues to fill out the fun. Daniel Ola in the 26 Sheza Esports machine is one of just, I think, 2 teams with still potential to improve in these dying stages. We're used to seeing the Hungarian team out in a Ford Mustang, if we're being honest, across of various iRacing special events. However, clearly they feel like the Lamborghini's got a good shot down the hill into the braking zone of the chicane. Track limits on either side as you flick it left and then right under the Fox Factory Bridge. Very important. And then this flat out plunge down, an intimidating plunge in the real world, but in the sim doesn't necessarily seem so scary. It's a 1:17.230. So now we've got all 31 cars as the Sheza Esports machine slots into 26. All 31 GTD cars, Ewan, covered by 8/10ths of a second.
Yeah, as I say, it's not unexpected because of the length or lack of in this circuit, but it's a very difficult circuit and shows you we're in for a very good race. I mean, GT3 heavy does make the race, I guess, a bit different. As we've said many times, and we will say many times, traffic will be the big key here. But you know, it's over half the field at GT3s, and it fits in with the real world as well, doesn't it? You do often see more GTs and prototypes in the real world, Petit Le Mans, so it does make sense, if not a little bit irritating, and makes the race harder anyway for those prototypes.
Let's take a look at the, I think, pole lap here, riding on board with Dane Warren up the hill into the blind entry of turn 3. Turn in, not even knowing where the apex is, and then use the curb to rotate the car and slingshot down into the S's. As aggressive as you can be on the curbs, and this is where a good setup will really make the difference. How aggressive you will be on the run outside of turn 5. Yes, that is within the bounds of the track. Turn 6 has cambered in, carry a scary amount of speed into the corner, and then shed as much of it off as possible before the tighter than 90-degree turn 7. And this, your one chance to breathe on the lap. But even a straight at Road Atlanta, it goes left and right, it goes up and down, it's undulating, it's weaving, it's nothing but a break when you're 3 wide abeam in traffic, especially under the night lights that we will have at the end of the race. The chicane Oh, that's picture perfect from Dane Warren. Patient on the turn and on the power as gently as you can, not spinning up the rear tires, and then a short line towards the start-finish line. Use the downforce of the Porsche 963. And there's a reason why Porsche Coanda have locked out 1, 2, and 3. A solid setup, some great drivers, and we'll see what Dane Warren, Jordan Caruso, a pair of Australians on the front row can do. Charlie Collins is inside of Alejandro Sanchez, who makes his debut for Coanda Esports and locks out the front 4. What a story that is for the purple and orange. Alexander Spetz for Drago Racing inside of Chris Lullum, and we're only talking 3 and a bit tenths of a second back to 7th place, and Sean Campbell for Grid and Go. Williams Sim Racing Fanatec, keep an eye out for Jaden Munoz, who likes to charge forward in the Cadillac. Nicholas Boy is 9th. He's got Danny Lorenzo and another BMW on the edge of the top 10, while Luke McEwen might be a little disappointed with the qualifying effort back in 11th, as will be Maxime Briand. Jake Denahan at the tail end of the 13-car GTP queue as we cycle over to the LMP2s, all in a Spec Dallara, and so no difference in the car. It's just down to the driver and the team setup. Darius Andre maximizes performance for Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. They had a great Indy 6-hour, looking to go back-to-back, while Daniel Harris in the Effect Simulations machine will put the pressure on into turn 1. Benjamin Frigero for Effect Simulations Maradness inside of Inet Motorsport Blue, while the Arret Esports 82 has got Solpec Precision Racing on their outside. Another 3/10 or so cover the top 7. Peter Zuba in the Grid and Go 003 has got Rincon Racing for company. Fiercely Forward and Danny Shivishabo in the Apex Racing Team 199. That's the rest of the top 10, with Fiercely Forward, the second of the Solpec Precision entries, this time a blue car with Fiercely Forward and Thibaut Courtois Esports at the tail end of the 14 LMP2 machines. And a monster field of GT3s. Alex Dunn just announced that he has parted ways with the McLaren Driver Development Program, but don't be mistaken, he is a talent 14 thousandths quicker than Enzo Benito in the lead of the Team Redline Ferraris. Johan Hoff, also in a Ferrari for the Apex Racing Team, has got the Aston Martin Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast number 6 alongside, and then Team Redline's second Ferrari inside of the Porsche, the Ferrari for Coanda. How naturally that rolls off the tongue. Second Ferrari Coanda is back in 7th, with Hugh Barter then in 8th position, 10th and a half covering the front 4 rows, and then a full 10th back to gridandgo.com, who have the Apex Racing Team machine for company on the edge of the top 10. 11th for Veloce Thrustmaster, 12th for the Williams Gaming Club, and then 13th for Drago Racing, another one of the Aston Martins. A Lamborghini for the RTR Rick Team Racing crew shares row 7. Super Duper Cooper Webster all the way back in 15th. What will he do with Pablo Arujo alongside for Team PGZ? The second Team PGZ BMW has got Mag Performance on their outside, and we're about halfway through the GTD field. Coanda Esports, another one of their cars, but buried back in 19th, alongside the Dane Train Stealth Black entry. Lasse Back will take that to the green with SimRC's Bumblebee alongside of Sheza Esports on row 11. Does seem as though we've got at least one Acura in the field, while Amala Racing Ford Mustang is alongside of the Williams Sim Racing number 11. Still only half a second back to the third, I think, Grid and Go 005 GTD machine. Sheza Esports, a Lamborghini for them, with Drago Racing, Falcon Sim Racing, Maniti, SDR Sim Racing, and last but not least in our 31 car field, it's the Fiercely Forward Porsche. 8/10 cover 31 cars, and while Ewan does correctly point out it's a shorter lap, it tells us a lot about the competitiveness of the field. And weather, Ewan, we were thinking there could be a touch of rain, but it hasn't shown itself for the race star.
No, and at the moment we're not expecting to see it in the near future either. It's going to be cloudy around, or at least partly, as you can see up above. It looks pretty unpredictable, to be honest, the way things are looking at the moment in terms of the future of this race. But let's wait and see on the weather front. I think the race is going to be an interesting one nevertheless. It always is, whether it rains or doesn't, because of the circuit and what that provides with 58 cars in the field. The GT3s are going to give themselves a bit of space, but they're not going to have some for very long, because those GTPs will come up to lap them very, very quickly.
In the real world, with the split start that they have, it's about 3 laps, I think, or 5 laps, one of the two, that traffic is a factor on a restart. Will it be the same for us in the sim? Let's get filed up 2x2. One final opportunity to make your way into the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Winners in GTP and GTD will earn an invite before the time attack qualifiers start next week. It's Porsche Coanda 1, 2, and 3 who see the green flag drop in the 2025 iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO, and instantly the teammates try and slot into line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alejandro Sanchez on the outside has got to try and tuck back into line and prevent Drago Racing from taking advantage. LMP2's very feisty between them as they climb up towards turn 3, but a rocket of a launch at the front of the field for Drago Racing, who have got a big gap to the rest of the GT machines, who now trickle up the hill for the first time.
Alex Dunn getting a real march on the field, and Johan Hart makes a very good start into second for the Apex Racing team, moving in front of Team Redline, who've been pushed down to third with Benito. We look to have trouble in the background. Veloce Thrustmaster dropping through the field. Cody Deef is dropping down, as is David Sobrero for the RTR team. So it seems there was maybe one bit of trouble towards the back of the GT field, but other than that, a very clean start.
Veloce Thrustmaster, a couple of timing issues for them. They were classed as the class leader at one point. That definitely did not seem right. Pop out as the leaders sweep in towards the final couple of corners, but it's for the LMP2 lead. Daniel Harris around the outside, shoves his way back up the inside as they switch back through the chicane. And squirrely for Darius Andre trying to prevent Pablo Lazar, and it's caused a bit of a chain reaction. Here comes Benjamin Frigiero trying to take advantage of the situation. And LMP2 madness all in the same machine. It's what we've seen in the last couple of years. Here comes Arret Esports contact through turn 1.
Oh dear, and they've just about avoided the wall at least, but off into the grass on the outside will drop them all the way down to the back of the field, given it's so early on in the race. Jordan and Pablo Lazar will have a lot of work to do from here on in, but a long time to go in this race. There they are. At least they've gotten away without damage, at least obvious damage anyway. Can't see any for the moment.
Knowing how turn 1, such a high commitment, high speed corner, that could have been a lot worse. Meanwhile, with 2 minutes now complete, these minutes will fly by quickly. It is a 10-hour sprint. It is Drago Racing looking to put the pressure on. Alexander Spets on the tail end of the brand new driver for Coanda Esports, Alejandro Sanchez. That's what happened to Veloce Thrustmaster. Looped it around and then rejoined at the entry in towards the S's.
Yeah, so pretty neat 360 in the end, no damage, and there's the spin again, or indeed the contact in towards turn 1 that we just saw a couple of moments ago down in LMP2. See it again here, try and work out if anybody's at fault or whether it's just one of those things. Well, it's a late dive, isn't it? I know there was a small gap down the inside there, but it's a very late dive from Jordan. And just because Pablo Lazar misses the apex doesn't mean you necessarily can fit your car down the inside like that.
Absolutely right. There's sometimes moves that don't need to be made, and I think that's one that Lazar would have been wishing would have been avoided. Now, no livery at the front of the field for the Alex Dunn-driven Drago Racing 69. However, 1.3 seconds now to the good. He is checking out, and the brand new Aston Martin Vantage here on iRacing looking very strong in the early stages. There's Coanda Esports. It feels very weird to see Coanda Esports not in a Porsche in this GT3 class, and instead racing in the Ferrari, but they clearly have decided that maybe on speed, maybe strategy-wise as well, Ewan, that it's the better car. Fuel saving is a strategy that is going to be very key here. You can save multiple laps per stint.
Yeah, again, because the circuit's so short, you can save a lap a lot easier than some of the other special events we have throughout the year. As this midfield come across all together, I mean, this looks like the part of the field where the fuel saving is going to be more of a factor. Alex Dunn looks like he's doesn't really want to do any of it, and he's racing out front at the moment. Johan Hart and Enzo Benito chasing him don't seem to be saving too much themselves either, unless they're all saving, in which case it's all scaled, of course, to what they're doing at the moment. But this certainly midfield part is very, very congested, and yeah, it is odd, as you say, to not see Porsche Coanda in a Porsche, and that first Ferrari, the two of them, it looks almost too purple to be Porsche Coanda as well. They've gone very purple with that one.
I think that's because it's the iRacing default rather than an actual livery for them. That maybe just refresh of the trading paints might be needed for them. Austin Young in the second of the Solpec Precision machines. Look how this train extends effectively all the way up to the race lead right now. Not really any big gaps that have seen the draft break away, with even including the two drivers with the incident at turn 1, both Arret Esports and Inet Motorsports, within about 8 seconds of the race leader. Let's listen here. That's not much fuel saving either going on.
Yeah, maybe they are just losing their heads a little bit early on, or just not worrying about it too much. I mean, if nobody does it, then it doesn't really matter, and everyone's sort of on the same plane. But the worry will be if somebody is doing it in this pack and they hiding their speed at the moment, hiding it behind fuel saving, then it could be a big concern for the others, as Enzo Benito had a brief drop out there, about 5 seconds actually dropped out for. Hopefully his connection is fine, because they're in third and he's got a long way till a driver change, that's for sure.
It scared me a bit when I saw him disappear from the timing screens, but seems to just be a momentary blip, as I think GTP cars will be on top of the GTDs, maybe not this lap, but maybe next lap. And so it will be 5 laps complete as Dane Warren with a 1.2 second advantage over his teammate. And in fact, the entire top 3 has built about a second buffer between all of them. It's Sanchez and Spets on the tail end of third place Elvis Rankin, who are probably going to be thinking about this traffic as an opportunity. And if you are these GTD machines, it'll be fiercely forward pink, the first that has to look in the rearview mirror. This is always the most intense cycle of traffic, Ewan.
Yeah, it is. It's the same everywhere on every circuit, but definitely here you feel it the most. And it's because it's so early on in the race as well. Again, it's early everywhere, but it feels even earlier here. This is only lap 6 of the race, and we're already seeing the traffic. This is going to be fine for Warren, actually, this first bit, because he actually caught them at a very good moment. Oh, is he? Oh, does he? He has some sort of connection problem. He's now lost the lead coming out of turn 7.
That's not a good sign. Remember, Porsche Coanda mostly racing from the Porsche Coanda Esports Hub. And so new race leader, it's still an Australian, it's still Porsche Coanda, but now the 092 that cycles to the front of the field through the chicane. Oh, there's a couple of GTD machines taking their opportunity to fight. Looked like Sam Ward in one of the Team PGZ BMWs fighting with SDR Sim Racing, and now a GTP train on the inside as they climb towards turn 1. They want to open up the corner as much as possible and carry the speed up the hill. Not really possible as we ride with Alexander Spets.
And you've just got to be patient at this point here, with you've got 4 Coandas in front of you. There's not a lot you can do, and mind out through here, that's a dangerous place to try and come down the inside, but you see it more and more these days, and the red line car in the background just slipped through at the S's part themselves, never mind just the corner. It's the first of the right-handers has another look here, just Spets on the inside at turn 6, but so it almost stops you from passing this traffic in some ways because it is so congested.
That was pressure. Alejandro Sanchez didn't really get alongside into the braking zone of the GTD machine, but felt like he had to cover off and go aggressive. And now, will he filter to the inside as they begin to plunge down the hill into the braking zone once again? If they've got some clean air, Alexander Spets could try the send around the outside. He's just playing the mind games right now. Careful behind for Diogo Pinto to not trip over these machines either. And at least for the time being, successfully navigating their way through the traffic. All 13 GTP machines still only separated by 7 seconds.
Yeah, it's remarkable, really. We'll see whether that's the same as they get out the other side of this traffic, because they're barely halfway through at the moment. They've still got a very long way to go, and it can create some pretty big gaps depending on where you catch them. And here's one of the reasons why, as you come through the S's here, there's just no way of passing completely single line all the way down until you get through turn 5. Oh, it's our first car in the wall at turn 1.
Oh, that's a hard impact for Arret Esports. Lost the front clip of the car, and that could end up being our first DNF. That's at least, I would say, 15-20 minutes of repairs as out of turn 7. Ooh, Alexander Spets with a great exit here, and slightly compromised for Alejandro Sanchez, who is a bit more known as a GT driver. Not to say that he doesn't know what to do with downforce, but his expertise traditionally has been focused on GT3 machines. Spets thought about it, thought better.
Didn't go for it on the way down the inside that time round, so they come forward into the final corner. And there you can see another gap created. That's another part of the circuit where these bigger gaps can be created, but again, Spets can't find his way past here through turn 1. He'll find this difficult as well. It's super narrow over the top here. Actually do well to even stay with him. Oh, as they just squeeze past. That was teammate on teammate action there across the classes.
I guess there's no prisoners at this point. Dane Warren, by the way, is down to third, so I'm not sure if that was another slight issue, if that was potentially just traffic helping Elvis Rankin cycle through. On board with, I think that is Sean Campbell trying to close down on Diogo Pinto. He's got Luke McEwen who's catching him behind, as the gaggle of traffic through turn 7 looks rather intimidating if you ask me. 3 wide, but that is also because you've got 2 GTD machines, and this is a fight up towards the front of the field. Enzo Benito, Hugh Barter, Drago trying to grab first and third on the podium. Now, does Barter have the confidence to send it around the outside? No, Enzo Benito's holding firm for the time being, but look at the gap up now to your race leader. Alex Dunn using this traffic, 2.7 seconds to the good.
Yeah, he's a long way out front now is Alex Dunn, and again, worry a little bit that that's because he's not fuel saving, whereas the others are going to go a lot further, but we'll have to wait and see when we get to the first round of pit stops whether that is the case or not, or whether he's just very, very quick at the front of the field. It could well just be that. But Enzo Benito being under pressure here is certainly not helping his speed. Now 1.2 seconds off of Johan Hart, who's got himself pretty clear in second place now. And up here it is a little bit less congested, especially in the first 5 minutes in GT3 where everyone was in one long line. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah, this is the tail end of the cycle at this point. Just saw a comment in our chat. Competing at this level with a single screen is nuts, and that is mostly true. The exception being if you have one of those 49-inch ultra-wide monitors. That's as close to a triple screen experience as I guess you could really hope for without needing to physically go and buy the 3 monitors. We've been focused on GTP and GT3 for quite a while, but LMP2, Daniel Harris half a second clear of Darius Andre. It is still very close between the Dalaras as they get ready to hit traffic for the very first time. Here they go.
Yeah, I mean, the GTPs are not that much faster than the Dalaras in the LMP2s, so it's very soon after that they come up to the GT3s, and it's pretty relentless if you are in that slower class. Andre up the hill and under the bridge will just about slip through to stay with Harris, although he'll make his own pass in towards the final corner as well. And this is going to continue on and on until Andre can get that little break in traffic where there's sort of there's no GTs between them, and that doesn't look like happening at the moment.
Riding up into turn 3. Just watching because I thought that was about to happen. Daniel Harris alongside of a Lamborghini onto the curb, maybe a touch of contact, and now a big buffer builds between second and third positions as they stack up into turn 5.
It's just a concertina effect all the way down, isn't it, after a moment like that. Thankfully, there was no car spun in front of the field entirely, and so to be collected by the rest of the field, we get away with it. But Austin Young here, looking from the onboard, you've got no idea what's happening around you, have you? As you're looking left and right, the visibility out of these cars is pretty bad, and so when you've got weaving around left and right all around you from LMP2s and GT3s, it makes it impossible to work out what's going on.
The LMP2 car is very much an old design of LMP2 cars nowadays. We have a new generation coming in the next handful of years. That's a move from Williams Sim Racing Academy, just trying to chop the nose off. In fact, excuse me, that's not Williams Sim Racing Academy. I think I'm confusing myself. Fiercely forward in the fight with the TC Esports machine in front. Got me confused with that livery.
They do look a bit like Williams Sim Racing Academy, don't they, actually? I hadn't noticed that until you point it out, but now you say it, yeah, they do look very similar, but not as similar as Fiercely Forward and Sim RC look these days. Is it Sim RC? Anyway, I get 2 of them very, very confused very regularly. And Fiercely Forward are one of them, but anyway, there's another one for us to get confused about. It's all black and yellow these days, all these liveries.
That RTR Lamborghini got pushed wide for a moment, able to stay on the black stuff, so not losing too much time. Enzo Benito has been passed, by the way, by Hugh Barter, so it's what, a 2-second now gap up to Johan Hart in the Apex Racing Ferrari. Let's see how quickly Hugh Barter can get to work on closing this gap, but it's clear Drago Racing looking very, very strong right now with their Aston Martin.
Yeah, looking strong early, and I'm surprised, if I'm honest, that not more people have taken on the Aston Martin as the new manufacturer here to this year's Petit Le Mans. no other differences in the cars that we've got this year, but Drago Racing really the only ones to take it on. There are some others throughout the field, but they're not up towards the front at the moment. And I mean, Lasse Bach and the Dane train have taken it on as well, for example. They're not up towards the front, and you know, it's normally the likes of Redline, to be honest, who give the new manufacturer a go. Remember when the Mustang was very new and they won the Spa 24 with it last year, I think it was, or the year before. And yeah, they often take it on, but this year going for the old reliable Ferrari.
Yeah, you know, that's a fair point. I think the fact that we've seen so many of the teams in the Ferrari as well kind of tells us a bit of a story. Again, going back to just Kawanda picking the Ferrari, that is a headline in and of itself for me, as we have now officially completed about 15 minutes of this race. So getting close to about halfway through the fuel window for the LMP2 and a bit further for the GTPs, for GTDs, or the GT3 cars who race in the Grand Touring Daytona class in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Expect them to go around a full hour, which, because of the number of laps you can do, we were talking about this earlier, you can save multiple laps. A fuel window could be anywhere from, I think it's 40 to 43 or 44 laps, depending on how much fuel you're saving. Things that could make a difference at the end. You need to be there at the end to be able to use strategy, and Pablo Lazar on the fight back, very close to fiercely forward, but up to 11th.
Yeah, so I think we've seen, you know, the two different responses really to an early incident here in LMP2 so far. We've seen Jordan make another mistake and put that car potentially out of the race completely. And we've seen Pablo Lazar fight on and, you know, make up some places. He's just made up a couple there and he's back into 11th. So two different responses really, and it's great to have for the iNet Motorsport Blue team, great to have Pablo Lazar in the car at the moment, because clearly not been fazed by that incident, even though it wasn't his fault and he was the one taken out onto the grass. He's not let that phase him too much at all, and he's straight back on it again, making places again.
The other of the fiercely forward cars in a fight for 6th position, as Marcos Nunes tries to defend from Alberto Senau for Rincon Racing. 3 wide momentarily with the traffic, but I think that already signed, sealed and delivered before they get onto the brakes. Now climb the hill. Don't need the windshield wiper yet, but there could be the threat of rain on the horizon throughout the 10 hours. This is a race that, if you look through the history books, has, on very rare occasions, had heavy enough rain that a GT car has won overall. Contact between the prototypes as they try and work their way past the GT machine, and on the rejoin, take a bow, Marcos Nunes. That's some car control to avoid some chaos. I think that's the Aston Martin for Williams Sim Racing that had to take avoiding action, but really, fiercely forward, not much they could do with that chop up to turn 3.
No, that was a real big bit of contact at that part of the circuit, and just went straight off into the grass, and it's a great car control to deal with the bumps out there. Very bumpy indeed on the inside grass before that corner. See it from the air here. It's one of those things, I suppose, isn't it? Over the top of the hill, slightly edged out, but as you go over that access road there, you really do bump into the air, but rejoins is almost as if nothing's happened. He seems to have gotten away without any major slowdown holding him back either.
Little comment in chat, the track seems too small for this many cars. Well, you are kind of correct on that note. We have 58 cars that took to the green flag, 57 now running with the, I think, confirmed retirement of Arret Esports, as Sanchez under fire from Spets, down at the chicane, power around the outside. We'll see the Porsche win the drag race to the line. This is a battle that is truly brewing, but yeah, in the real world, the maximum that the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship allows at Petit Le Mans is 54 cars. They have 53 that will be competing next weekend in the 28th running of this historic race, but we've decided to throw an extra 5 cars into the mix, Ewan, and boy, does that make even more chaos for these drivers. I mean, just watch the patience they need into turn 5, stuck behind a GT.
I did enjoy you saying patience there, as Alexander Spets was showing not patience particularly, but shoving one of the Mustangs off into the grass. But yeah, you do need that level of patience, perhaps even to a higher degree than what you do in real life, as they stack up there towards turn 7. Not sure if there was contact, but that was very, very close if there wasn't. And now Alexander Spets is going to have a chance to put Sanchez behind him into the final chicane again.
They have more traffic. Yes, they've got a couple of battling GTs. That's Mag Performance and Williams Gaming Club. And once again, Spets commits around the outside. Now got to be careful that he doesn't box out the Porsche Coanda on the outside. Down the hill, wheel to wheel. They'll split another GT car on the run to turn one. It's the grid and go Ferrari who will try and stay on the left-hand side of the track. And finally, Sanchez has to give in. And the Coanda stranglehold in the top four has finally been broken.
Yeah, it's Coanda Esports though at the back of them, so not Porsche Coanda. So I'm not sure what the difference between the team name is there, but anyway, they've split that up, and it is just a top three now as one of the GT3s goes off down the S's.
Now, was that Johan Hart in the Apex Ferrari?
No, that's the other Apex Ferrari that we're too far back at the moment for that to be.
So then that would be Alex Gall. And to answer your question, Ewan, about the difference between Porsche Coanda and Coanda Esports is, I don't remember off the top of my head who Sanchez's teammate is, but I have the feeling that Porsche Coanda is made up of the drivers that represent Porsche Coanda in the likes of R1. Coanda Esports is all the other Coanda drivers.
Okay. I mean, seems like a big anyway. Yeah. Anyway, I guess it's their way of dealing with it. I do understand, splitting them up like that, but it seems like a lot to bother with. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't be bothered. But I'm lazy, so there we go. I can't be bothered to make different iRacing team names, and I think that shows. Sanchez, now he's let one through. Unfortunately, he's letting a lot through. Sean Campbell, the latest, on his inside, and Sanchez is going to at least just keep him behind, but shows that in a group like this, if you let one through, then it could lead to more overtakes, and nearly led to 3 there for Sanchez going backwards.
And I think this is all just kind of catching traffic at the wrong time as well, in some regard for Sanchez. Let's see how he settles back in now, given the train that has continued to build. LMP2s have just cleared the GTDs, and I think GTPs are about to catch LMP2s now. The difference in lap time is only around half a second or so, so the traffic management between GTPs and LMP2s will be very interesting. GTPs with the higher top-end speed, LMP2s very nimble through the corners and very agile in the change of direction that they have. And so, as back towards the line, it will be 19 laps now complete for your race leaders. It's still Porsche Coanda 1, 2, and 3. Effect Simulations having passed Elitraz Automotive for the lead, and LMP2 enjoy a 2.6-second buffer. And Drago Racing, Alex Dunn, the gap has been cut down. It's 1.4 seconds, and Williams Sim Racing have lost the front end on one of their cars.
Yeah, and they're about to be overtaken nearly in towards turn 1 as well. It's all changed back here. But where has that Williams Sim Racing at number 6 car lost its front end? It doesn't seem to be affecting it too much, but they will need the headlights later, so they'll hope to get that fixed at some point, and hopefully it's not a long repair to get those headlights back as well.
What do you mean? Headlights are optional in the night, unless you want to see where you're going. You didn't see where I was going with that one, did you?
Yeah, very good. There's other cars to show. Oh no! He very nearly spins out one of the other Astons coming through. And this again is what I mean about lots of overtakes happening all in one go. 3 have happened already. There could be a 4th and 5th down the straight.
And so it's Vasilius Belitsiotis that's kind of stranded right now. He's got a parachute of a front end that's probably just slowing the car down with the drag it's causing. He will force Emmanuel Olivieri in the Mag Performance car to try and be ultra aggressive, followed through potentially by Alex Gall. But this is suboptimal, to say the very least. A wiggle. That car is not handling in the ways that he wants it to as well. And now watches as the train just sails up his inside. Nothing he can do for another 36 minutes or so before they'll want to bring that car to pit lane.
Yeah, you just wonder though whether there's a point in the race a little bit earlier, maybe before those 36 minutes are up, where he can dive in and they know that the strategy's not going to be too badly affected. So it seems like more side-to-side contact with Manuel Troncoso has taken that front wing off earlier, that front bumper, and now they've gone off to the side and towed, so might well be race done for Williams Sim Racing.
While Arret Esports have pulled back out onto track, I think that might now mean that we have 57 machines on track. We'll see if Belitsiotis returns to the racing surface. Meanwhile, the 169 makes its move. Manuel Troncoso on Miguel Costa in the live pictures as we take another look at the incident that caused the damage to the now sat in pit lane Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast machine. Just behind this fight as well, Victor Wolfson for Coanda Esports is alongside of Alex Gall. There's all sorts of action in a 31-car GTD field. Fight up and down the running order, although now the leader clear of the tail end of the pack by a full 30 seconds. 3 wide as the Dane train was stuck in the middle. Victor Wolfson takes off to the grass, and Alex Gall grabs the positions through all of that.
That was the look of a group that 2 of which didn't realise they were 3 wide on the way towards the final chicane, because that was all happening very late. The Dane train trying to stick itself straight through the middle there, and for Coanda on the outside didn't quite realise there were 2 on the inside and turned in a bit too early. A bit of contact, and they go through the gravel and the grass and then out to the back of this really large group that goes all the way back down to the Marla Racing team. Reina Talvar has now joined the rear end of this group from 18th position. That makes it 10 in this group for 9th place.
Feels weird not only seeing Coanda in a Ferrari, but also to see the Marla Racing team not in a BMW, but clearly Reina Talvar's dialed the car in, had a peek to the inside at turn 6, not quite close enough as he gets back onto the power. GTP, the lead now down to 0.3 of a second, and Elvis Rankin is on a tear right now. There is Jordan Caruso, former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, sitting in front of his young teammate. They've just passed Delatraz Automotive, so I believe that means just one more LMP2 to pass. That's Daniel Harris, who's just down the road as they head out of turn 7 for the 23rd time. Dane Warren, after whatever happened, Ewan, we're not sure if it was technical, if there was a slowdown or something, but dropping from 1st to 3rd, he settled into that position, but now 2.5 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, well, you say he's settled into that position, but you know, I think he is slower than what he was before. Whatever has happened there. I was just thinking that myself, actually. I didn't actually notice that Rankin had passed, but Warren has not even been able to stay with Elvis Rankin either for 2nd place. So not sure what is going on there at all, and he's in danger now of getting swallowed up by that group behind, because there's a lot queuing in behind here with Alexander Spetz, Diogo Pinto, and you get to his teammate, but Sean Campbell's there as well. Luke McEwen's been making places, and so he's up to 8th now in the GTP field and overall as well. And so there's a lot of positions to be lost here if Warren can't stop this steady decline through the field.
Looking at lap times, it's not like Porsche Coanda by any means of losing speed. They're still amongst the fastest on track, but Spetz has definitely maybe used traffic to his advantage, being a bit more aggressive on occasion and close that gap. It is great though, Ewan, after a couple of special events here and there where Porsche Coanda had entered one factory Porsche team, to see them making a wholehearted charge on the iRacing Petit Le Mans. 3 Porsche Coanda entries in GTP, and includes the return of Josh Rogers to a special event for the first time in I can't remember how long.
Yeah, I don't know when the last time I saw him on one of these either. It's been a very long time, but it's great to have them back, as you say. I mean, I think that has been one of the criticisms maybe of Coanda in the last couple of years, that they haven't quite done as many of these events or so, and they have been focusing on other things, and fair enough for having your targets and whatever, but it's, you know, it's still these are still big events, the iRacing special events, big ones to win, and so it is good to have them back. And at the moment they look like they've certainly got the speed to win. They just need now a full race package and a full strategy as well to take them to the victory as well, by looks of things in GTP. It does look like GT3 might be a bit more difficult.
Remember in the Indy 6-hour special event, which was the most recent special event that had the GTP cars in them, Mitchell de Jong and Elvis Rankin were paired up in Porsche Coanda's entry. They didn't necessarily have the outright speed, but they were trying on strategy. It almost worked, but maybe needed a little bit more on their side. But yeah, to see them back and in numbers, hopefully a statement. And Coanda Esports actually the most recent winner in the VCO Esports Racing League, multi-platform esports competition where the best teams from across of sim racing try to compete to be crowned as the best team in sim racing, and not just on one sim, not just on iRacing, but across all the platforms. So great to see Coanda continuing to show their show their speed across of the different sims that they continue to compete in. Elvis Rankin a little bit hesitant on throttle as he went wide out of turn 5, didn't want to push the limits and find himself in the tire barrier that's very quick to greet you. This is an intimidating circuit, Ewan. It's technical in its nature because of the high speed. There's not much runoff at any point as well. There's a lot to worry about, and that's where this traffic management becomes so difficult, as Alex Dunn, now joined by Hugh Barter in a Drago Racing 1 and 2, Johan Harth pass and down to 3rd.
Yeah, so that had been coming for a while. Hugh Barter has been very quick in these last couple of moments, in fact for the first half an hour actually. I think he maybe slightly qualified further down than where he deserved to, but now he's swept up Johan Hart and might well go on to catch his teammate Alex Dunn, although that could be quite difficult with the 2 Aston Martins. Guess what? Oh, Elvis Rankin off at the front straight.
And that has to be traffic related. Porsche Cowander's stranglehold on the podium has suddenly disappeared, but that looks to be a miracle because from the outside, that car looks like it's tracking true and straight. Yes, a bit of a wiggle over the crest of turn 3, but have Porsche Cowander just gotten away with something? We'll have to find out when we take a look at the replay.
I'm not sure that car's undamaged, by the way. It looks a bit unsettled to me. Maybe that's Rankin slightly unsettled himself after that incident, which would be fair enough. But I'm not sure that car is fully healthy, if I'm honest. Thankfully, they are closer to a pit stop than what the GT3s are. And yeah, to me, that car does look like it's in a bit of trouble at the moment. Not least, it's down to 10th place from challenging for the lead.
We'll see if we can get word from the Porsche Cowander pit wall. Maybe what I was thinking is when he was wiggling the car around, that was maybe him trying to test the steering and stuff like that. So he's got some GT cars that he'll go around the outside of, and it's a dangerous proposition. He gets hit in the right rear, he gets hit in the right front, but a slight tag of the left rear into the wall, any damage would have been done in the little contact with traffic he had.
Yeah, it wasn't too big, was it, the contact itself, but it doesn't have to be very big bit of contact, especially towards those suspension pieces that may well now be out of line. See it from the off-board. It is dangerous, as you say, and perhaps not the done thing this early in the race. The Ferrari was doing everything there to give the GTP space on the outside, but diminishing returns out there, and yeah, maybe should have held back, but easier to say that in hindsight.
I mean, Elvis is a young, talented driver, but the issue is the GT3 car just doesn't have the downforce or mechanical grip to change up its line. It is committed to using all of the track on offer, and so a prototype sticking itself in the danger zone, if you will, I think always was bound to end only in tears. Cowander Ferrari, Victor Wolfson now has Balazs Parla, Rainer Talvar in the train behind, probably about 7 minutes away from the start of the LMP2 pit sequence. I'd then add another 5 minutes onto the clock before I would expect the GTP to make their way down towards the pit lane, but we'll keep an eye on how busy it is going to be, because you could make a lot of time in pit lane, you could also lose a lot of time. Pit entry here is a corner, and one that you're really trying to maximize time in and time out, and then pit exit, Ewan, is rather precarious with the nature of being spat out directly onto the racing line up towards turn 3.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that there's cold tyres these days as well for the GTBs and GT3s, right, especially pronounced, but also LMP2, and so it's even more dangerous as a result of that. But the fact we've still got so many through the first half an hour makes that even more difficult. I mean, as you said earlier, iRacing Esports are actually back out onto the circuit again. They're 13 laps down, but fair play to them for carrying on, because most teams just retire these days from iRacing special events when they go off early. So that's very good to see for iRacing Esports that they continue on. We'll see about Williams Sim Racing Chillblast in a few moments' time, but Mercedes Perziotis is still sat on pit lane at the moment, but that is the only potential retirement. So normally at this stage we've seen a few crashes, we've seen a few out of the race, and it just helps to take those few cars away to sort of bring it down to a more normal number for this race in the real world, whereas when we get to the first pit stop phase this year, we're still going to have more than what they do deal with in real life at the first first pit stop phase, never mind at the start of the race. So that makes it all the more congested when you're coming out of pit lane and into this section here on those cold tyres.
Fascinating time in the race, I think, because if we stay green all the way through this race, there is the opportunity to save a bit of fuel and do something different on strategy. But you commit to that strategy with the first pit stop. You can't decide halfway through the race that you want to save all that fuel. No, you've got to decide now. And so we'll get the call in about 20 minutes time across all three categories about where they all stand. GT3, Alex Dunn is now only 7/10 in front of Hugh Barter, and I'm not sure if this is a tactical move, if Drago Racing want to try and use the sister cars to work together. It's a strategy that we've seen at the likes of Daytona with bump drafting and things like that. But whatever the case may be, what was a 3-second advantage at one point suddenly chopped down as Alex Dunn looks in the rearview mirror and sees his teammate.
Yeah, and it will be a strange feeling after racing out to a lead like that, but we'll see what he decides to do, whether he actually now tucks in behind his teammate and starts to save a bit of fuel, because Hugh Barton's been in traffic for most of the first part of the race and Alex Dunn certainly hasn't. So if Dunn is doing any fuel saving, or if they want to do any fuel saving before the pit stop, then he needs to get on with starting doing it soon. But it doesn't seem that they really are saving very much at the moment. I mean, these three are a couple of seconds in front of both of the red line cars who are giving chase now, and it's just hard to see where they would be saving the fuel, especially to the degree that some of them in the midfield will be with all the slipstream back there.
I mentioned this slightly earlier, but this is the final qualifying event for the IMSA Esports Global Championship before the time attack qualifiers start on October the 6th. So in 2 days' time, you will be able to pair up with a teammate and attempt to qualify in either a GTP or a GTD car by setting a lap time at Sebring. You can see those time attack qualifiers on the iRacing UI now if you click on through. But a handful of teams already qualified. Williams Esports, Grid & Go, Drago Racing, Team Redline, either winners of a VCO Grand Slam this year or defending champions. And so looking forward to seeing which of these teams is able to stamp their authority on this race in about 9 hours and 22 minutes time. It's a long way to go, isn't it?
I like the fact, by the way, you said Williams Esports there, because it's been so long since they guaranteed themselves anything in the first place that they've changed their name since. I'd very much appreciate it. I'd find it very funny if you made them race with that name now, since that's what they qualified with. But I suspect...
Oh, you're evil. You're going to get me shouted at by Ben Hawkins. No, the only reason I read it, and I don't mean to throw anyone under the bus, it's just I read directly from a press release which had Williams Esports. So...
there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Get confused, we'll admit it. I mean,
yes, no.
At least once. I mean, seriously, we say it seriously at least once a broadcast, because we're still not quite used to it, or I'm not anyway.
And if you're Zach Sweeney, you call the Williams Academy car the community car. That's just how it goes sometimes. That IMSA Esports season starts on November 2nd with a trip here to Road Atlanta for a 2-hour and 40-minute race. 2 weeks later, November the 16th, it heads its way to Sebring before 7 days later, a slightly oddball addition to the schedule. First, GTP has a 75-minute sprint on the streets of Long Beach, and then VIR sees a 75-minute sprint for just the GTD machines before December the 7th. We close out the championship where we have done for the last 3 years, and likely will do ongoing as well, because we head back to the World Center of Racing to the Daytona International Speedway, and this time at least a full month and a bit, Ewan, before the iRacing Daytona 24. Last year's IMSA Esports event was a lot closer to the Rolex 24 itself, and so it meant that the drivers had a lot of Daytona in the month of January, which I guess they weren't too upset about.
No, it's the time of year for Daytona, isn't it? Through January into February as well. It's where you want to be at that time of year, but it does get pretty tiresome pretty quickly. I remember doing a lot of testing for a Daytona 24 once, not on iRacing, and you know, I remember somebody saying quite clearly, it's quite a long time ago, you know, this part of the year is very exciting and everything, and I do like Daytona, but my God, it's a boring track to drive. And, you know, it's great racing there, but and a great way to end the season, indeed. Great place to end the season, as we saw last year with a great finale. But people do get, or at least people I know anyway, get very tired of driving it because it's not the most engaging in the world, to be honest.
I had a lot of grey hairs after last year's finale. I don't know what you're talking about. Pass for second as Johan Hart jumps back in front of Hugh Barter. So Alex Dunn back out to a 1.6 second lead. We still on board with Hugh Barter behind. As 20 minutes to go to the top of the hour, we are maybe 10 minutes away at most from those LMP2 cars beginning to head their way down to pit lane. Bit of fuel saving there from Barter, lifting off the throttle early as, right on cue, here comes Effect Simulations.
Yeah, just as you said that, Daniel Harris coming in. Steve McDonald follows for Saltpet Precision Racing, but Dutch Automotive and the other Effect Simulations car carries on. Rincon Racing are in, but Fiercely Forward and the Apex Racing team both carry on. Fiercely Forward carry on, as does the other Saltpet car. Already seen INET into the pit lane. Pablo Lazar pitting slightly early. Well, slightly early, just one lap earlier than the others.
So that's about a 34 lap run for LMP2s. GTPs probably able to extend to around the 40 lap range, as will the GTDs when we see them in. Great camera shot as looks like Daniel Harris going to be staying behind the wheel of the 908. The traditional strategy for how you would utilize your drivers would be either a double or maybe even a triple stint in these LMP2 machines. That would right about be a 2-hour stint as we pick back up with GTP battles, and Alejandro Sanchez now behind Diogo Pinto.
Yeah, Sanchez has not had the best stint after a good qualifying. He's just dropped through the field quite steadily here and made one place back up because of his teammate, but that won't be much solace to him. It's another place lost, and he's back down to 5th again with Diogo Pinto passed as more LMP2 pit stops continue here, and that does make the track feel just a little bit quieter for just a moment, and the same thing especially will happen when GT3 cars all come in.
It's a slow pit lane as well. From the time you hit the cone to leave pit lane, we're talking about 70 seconds for your LMP2 cars. About 30 seconds of that is just the time transiting from cone to cone, so gives you an indication of the delta. It almost loses you a full lap depending on which class you're in. Likely to lose a lap in GTP, and LMP2 may just hold on if you're in a GTD machine. 27 odd seconds for Marcos Nunez and counting. For the LMP2s, and indeed for all the cars in this race, you and the iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO, one thing that you and I maybe agree on, and there's a lot of things we disagree on, but one thing that we do agree on is that cars changing tires and getting fuel at the same time is just materially worse for strategy intrigue.
It's just rubbish.
There you go.
It's just rubbish, to put it in a very British way. No, yeah, I mean, we've not been fans of it for a long time, and will continue to not be while we, don't have safety cars or whatever to bring your caution flags to bring the field back closer together again in the road course races. Effectively makes it one long strategy race, which I'm not against, a 10-hour long strategy race, because actually it's something that doesn't happen in real life very often. When you've got the constraints of real life safety and whatever, you've got to have safety cars and whatever to clear up messes every now and again, but we don't have that in sim racing, so it's quite rare to have one long 10-hour strategy game. But taking one of the huge elements of that strategy game out of the equation is not the best idea, but it's still the way the rules are, and they will continue to be, by the looks of it, and the rules will continue to be that way.
Yeah, we don't control the rules, but we control our opinions about the rules at the very least. Alberto Senao in the Rincon Racing LMP2 slips in front of Danny Chivichabo in the Apex Racing 199. Daniel Harris has just emerged in front of Delatrials Automotive, so a very good pit stop sequence from the 288. The Darius Andre driven machine has helped them out. Remember, we do also now have, with this slightly newer tire model, we talked about it in qualifying, but tire warm-up could be quite important. So particularly in the GTP class, consider the impact that cold tires will have on the first lap or two of the race stint. Sorry, go ahead.
Alex Lopez has come in again for TC Esports. Second time he's been in, this time for well over a minute.
So maybe something's gone wrong as he drops down the timing tower. See if we can get word on that one. I was just about to say, so another comment in chat, this time from the official IMSA YouTube channel, saying hello to all their friends on iRacing, hoping to see some of them out in person at next week's 28th running of the Petit Le Mans, the Motul Petit Le Mans to give it its correct title. But there is IMSA racing today as well. If you check out the YouTube channel, I'm actually at NASCAR Productions right now, and a big thank you to Keith and the entire team for giving me one of the announce booths to commentate on an iRacing special event. We've got a Mustang Challenge race that kicks off shortly. Oh no, hard into the outside retaining wall, and that's why Alex Lopez on cold tires issue at turn 3 back to pit lane.
I was about to say, it was pretty much as you were talking about the cold tires having such a big effect, and over the top of the hill they absolutely did for Lopez. Unfortunately, the car just getting away from him completely, and there is no room for error over the top there. It's one of the things that makes Road Atlanta so great, is the fact that you can find the wall very, very easily, and it's not great when you're having trouble like that, but it is punishing in the way that a racetrack should be. Unfortunately for Alex Lopez, that's going to mean a very, very long pit stop, 2.5 minutes and counting. I guess it will cost a few minutes. I mean, 13 laps is what it cost Jordan earlier, and I think that was a bigger crash maybe than this one. So, but anyway, we'll see how long the repair is, and indeed whether they decide to continue on.
That's the difference between a crash here versus a crash at the Nordschleife, right? A 20-minute repair puts you down two or three laps, which at the Nordschleife, those are long laps, but it just sounds a little less bad. Rainer Talvar all over the rear end of Victor Wolfson, lunge to the inside through turn 6, but you can carry that speed through the cambered corner and around the outside. Wolfson holds on. This allows Parker White, a former eNASCAR champion who has plenty of speed in the road side of iRacing as well. He's in the Williams Gaming Club number 2. He's slowly pulling away as GTP pit stops have now begun. Sean Campbell in, Apex Racing in, and I think Apex Racing may be doing a driver change as well, because Augustin Bernier is behind the wheel of the 99 now.
Maybe.
Or maybe he took the start and not Maxime Briand like I thought.
Yes, Briand was definitely on our grid, so he must have qualified, and then they must have changed halfway through. So, yeah, no driver changes there. They haven't come to a stop yet, but Sean Campbell in early as well. That's 40 laps, by the way, for those GTPs. We'll see how much further they're able to go, because even that first pit stop window was 3 laps wide for the LMP2s. First ones to come in were effect simulations from the very front, as we saw with Daniel Harris, but Elliot Norrin went 4 laps longer than that to 37 in LMP2, just showing you how much you can save if you really put your mind to it, although Elliot Norrin in last place.
The leaders are in unison, so I think we have the fuel number. There is no real margin in the fuel tank to go beyond a 41 lap stint, but it's actually 41 plus a full formation lap. Having said that, BMW M Team BS Plus competition, Danny Alves Lorenzo has planted a magic fuel-saving tree in his fuel tank, and he's gone on to that 42nd lap with 12 minutes to go to the top of the hour.
Yeah, so that's maybe why they've been in the midfield quite anonymous, actually, through this first part of the day. It's maybe because they've been fuel saving a little bit as well, as the pit stops happen at the bottom of your screen, a bit of a tie-up down at the top of your screen at the final chicane. Not sure who that was between, but it was a bit of a mess down through there. The fiercely forward car was very, very severely offline, as the GTP pit stops finally will end soon. They do take a while, and now they are underway again. 092 takes the lead again, Jordan Caruso, or will indeed take the lead when 89's in.
Net race lead for Caruso as he blends back onto track, and now with some traffic between him and his teammate, so that has worked out quite nicely. This is that pit entry, and actually one difference compared to a handful of years ago. Look how much earlier those yellow cones are. That's where the drivers have to be on the speed limiter. A handful of years ago, that that cone would have been basically right around where those tires are at the back of the shot. It was a lot deeper into the pit lane itself. And so looking at the pit stop times, I do see Grid and Go, the 002, they had a slightly shorter fill. We're talking 2 or 3 seconds, but that's enough for them to have gained some track position. Everyone else, full tank of fuel, 4 Michelin tires, and back out onto track. Elvis Rankin is still sat in pit lane, though. You can see him at the front of that shot, top of your screen. That might be the first retirement in GTP.
Well, it's still the same pit stop. I still think there was damage when he made contact down there at the final corner onto the pit straight, and I think that's what he's repairing at the moment, because it was normally scheduled. It was with everybody else on the same lap as everybody else, lap 41, but he's just staying there for a lot longer. So yeah, as he goes down a lap now, I think they are just repairing the damage then. Hopefully they do continue on in the race, but there was definitely damage there after that contact.
So one of the tri-pronged approach, attack, whatever the phrase would be, to this race from Porsche Coanda seemingly coming unstuck. I think the remaining machines are going to increasingly feel the heat from that man on screen right now. Alexander Spetz, bit between his teeth. And onto the tail end of the pole sitter, Dane Warren. 42 laps complete. First pit stop cycle in the books for GTP. No driver changes, and Spetz now within 2 seconds of the race leader.
He does seem to be on a mission at the moment, Alexander Spetz, and the impressive thing as well has been about the way he's been able to get through the traffic. Admittedly, has been given one place by Rankin's mistake, but made a decent pass on Sanchez that didn't take him too long to action, and we'll see how long it takes him to get past Dane Warren here as well. But all the signs are showing at the moment that he wants to get on with this race. He wants to try and move through the field as quickly as possible, and he's going to try and do that as soon as he gets the chance on Dane Warren here for second.
Has to stay behind his sister car in the GTD class for just a moment. Slips up the inside on the entry down to the S's. Now we'll wait for Warren to be compromised behind an LMP2, who in turn stuck behind the PGZ BMW. They'll go either side because the Porsche Coanda machine realized it had the chance to put the LMP2 between him and Spetz. This is the nature of multi-class racing. Decisions having to be made in the blink of an eye. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. Dane Warren picks right this time.
Three wide moment as well there. I think it's sort of Jordan Caruso on the grass making his way through the traffic, picking right and wrong lines as well. Important for the race leader, who has extended his lead actually through this little bit of traffic. Clearing this bit on the straight, a lot more advantageous than what Warren and Spetz are about to do here, which is through the final corner. All very dangerous, but these GTPs won't be going around the outside through that final turn anymore. They will have learnt their lesson after seeing what happened to Elvis Rankin there, who, by the way, is back out onto the track again.
And only 1 lap down, so stationary for about 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
It's nearly 2 though. He's nearly 2 down. And he's not that far in front of his teammate actually.
Yeah, no, I think this is going to be a race where that third Porsche Coanda car, if we do get any rain, could be used as the guinea pig, the one that goes out there and tries a set of tires when they aren't quite sure. Inside of the Grid and Go Ferrari for first Dane Warren, then Alexander Spetz. Spool the hybrids up as they get off the corner and power down this back straightaway. Don't think he's going to be close enough to have his look just yet. 6 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Your GTDs have gone 41 laps on the fuel tank, so expect them to go maybe as many as 47 on a fuel-saving number. Oh, this is hectic, though. GTP, LMP2, and GTD on top of each other. Vasquez into the grass. Oh, they all get through, though.
Goodness me, that was 4 wide, I'm pretty sure, for a moment. That's why Vasquez took to the grass, and still trying to get past Augustin Bernier here is that, yeah, in number 99 for this 10th position. Bernier, I think, recently got past Vasquez or the other way round. Oh, and again, look at this. It's like the start of the race all over again.
This is a bit nuts. We were talking about how clean the start of the race has been, but there have been some nervy moments. There are no questions about that. Some gaps building up through all of this as Michael Romanidis gets stuck behind a whole handful of machines. but it's starting to pick up in intensity once again. Drago still sit 1 and 2, so Hugh Barter has got back in front of Johan Harth in the GT3 class. And we managed to find the paint scheme for the 69. They painted it mid-race. Inside of these 55 minutes, it's looking great, that Aston Martin.
And by the way, you can clearly tell that Drago Racing are teammates while also being able to tell them apart. Look at that. There you can see the white and red one, and then there's a red and black one. There you go. They look like teammates, but they can also be told apart. You can tell them apart. We appreciate that greatly.
Now, can we go back and take a look at one of the other Drago Racing GT3 cars? Because they got 2 more entries. So, yeah, that's what I was about to say, Ewan. Unfortunately, they've done half the job, but they need 2 more color variations to make our job complete, as there are 5 GTD cars in pit lane, so they have not been able to get within 5 minutes of the top of the hour.
Yeah, that is not ideal, although it's not the guys who are running up towards the front. The top 5 or so are completely unchanged after those pit stops, so there were people who were running further down anyway. Not sure how much of a bearing that will therefore have on the race, because I reckon some of these guys, even at the front, especially red line, will be aiming for that hour. We'll see whether they can make it or not, though. I suppose they'd need to do 47, 48 laps, something like that, to actually make the hour.
I think 47 is going to be possible, but we'll see if I am proven right. Oh, never mind. Here comes Drago Racing. Alex Dunn and Hugh Barter. Johan Harth does stay out there, as does Enzo Benito, Josh Thompson, Julian Sunnan for Kawanda Esports, followed by his teammate Tristan Iglesias. Alex Gall has been in pit lane for a bit longer than expected. Remember, full service in this class is around 41, 42 seconds.
Is that him? Sorry, there's a Ferrari there with a missing front end completely.
I think so. Yes, no, that is definitely an Apex Racing logo on the rear wing as more cars head to pit lane.
Yeah, so where has that happened for Alex Gall? He's been there for a while, and that's the reason why. Does look, by the way, like the Williams Sim Racing car is also out of the race now, further down. But hopefully we won't have a second GT3 retirement, because we did get the TC Esports LMP2 back into the race, at least, as Drago now pull away.
I guess we'll expect the most amount of attrition in GTD, only because there were 31 cars that took to the green flag. Very tidy pit stop sequence for the teammates. Alex Dunn, Hugh Barter stay behind the wheel of the 69 and the 7 respectively. Oh, they're squeezing each other. Solpec Precision Racing, Austin Young alongside of the fiercely forward 16. That's Elliot Naren. Oh, they're playing American football here, trying to use that GT3 as a pick. It just about works for Young, the Stetson wearing Austin Young. Elliot Naren holds on. Oh, and this is going to be a moment with the GTP cars where BMW BS Plus competition turned on the nose by Augustin Bernier and the Cadillac for Apex Racing.
Somehow doesn't go all the way around and gets himself back through the final corner point in the right way again. So Bernier gets away with that in a way, but that was pretty aggressive as well, coming towards the final corner, although just a standard GTP battle really. That's the group from sort of, well, it was the group from 8th place on backwards. It's split apart now because of that incident there. There's some more grid and go cars come in from GT3, but some more carry on in port of the Apex Racing team. Still able to go on. If they can do one more, then they'll make it to the hour, I think.
We'll keep an eye on whether Harth, Benito, Thompson, and then so it's Apex, Redline, Kawanda. Those are the major teams at the front of the field that have been able to extend the stint just a little bit longer. Now, one thing to consider is as fuel saving gets more difficult, Ewan, as we work our way through the course of this race, because track temperature drops, which means grip increases, amount of time you spend on throttle increases, and so any fuel number they're hitting now, they will be working harder to match the same level of fuel saving later on in this race. As there goes Parker White back onto track as Johan Harth is down pit lane. It's Team Redline and the Ferrari that have extended the stint 1 lap longer.
Yeah, I suspected the way they set out immediately, not worried about the Drago Racing race leader, working together in this way as well. They just looked like a team who were fuel saving to make it to the hour, and so far they're the only ones who have gone far enough to do, and indeed they are going to remain the only ones to go on and do this. Lap 46, this is now for the two of them. And if this is the winning strategy that's been executed very well right from the first hour, but there's a long, long way to go. And this is going to be a problem for them as well. Traffic when the guys have already stopped and they come out right around the race leaders. This is not ideal and does slow you down when you're on that longer running strategy. And this is going to get worse and go on for longer with every stint that goes on, of course.
We've just seen a comment from Gael Valero in our YouTube chat. The rain percentage on the horizon starting to increase as officially we are 1 hour complete in the 2025 iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO. Once again, a big shout out to the team at NASCAR Productions for giving me a room to watch this first hour from, to call the action as Redline finally hit pit lane. It's time for me to go and call some Mustang challenges alongside of John Hindorf. So come join us on the IMSA official YouTube channel, starting in about 15 minutes time. But for now, I'll leave you with Ewan O'Leary, who slides into my seat alongside of Justin Prince.
Thanks very much. We'll be here, of course, on iRacing for the next 9 hours, bringing you the iRacing Petit Le Mans for 2025. Now Aston Martin in GT3 leading for most of the first hour, and exciting GTP and LMP2 battle to go along as well. Good afternoon, Justin. Good to have you with me. I mean, it's a very exciting first hour, very frantic, but you don't expect anything else. What have you made of the opening 60 minutes?
Well, when keeping an eye on the action so far, it's been made pretty clear traffic management has been a bit of a nightmare, to say the very least. This is a racetrack you normally don't want to go through wide at, and I've seen a lot of cases where those incidents were sparked by just having to get around traffic and bottling things up where drivers just want to move forward quick. So quite simply, it's been pretty chaotic from what I've seen so far. It's just a matter of being able to embrace the chaos, get yourself to the traffic, and make sure you're not collected. Take, for example, the Williams Sim Racing Academy car on board here with WeatherTech. Right now, you can see just how much traffic log there is where a lot of these prototypes to have to zip their way through, and it's going to mean you have to be on a swivel all race long. There isn't really too much of a chance to breathe to make sure you can stay calm here for some.
And the number 89 has had contact in the last few moments through the final corner, and I just wonder whether some damage has been done there because of that, or whether this is them coming back out onto the circuit again. It is. The reason why I point this out is because they have made a second pit stop. Clearly they've taken on tyres, and those tyres are rubbish. Well, they just seem cold at the moment, but they're not giving him any grip at the moment. It's Daniel Alves Lorenzo who's currently driving it. The 89 has gone 2 laps down, but a 1 minute 17 pit stop, a second pit stop for that BS competition machine, and that is completely unideal for that team. Not sure why they made that second pit stop in the first place. We'll try and get to the bottom of that, but cold tyres, such a big talking point, and you saw it there. I mean, trying to get back going again up from the grass with those cold tyres just looked almost impossible.
Yeah, it's so hard to get the grip together once you have the car tires stay cool like that off the launch coming out of the pit lane, because you just don't have those into the optimal temperature range where you are able to have maximized grip but also maximize speed. All this is with, for many of these drivers here, the thought process on trying to make sure you get to those field numbers you were touching upon earlier on, especially for GT3. So there's so much in terms of the aspect for these competitors of making sure they are able to get in their proper positions to stay in sync on strategy. Drago Racing, meanwhile, look at this. They've closed up a lot with the traffic. Spets going forward some opportunities. Will we take a move to get around Dane Warren?
Yeah, we've seen Alexander Spets making progress in the first hour. He made a good pass on Sanchez, and we'll see whether he can do the same here as he comes out of turn 7. That's the important corner, the all-important corner you need to get a good run through to get that slipstream and the chance to pass down at the final chicane. 3 wide, another 3 wide moment as the LMP2 tries to stay as far out the way as possible, and the Mustang doesn't dare move its line while the prototypes go either side. There goes Spets to the outside. Can he stay alongside for the second part? He can. What a great pass this would be. It was on an impossibly small gap there on the inside line, and or the outside rather, and he couldn't quite do it. That was really tight. Alexander Spets stays third for now after a good attempt at passing for second there.
Yeah, 10A and 10B, as we know, one of the best passing opportunities. But you can't get that overlap. You take the inside to 11-12. The thing has been, though, whenever we've seen some of that overlap with these GTPs today, that's where contact is usually sparked up. So you have to be so careful, because that's where it's a bit thin on the racing line by the time you get to 12 with the flag stand. And Spence, at this point, now just trying to be a little bit more calmer here, reset. It's going to take a couple more laps to regain the ground to get around all this GT3 traffic. That's going to hold them up a little bit as they stay left.
The reason for the second pit stop, by the way, for BS Competition was indeed damage after that contact with the Apex Racing team down before towards the final corner. Thanks to Felix Van Delft for that, part of the BS Plus Competition team down there, strategizing their way through the race. But a major setback there, as have Porsche Coanda, although we do still have all 13 GTPs in the race, all 14 LMP2s, and 30 of the 31 GT3s. I don't think many people just expect all but one of the cars to get through the opening hour. A testament to these drivers in a time where, you know, criticisms of the iRacing special events and the driving within them sometimes is at a high. This has been a very good first hour. As far as the attrition has gone, we've seen barely any of it at a race you'd expect to see quite a lot.
Yeah, just 2 cars off the racetrack right now. One of them 12 laps down to 131. Williams Sim Racing, Shield Blast, and Rated Esports, the only drivers. So it's been relatively clean. Usually, I remember last year in particular, and a couple of years ago, we seen so much trouble in the early going, especially when it came to drivers transitioning over the S's. That sparked a lot of chaos. This year, for these drivers in Top Split, they've been keeping things controlled on their approach. Now let's watch to see if that becomes a commentator's curse or not. But in all seriousness, it's been well done by this field so far to play pretty clean. A couple argy-bargy moments with traffic, but it's been relatively smooth in terms of all of this negotiating with the slower classes, it seems, so far.
We'll see how that continues on if there is indeed is rain later on, but for now it's been very strong as Alejandro Sanchez puts the pressure now on Sean Campbell. Couldn't go into the top 5, and what a great year they've been having in the iRacing special events, especially for these VCO Grand Slam events. This being the last of those here at Petit Le Mans. We've already been to Daytona for the 24, the Sebring 12, and of course the Watkins Glen 6 hour as well as this final race of the year in the VCO Grand Slam. Gets you a place, of course, the class winners of GTP and GT3 getting a place at the IMSA Esports Global Championship at the end of the year. Going to go already with their place with a fantastic season, as I mentioned so far. A breakthrough win, you'd describe it as, I suppose, at the Daytona 24 hours. Albeit under unusual circumstances, but I'm sure they celebrated the win just as much as otherwise. They're on the defensive here, though. It's Sanchez behind, and then Team Redline with Luke McEwen, the second of the 2 Redline cars who didn't qualify so well as Porsche Coanda locked out the first 2 rows. It's been Redline on the back foot, having to make up the ground.
It's a relatively quiet race for them so far, keeping an eye on their pace at the moment. They are inside the top 5 on pace of the racetrack, give or take. It's just the challenge of making up a lot of ground on this circuit. We know this team has the talent. It's just so far, just the track position. And this is a very track position type of race so far, at the very least. 13 seconds back to the leader. This is where, in the long run, you need to have consistency to make up the ground and have a chance to contend up front. I think they're in a decent spot right now, at least. It's just going to be, can they find later on that extra ground before they end up being one of those who potentially falls in the clutches getting lapped by interclass traffic?
Yeah, that could be, that would be a real moment in this race. It's very common to see laps put onto cars in the same class at this race because of the shortness of the lap. But it is still a psychological blow nevertheless. As there's a bit more Coanda on Coanda down in towards turn number 1. Sanchez getting past one of his GT3 teammates. Currently 6th and 7th, those two Coandas, as they now get to the red lines in GT3. Those who went the furthest in that first stint. Dragon Racing still leading 1 and 2, but how much longer is it going to last if they're ending up making an extra pit stop compared to Team Redline here this afternoon? That's the current look of this race, with still 8 hours 50 to go. But there's a very, very long way to go, and the fuel saving has begun right from the very beginning from Redline in GT3.
Yeah, we know how important it is to try and cut out a pit stop, or at least try to minimize the final pit stop situation. Because the math, when you try and calculate it, it's going to be about 55 to 60 minutes per run. You would expect on the average. It's been that way for the past while when it comes to GT3 competition. Look at this though, Spets got the squeeze on Warren, is able to make the move to 1.
Finally, he does manage it. Does take a while to negotiate these passes, but eventually Spence manages it, and they've lost quite a lot of time in the meantime to Jordan Caruso. But that won't worry Spence for the moment. He is up into second position, 4.5 seconds off of Caruso. And Warren now back behind him again. Former race leader Dane Warren, don't forget, who had that moment out of turn 7 in the opening hour, just before they hit traffic for the first time, just over an hour ago now. And ever since then, he's not quite seemingly been able to recover.
No, and now 4 seconds back, just with how things have gone. So it's going to take a little bit to regather things. We'll say this, look at this Hornet's Nest through the Youngsters right now. See, with the Maui Racing team, Reinhard Telfar just trying to cut his way through all this traffic. Hold on through the Youngsters for now. And we've seen for these competitors just so much they're trying to cut to that outside coming out of turn 5. Try and make sure they clip the sand trap and spin their cards out. It's a fine balance at the edge of that rumble strip, especially when it comes to these tires, because you get that little bit of sand or you hit those bumps wrong, that suspension is going to get shattered across the racetrack and you in turn get spun across it.
A question coming in from YouTube about lap times, which I'll get to in a moment, but just wanted to go back to the very start of this exchange between Spets and Warren, because this came from a few corners back. Coming into that final chicane, he was sizing him up, and then it was the run down in towards turn 1 where he eventually got that pass done. But it's the thing about Road Atlanta, isn't it? There's very few places where you can slip straight through sort of without a trace. You've got to work on the pass from a few corners beforehand.
Just touching upon this, yeah, you can build up an opportunity if you're brave enough and you have enough clearance with 11 and 12, and that's exactly what happened there in that sequence. It's a track that there's not too much space to try and fully make your way around, but if you do it right, it makes things all the more better and will set yourself up for true success here. Just look at this though on the onboard once again, amongst the rumbles with the Hurricane. Just trying to make sure they keep the car balanced, all while watching this battle in front that's starting to box them up a little bit amongst the GT3s towards the back of the class.
This is what the groups will continue to follow. Well, I'll just give you a few lap times as promised. Current best lap overall is gone to Dane Warren in the GTPs. He's done a 1 minute 8.7, just about 7.97. So that's the fastest lap of the race so far. But in traffic, they're in the 9s and 10s as things stand, as you'd expect. In LMP2, perhaps unsurprisingly, the current leaders, FX Simulations, and Daniel Harris has got the best lap time of the day, 1:12.1. Again, they're in the 13s at the moment with the traffic. And in GT3, the best time so far has gone to Hugh Parter, who's, again, unsurprisingly, really, because he's been the fastest driver in the field, 1:17.3. The difference in terms of lap time is not so pronounced here, but you've got to remember how many laps there are in an edition of Petit Le Mans. It's a very, very short circuit, and therefore there's a lot of laps to be completed. In the real world, for example, last year completed 443 laps in just 10 hours, and that was with caution flags and everything. We're going to sail way past that here this afternoon. And speaking of the leader in LMP2, by the way, they do have the fastest lap, but they don't have the lead anymore. Effect Simulations still side by side with Delta Automotive. Darius Andre is trying to make a pass here on Daniel Harris. It was coming into turn 7 where he started this process, and now into the final chicane. He's down the inside. Oh, contact, and again, another bit of a shoulder barge put through on the inside. Darius Andre now leads, and a flash of the lights from Daniel Harris to show you how impressed he is with the move.
Yeah, that wasn't the cleanest of runs there, to say the least. They tried to squeeze each other through 10A and 10B. Deltraz Automotive just at that point was like, get off me, let's make this move, try and get it done quick. Let's watch for the replay here. A good setup, all for the traffic in the first place. Remember, traffic, give it or take it away when it comes to those chances here. It really sets things up by the time they get to the lawn straightaway to go for the move, or better yet, just wedge your way alongside. That was a little bit of a naughty set in the first place. Understand why the lights would be blinking even more so, not just with that last contact, but that initial send was very surprised.
That was very surprising and quite aggressive from Darius Andre. And you can see why Harris wasn't very impressed with it, because it wasn't exactly like Andre gave up the place down here either. There was another bit of a barge. Admittedly, Harris sort of gets into Andre there. Darius Andre holds his ground through the second part, but you'd probably say that through turn 7 there, Darius Andre was over the line maybe in terms of the aggression which he used to make the pass for the lead there. But he still holds the lead, and he's now got 7 tenths, 8 tenths of a second out front.
Yeah, again, sometimes you just have to do the unexpected. In that case, surprise move is what probably gets it done. All being said, though, there's still the matter of will they be able to keep it up front consistency-wise. They've had times in the 1:12.5s last time by, only 7 1,000ths quicker, but has the separation because that move here. So it's just going to be, where will things stick out? Will Effect Simulations be able to get that response back? You can see right now that traffic now building a buffer here as that gap is growing pretty quickly.
Yeah, and whether there's damage or not will be adding to the frustration, if there is, for Harris, who's now in second position in the LMP2 field. It is even closer for the lead in GT3, but that's between teammates. Hugh Bartlett just behind Alex Dunn, who has led pretty much the whole race so far in GT3. In the background you can see Johan Hart for the Apex Racing team giving chase in third position. And then the gaps get larger as the few stints get longer also further down the field from Team Redline, who are 4th and 5th. But what a great showing for the Aston Martin in its first iRacing special event here at Petit Le Mans. Only been out for a few weeks, and the Drago Racing team have gotten to grips with it very quickly and have led for a long time with it now, already very early in this car's life cycle.
Yeah, Drago as a team has, in the past couple of years, really shined as one of the top organizations in the sim, and has been able to attract all this talent in general. You have to argue even, because you have one of the top drivers when it comes to potential prospects this year. Dunn, mind you, one of the drivers that's picked up British F4 Championship, for example, in the lead car. You also have a vice champion with Italian F4. I know he's been in the headlines as of late because of the situation with the current driver development program and that separation and all the rumors floating on his future. But Dunn as a driver is one of the competitors that's been able to impress as the first Irish driver to win in F2. It takes a lot of respect from a group to be able to draw in real-world talent and be able to retain them. We talked about that with Redline, like, for example, the Max Verstappens in the world and whatnot. But when you can draw that attention as a group and be able to build the respect as an organization to say, we can bring in a opportunity for top-level drivers from real world, but also in sim, to build a community and build up in the sim world, it comes into a spot where it really showcases the growth of that team if you can attract and retain that talent.
For those asking, by the way, it is the same Alex Dunn as you see in the real-world racing world, as it were. So, top quality talent at the front of GT3 in the iRacing Petit Le Mans, and we've always had the pleasure of having that in iRacing. Lots of real-world talent coming over and joining us. I mean, I remember from even 10 years ago when Shane van Gisbergen used to race in the iRacing special events as well. I remember him leading actually the early part, the 2015 Daytona 24 Hours. We've always been blessed with real world talent, and it's great to continue that on here this weekend with Petit Le Mans. But these two out front will continue to run together in Drago Racing. I do wonder whether there's going to be a change of tack, because Redline have proven that you can go an hour on these cars if you're able to do 46 laps or so. That's what they managed last time. I wonder whether these guys are going to start to try and do 46 laps now as well, but in some ways the damage is already done. You can't now go back to the fuel saving strategy if you're Drago Racing, because they didn't start the race by fuel saving, and so it'll be interesting to see whether they try and change or whether they just stick with what they've got now, even though they know they're going to be making one more pit stop compared to Redline.
Well, I think at this point the strategy is set before you start the race. You know where your car is going to shape up from the testing. You know that data based on the Motec simulations, and as well all the practice put in by the teammates. My thought too is, it was touched upon by Arjuna about the conditions that with the more cooler it gets, the more fuel burn you'll have because you'll have more on throttle time. My argument too is, you end up going farther on the first stint in general by a lap or so, because you have that pacing essentially to start things off in the first place, and have that slower pace in the first lap or two and to start things off. So it's gonna get harder from here, and this is not factoring in what's been the weather conditions in some of the other sessions throughout the weekend so far when it comes to the iRacing stints. So there is the potential weather where if it does start raining, for example, because it is mostly cloudy, mind you, there's the other factor too, Ewan, of you end up having a lot less fuel burn in the rain because you're going much slower if it's a downpour, or you're having to make sure you're slower on the wets. So that's another thing you have to factor too. If it does get to that point, that's going to change your entire equation, and you're going to have your stint manager try and do the calculations on how your fuel burn is going to be impacted.
Yeah, we'll try and keep you across the rain if indeed it is coming when it arrives, and we'll bring you some weather reports, the radar, famous radar as well, before we get to that stage, if indeed it is the wet tyres will be required a bit later on. And of course, the fact that it is going to be later on as well, I mean, it might well be dark and raining, which is even more difficult to deal with. So we'll see what happens when we get there, if we get there, as far as the weather is concerned later on tonight. This is one of the bigger groups in the field, all the way back from 19th. One of the other Drago Racing cars, Vigor Wazowski, in 19th place, and then following on is Sim RC, RTR, and then Williams Sim Racing, Veloce Thrustmaster, Grid and Go. Some big teams back here, considering some of them are all the way outside of the top 20, although in Veloce Thrustmaster's defence, they did have their opening lap spin, which always does set you back a long way, and it just shows they're not even a third of the way back through the field again, and we're nearly an hour and a half later than that opening lap spin.
Yeah, not a bad bounce back in this situation. 88 at this point, just trying to withstand things. Right now, 40 seconds back isn't too bad. Still puts them in a battle with a lot of fast cars with Sim RCs in this group, for example. They're in front of that Williams Sim Racing Academy in their pack, as we touched upon earlier on. It's about trying to claw your way back. You can recover from an early mistake. Can't recover from a late one, and say the very least. So it's about giving yourself time to bounce back, Ewan, if you want to be able to recover. If you have the raw speed, usually the speed takes you back to where you normally would be running.
Yeah, we'll see where that speed indeed takes them over the course of the next 8.5 hours. See whether this group is actually a real battling group, a lively group, or whether it's just one where they're hanging around together at the moment. Nobody close enough to make a move down the inside this time round. David Sobrero was closest on Adam Isaacson, but couldn't get anywhere that time. It's been another change for Elliot Noren, who's passed a couple of stoppers. The iNet Motorsport Blue and Rincon racing cars are both into pit lane, so 8 hours 36 to go, and we see LMP2 pit stops again now for the second time today.
About on schedule, give or take a couple minutes here. So it's what you would expect in terms of the pit stop sequence here with the LMP2s, with the fuel burn. And pretty soon some of these drivers are going to have to think big picture. I believe effect simulations. Munsel's just rolled in also as they go on through. So pretty soon it's going to see GTPs do the exact same thing as there's the pit stop there for effect just talked about. Onto the box, onto the jacks, get yourself some new tires potentially. And a driver change.
Okay, so we were expecting probably triple stints from these LMP2 drivers actually, but not on this occasion. Frank Schmitz will drive for effect simulations next. Solpec Precision Racing will be also in 62 and 110. So that was 35 laps that time from effect simulations and Solpec Precision Racing. A little bit longer this time round, so 2 laps longer in fact than what they managed first time. Of course the first stints are never quite normal because you have a full formation lap at this race to factor into the fuel burn there, but you don't normally expect to go 2 laps longer. Maybe suggests a turn of a strategy here from all the LMP2s to go a bit more fuel saving, or suggesting that this is just a bit better of a fuel saving stint because they didn't have to do the formation lap as well. But a longer stint. Effect simulations also having a driver change. We'll see whether the others respond. In fact, 288 carry on. See about 909 and 003 because they're both in. Or are they? No, this is a couple of others. This is Grid and Go and the Apex Racing team, sorry. So 003 are indeed in on lap 69. They're also doing just 35 laps this time, but it's going to be longer than that for effect simulations in second. And Telestras Automotive are expected to go on for longer anyway, since they went longest in the first stint.
Oh, this is why we keep an eye on one of the drivers we see is from Road Experience again. Levier at this point, letting some of the drivers go with the speed that time through. That is Belache Thrustmaster in Codedid to just cut their way through, and at that point, just have to let the car zip on by when it has speed like that. Last time through was quicker by 0.8 of a second. Launching machine pushing extremely hard to try and make up a lot of lost ground here with the 25.
And it's GT3 where so often the battles remain as the leaders now come in LMP2 as well. We'll see whether Frank Schmitz can get in front of Darius Andre here. Maybe the reason for the driver change for Harris was the fact that that battle did get out of hand a little bit in those last couple of moments, so maybe that's the reason there, as Chesney Esport and Drago Racing, Sim RC all have a real go at each other down in towards turn 6 there, and here comes Bautas Pala on Igor Brzezowski, who has just got past him in that Aston Martin. The Acura are going to try and respond down to the final chicane.
Yeah, you can see them just trying to think, will there be a chance for a cutback? Answer is no at this point. So it's about picking your battles, as we've touched upon, right? It's choosing where do you go, where's the opportunity to pounce, will there be a chance to go? And at this point, it's early on in the race. You can't really force it without risking a race car, especially when those faster classes coming on through here. So not bad here for Pala to just try and maintain, try and see if they can keep up with the Drago machine in front, see if they can still stay in their draft here, or if they're going to become the lead car with the 76 if they do get staggered out here.
Yeah, I think Drago might well get away, to be honest, at the front of this. Oh, and a spin in front! Drago, just as I say that, caught up in a spin here, and Pala will lose his front end. And more contact as the Aston tries to rejoin. One of the Ferraris with its nose off now, and it's a blind crest, of course, over the top at turn 5, but you've got to rejoin safely, and unfortunately, there's big damage for some of the cars here after a big accident over the top of the hill there at turn 5.
That got ugly very quickly. Once again, what did I touch upon? If you make a mistake there, it bottles up quickly. well, it just bottled up in the worst way possible. That was actually, I believe, you can see one of the LMP2s that sparked it with contact from red line, and right there, just a hard checkup, snap to the right for the GT3, and across the track it becomes stacked.
We'll see who powered in as well. I mean, you can see nothing the Aston could have done really here. Oh, he tries to avoid, but actually loses control. Trying to go to the right, and have a look at this. Trying to rejoin. Oh, but it's, difficult to do that when you actually can't see who's coming over the top of the hill there. And indeed, the guys who are coming over the hill can't see either, and so there's big contact, and Chesney Esport, Voucher's Palace going to continue to lose places as long as the front end looks like that.
Michelin Racing Team might have been a part of that there amongst those, showing amongst the pit lane or scoring screen. So a lot of damage picked up, and at the very least, you had to wonder what's in the mind of Powell here if they keep going. Let's see what happened to the Michelin Racing Team situation. Okay, they weren't in the incident. They just decided to stop and tow for some reason.
Rainer Tauber, who just pulled off to the side there. Try and get some word through as to what happened there as we hit 8.5 hours to go officially. I think officially, Justin, we can say it's our first big incident of the day as far as a big pileup goes, but when you keep almost 60 cars through the first hour and a half and keep them all very close like this, it's bound to happen at some stage, and it's bound to be turn 5 as well. Very difficult corner, but it was Redline, the instigators there, the GTP coming through, and just shows the responsibility you've got as a top-class driver there. You've got to be clean, otherwise you can create some huge problems further behind you.
Absolutely, and this is why it's so important for communication amongst team members too, to know what's going on ahead. Make sure you know if there's a situation like that pops up here. And now this has really separated a couple drivers out of resolve the incidents, but it's still, for many of the others, still battle time, as we've seen on screen here. Just a matter of, for some of these errors, seeing if they can leapfrog ahead. Grit and Go Esports here, doing a good job of the fight. You have Falcon Sim Racing Team trying to find a way through. Here's a look with the help of the traffic, and that's how you get it done. You show the speed, get the draft built up, traffic opens the door, and you get the give and take.
So just into the top half now for, well, they both are just about, but Lukavuk's further into that now in 14th position, ahead of Grid and Go and Miguel Costa, who is behind now in 15th position. One of the few battles now left in GT3. That crash happening right where the battles all were has really exploded the GT3 field here and stretched it apart. A few less battles out there. The next thing we'll be expecting then is GTP pit stops, and that will happen at the other side of lap 80, currently coming towards the end of lap 78 as things stand. There's Alexander Spetz, who's on lap 78 as well, just 3 seconds behind Jordan Caruso, but he has got rid of Dane Warren. Oh, sorry, that's Spetz there. That's the other Drago Racing car who's coming through, 67 Romanidis. So they just go on to 79 now, and we'll be in the very final laps now of this second stint of the day.
Yeah, they've taken off a fair bit since passing by Dane Warren by 3 seconds, that cushion already. Spence has done a solid job. The top part is, though, Jordan Caruso has still been quicker. Last time by 3/10 quicker, in fact, on the pace. So it's going to require a little bit of traffic management, maybe a little bit to compress the gap, and Spence and the rest of his teammates to close up. You see that differential on the stopwatch. 1 second loss with some of the traffic a couple laps ago. But when in clean space, you see the green for Caruso.
It's obviously going to be a little bit down to traffic, but Caruso has just responded in those last couple of laps. We'll see what the lap times are this time round, as that points out there. Last time was 3.5. Oh, and trouble! Is that the leader? No, that isn't the leader. That's the other Porsche Carrera car that's already a lap down. That's Elvis Rankin, who's in trouble there with the GT3 through the final section of corners for the second time this afternoon. And I wonder whether that's the end of Porsche Carrera in this race in GTP, because it's not the first trouble they've had. I don't think it's there. Yeah, they've only just actually got caught up in it. There were two GT3s having a battle already as Rankin arrived, and he got taken off the circuit there, not the other way around. Not much you can do here as a prototype driver when there's cars spearing across the track like that.
Yep, that was the 90 again. Power involved in that sequence was going through wide, and again, 3 wide is a disaster here. And now, all of a sudden, Rankin having to come down pit road. You also had Sean Campbell just head to the pit lane this past time around, so the window just opened up just at that sequence for GTP.
Yeah, so Rankin kicks that off effectively, but he obviously wouldn't have wanted to. Very short stint there from Campbell, actually, Sean Campbell, who is in it as well, but 39 laps after its last pit stop is a bit unusual. We'll see when the leaders decide to come in, because the gap for the lead is closing. Spett's getting closer to Caruso, and there does feel a sort of inevitable sense of metronomic closing of that gap at the moment by Alexander Spets, who's driving very, very well. We'll see whether he continues on with this stint into a triple or whether he gets out now, but he's had a very good stint and has a feeling of inevitability that he will catch and pass for the lead in the next hour or so.
I'm very curious what the traffic situation is like with Caruso, because that interval just went down 1 second during your sentence there. So there is the strong possibility here that Drago can get there if they're able to capitalize on this traffic sequencing like we're starting to see here. All this with some of the air cars, as they make their way through, have been able to smoothly pick their spots at the very least, try and make sure they don't get into contact. It's so critical to keep yourself clean in these spots, and we're seeing that for a lot of the LMP2s in particular that haven't had too much of trouble spots to get around cars like the 199. If Apex Racing Team would be keeping an eye on, just try and slice and dice some of the GTPs, or rather the GT3s, to be able to keep up and try battle with some of the cars in front like they've been doing on the close-up here with Grid and Go.
Two of the big teams in LMP2 in this race here this afternoon, both on exactly the same strategy. They came in nose to tail a few moments ago when they both pitted on lap 69, and they continue on to have their battle over the top of the hill and now towards the final chicane. We'll see whether we'll see him dive down the inside here or not. No, it will be not this time around, and that's what you're more likely to see at this stage in the race in LMP2 and GT3. Gap for the lead, by the way, less than a second, half a second, I should say. The temps continue to tick away. Yeah, it would be very interesting to see what the traffic situation is. In fact, there they are in the background, actually. They're just coming up towards these guys, are the leaders. Traffic doesn't look any worse than normal. It's just generally a bad run for Caruso, and he's going to be right in amongst Spence in a moment as the has to slow down through the S's for these LMP2s.
See that right now? Yeah, this is not the good time at all to reach this. No place to really pass quite yet. And Caruso, his entire cushion has just imploded, all because of one of the biggest packs here, and he is not passing these cars as quick as I think he wants to here. Will Spence be able to build up the run, because he's been able to capitalize on the fact Caruso's been opening the door for him here in these spots. Look at that pole once again for the red machine.
It's going to be too far back this time, but he's really close behind now is Alexander Spets, as they're about to come into pit lane, perhaps, on lap 83. I think, in fact, they both will be in here, these two leaders. Watch for them pulling to the right-hand side, and here we go, lap 83, and the lead battle is taken to the pit lane.
See what the driver choices look like here. Can already see Spence trying to find little edges in the pit lane, cutting a little bit more sharper to the right. Oh, wow. Caruso trying to already angle himself through all the pit stalls, running through to the pit stalls to try and take a straight drive into the stall.
Make sure you don't miss it as well. They indeed are on the money. And a driver change. Driver change for the race leader, Josh Rogers, getting into an iRacing special event for the first time. A special event again for the first time in a very long time. What a moment this could be for Josh Rogers. He's been thrown into the deep end. He's battling for the lead in Petit Le Mans, albeit early in the race. He'll be out there straight on cold tyres and straight into the battle. Spets will stay in the car. In fact, he's the only one who is, though, because Mitchell de Jong is in. So is Elliot Veyron, Chris Lulham, Michael Romanidis is, I think, still the same. Eduardo Leo changes as well as Rogers goes. 6 tenths of a second quicker from Alexander Spets, and he's right there. 3 tenths of a second, and of course he's all warmed up himself. The tyres will be cold, but Spets is used to these conditions. He's already done this twice on cold tyres. He's back out now, applying the pressure to Josh Rogers for the race lead.
And we know how strong Josh Rogers is. Don't forget Joshua K. Rogers. That K very special in terms of the name, but his speed also very special. He's been a championship contender on iRacing for a good near full decade, just about, it feels like. Half a decade at least. He is difficult to beat, but Spets got the better cut. Already a bit of bobbling. Rogers trying to swerve.
Don't forget about the manufacturer difference between these two, and the Porsche and BMW warming their tyres up differently. Here comes Alexander Spets. Down the inside is going to be shut off. It's going to have to be outside, but there's a GT3 in the way. Rogers going to be saved by that, although he tries to dive, and he's not going to get it. Now, will Spets go for the cutback? No, Rogers stays on the inside, just preempting that, and he defends the inside line here. Around the outside for Spets is going to have to be again. That's not going to work for the final corner. He's going to get a good run over the start finish line. Rogers again pulls in front of him. He blocks again and again. He defends the inside line religiously, and he still holds the lead, but here comes Spets on the inside again for turn 2 and 3, but no, again, he still can't get it done. He's applying huge pressure right now to Josh Rogers. One of the best drivers we've ever seen on this platform is at the moment on the back foot. Alexander Spets putting him under serious pressure right now.
Yeah, Spets nearly had the opportunities to go, but this traffic, he's now reaching at the wrong spots to be able to make the move. Again, thought about it for a moment, just trying to work his way around some of the bumps around the circuit here. See some of the swerving too, but Spets just sliding these rear tires on corner exits, just doesn't have that extra bite that we're seeing from the Porsche in front to get that little boost that we just seen there to get the separation through this next layer of traffic down the straight.
Can he make a move? He's too far back at this stage. I think that was the red line car in 5th place. It was, yeah. Enzo Benito's been disconnected from Josh Thompson, by the way. But we'll get back to GT3 a little bit later, because there'll be pit stops happening there in 10 minutes' time or so. There's a battle for the overall lead happening at the moment, and there's congestion in LMP2 as well. This is for 5th position as Pablo Lazar completes his journey back to the top 5 again. What a great performance from Pablo Lazar, who spun off through turn number 1 after contact with Arent Esports in the first part of this race. They're now back in the top 5 again. Great resolve shown by Pablo Lazar to just continue drumming away and gaining places back into that top 5.
Raw pace once again coming into play. They've been very quick throughout this run. Spence, again, having a lot of traffic to navigate. Road clear Cup driver. Again, just doesn't seem to have the exit that he's looking for coming out of 7th. The car just will not let him get the throttle time lined up compared to what we're seeing for Joshua K. Rogers to build this buffer up. Josh Rogers just feels very comfortable, it looks like right now, on corner exit. That's the big difference in this battle.
It seems that with that cold tire period just put behind him, that Rogers is maybe a little bit more comfortable here, but he's under big pressure. And while this has been happening, by the way, Mitchell de Jong has been catching these guys. He's now just 3 seconds off of the lead, which is just over 2 off of Alexander Spets. So another new driver applying the pressure, and here is on board with Mitchell de Jong. We've already seen Parker White out there on the racetrack here today. In fact, we still do for the Williams Gaming Club in GT3. But Parker White, I often think, is sort of a new age Mitchell de Jong, really. Both of those two insanely good at changing the platform, changing the type of car. They're all rounders, really, both of them. Mitchell de Jong, though, we know his credentials in a prototype. Won the Daytona 24 with Coanda many times, and he's chasing down these two for the lead as well. We could even have 3 cars at the front of this extraordinary race with just under 2 hours gone.
Yeah, you talk about the experience with Parker White, one of the drivers that runs the NASCAR, has been very strong on road courses over there. I think there is the argument, absolutely, that he is one of the multifaceted drivers here. Mitchell DeYoung is that same case, as we've said. So there's a lot of ability for them to adapt to their situations. DeYoung in particular, we know with X Games experience also, that really helps, to say the very least. Knows how to race on dirt when it comes to rally, knows how to battle when it comes to the road courses. It just shows your ability to transition car to car, and adaptability is one of the major skill sets for anybody to be able to perform when it comes to iRacing in general. It's why some of the top drivers now, before a few years ago, was very hyper-focused on one class of car or one type of car. A few years ago, a lot of these competitors started branching out and learning new trades and connecting with the big teams and the big drivers in that regard. And we've seen a lot of competitors just become multifaceted, where they can contend in pro splits no matter what the type of car and class and license they have on the platform.
It's a great time for these iRacing special events, that is for sure. With the rain added as well, a new dimension and a new era of iRacing special events this year in 2025, although we have had rain now for a little while. It's yet to fall on this edition of Petit Le Mans. I do wonder, though, with the dark clouds up now overhead, whether we're in for some later on, as Sean Campbell makes his way into the top 5 and tries to pass for 4th place. Chris Lulham is just in front of him. The GTP race suddenly has really livened up in this 3rd stint of the day.
Yeah, not bad for the driver that's looking to keep the bees in check. Well, supports Nicolas Cage, as we touched upon. Gwyn and Go as a group has found a lot of pace in the past year. They've had the talent. They've now found that said talent harnessed with their entire group, and it's why they're one of the better organizations, because of just that talent pool they picked up. But up front, Spets again, coiling up to the back end of Josh Rogers here. It's going to be the question mark of when does he go, not if, I think. Because at this rate, this is an opportunity maybe to save a little bit of gas, be able to ride in the draft and wait for now. It's going to be quite simply, just simple. Pick the spot. If it opens, you can try and take it. For now, though, just let the car in front, let you have the opportunity to sip the fuel, just that little extra bit here in the pack.
Yeah, and just push a hole through the traffic as well, which is what we say early on in the race, although it was for Coanda machines at the front of the field, which made that effect slightly less pronounced. Trago Racing versus Coanda now for the lead, though. Porsche Coanda, Josh Rogers racing in an iRacing special event for the first time in a while. Hopefully we can get some word on when the last time he actually did one of these was, because it's been a while, but great to see him back. Battling away with Alexander Spets, who's driving brilliantly so far this afternoon, I've got to say, early on in the day, but he's had a good start. Oh, there goes Rogers through the middle. It's 4 wide for the race lead. Goodness me, a bit of lap traffic there. Very nearly creating the chance for Trago Racing to hit the front for the first time this afternoon. But Josh Rogers survives just about, going through the middle of traffic to keep his lead.
I'm not sure about that decision there by Spets. That was risky. Trying to cut through the grass there, Ewan, to go and try and get around traffic. If that car snaps in any way along that grass, the field is toast in that situation. Spets really wants to keep up here, but you have to think long term, because you have to have the car there to keep up. You don't want the car to no longer exist because of a bold move like that. That was risky.
It's very early on in the race as well for those kind of antics. Over 8 hours to go, but you know, you can understand it in a way from Spets' point of view. He's got the speed right now, and he wants to get ahead of Rogers to go and use it. They can't be sure, Trago Racing. They're going to continue to have this speed all the way through the day. They've got to use it while they have it, but Rogers is preventing that at the moment by holding on to this race lead. as he is in this first part of the stint. They're less, by the way, than 10 laps through this stint. They just completed their 8th lap. They've got a very long way to go here even before they're in pit lane next.
Yeah, exactly. There's still a lot of time to go, hence the thought process here. It's just going to be right now, just hopefully keeping up. By the way, dealing with the traffic's lost all the time picked up on the racetrack here. Just kind of showcase the ebbs and flows of this one. Spence has found that corner exit speed now. The tires have gone enough the temperature here to put him into a position where he can get more on the throttle, get more corner exit bite to be able to get it planted down for these runs here. Hence why he's been able to get a little more sporty. How about a deep brake to send it?
Oh, he tried that on Warren earlier on, and it very nearly worked, and it nearly worked again there with Josh Rogers as he put himself down that impossible gap on the outside. Now there's teammates, the Coanda Esports Ferrari getting in the way, and here comes Alexander Spence, maybe through the middle. Rogers places his car perfectly as he prevents Spence from going either side, who goes a little bit wide now towards the curb, bit of a slide, and again Rogers holds on. This is an extraordinary battle between the two. 8 hours 10 to go. They're only about 10 laps through their stint, still 30 more laps of these two together on the circuit, battling away, and if it's as entertaining as this, we have got quite the half an hour ahead of us.
I think so. We'll say the 90, it looks like, has found the front nose again as to get around them. So there's the bright side, I guess you could say, for them. But the bigger note is this is now a little bit of a comp period for Spence to reset, at least with the raw pace of the car. He's been quicker by 4/10 in the traffic at times. Now it's going to be for Joshua K. Rogers. Can he separate out, let the car stretch out for the next few minutes, try and get a pole effect here to get away and try and break the draft, reset the tempo for Porsche Coanda?
Just feel like there's been a bit of a reset here for these two. Rogers just able to put Spence to the back of his mind for the moment and open up 3/4 of a second of a lead. I can now tell you, by the way, with a little bit of a calmer moment upon us, with Rogers leading by a bigger margin, that we have had quite a few retirements now in this second hour, so it was bound to happen at some point, but it has now finally for a lot of these teams. So we already knew about Williams Sim Racing and Chilblads. They came in and out of the race indeed in the first hour, but since then PGZ, the Apex Racing team, Drago Racing 196 and Marla Racing team number 10 have all retired. Pretty big names down there, all retired in GT3 from this race for definite. So at least 43 at 53 left in the race at most. I think Porsche Coanda are out their first GTP retirement. That's the 091. So this is the last of the 3 Porsche. Oh well, not Porsche Coanda, sorry, isn't it? It's a Coanda Esports driven car. Elliot Veyron is currently in 6th position. They're the last of the Coandas still in the race, though, after we see our first GTP retirement. Our Esports might be out, although they're only in the pit lane for the last couple of minutes. And same for Stormpet Precision Racing 110, who've only been in for about 4 minutes, so not officially going to call them retirements just yet, but just seen that we've seen a few more retirements in the last few moments, and we've sort of got our field down to a more normal Petit Le Mans size in the real world. That might just help a little bit with traffic and so on, but hardly surprising after the big pile-up we saw through this corner earlier on that some will have retired from that.
Yeah, just for now, it's just right now being patient, I think, is still the key thing. You see some of the traffic that Veyron's about to hit, for example. I know I keep harping upon it, but it's the type of race where if you can't find your way through the traffic, you're going to have a hard time. And we know for some of these drivers that's been a huge challenge here. We'll say, as we look at this battle pack, these cars as they run now in clean space, having a hard time catching up to Chris Lohem, who had some success with Max Verstappen in Germany in the past couple of weeks or so in real world racing. It's going to be about making sure you stay important here through all the trouble. Because if you get yourself held up, you're going to be in a massive disaster area. You're going to lose time. You're going to make your teammates frustrated. You're going to get yourself frustrated. You're going to get yourself in a bad position that it's going to be a hard hole to dig out of if you can't stay focused on just making sure you get through the traffic cleanly and pretty much as patiently as you can. Don't force it. Don't just door off the traffic.
Well, let's just see this replay first. Out of turn one, a very long and big slide for. Now, which of the GT3s was that? Looks like a Mac Performance or something to me. Solpec also through turn one in 110. This is why they're having such a long pit stop. Oh, Oleg Lobkov getting unstuck and hitting the wall pretty hard at turn 3.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers you have in esports, they're already two machine. Big Bobbo in the middle. Yes, that's a bad spot to have a wiggle, and that was a big check-up effect. Good dodge by everybody else. Quite simply, that car destabilized with that wiggle, just got uncomfortable going to the curb into the transition, and nowhere for the GT3 to go except to the rear end.
The iRacing Esports car, it's already had trouble, and indeed is in pit lane again now for an extended period of time. So that just clears up some of the retirements and indeed longer stops we've seen in the last few moments. Pit stops starting to happen in GT3 as well. At the end of lap 87, we see Drago Racing coming in with number 7 and 69. So that's a 44 lap stint that time round, but it's still nowhere near long enough to be going to the hour, which is what they would like to be doing, I suppose. Hugh Barter stays in number 7, but it's a longer stop from the number 69. 52.2 seconds in GT3, and now gets back out onto the circuit again. So number 69 with a very long stop that time round, and that's going to cost them quite a bit of time.
Yeah, everyone's just making sure there's no issues at this point in this pit stop. For all these drivers here, you don't want to have any troubles in the box. Don't want to lose yourself too much ground here. Valanche just sitting there as they get the launch. We know Valanche is the Thrustmaster amongst the teams that have gone through and tried to build some experience, build a roster coming over from other sims. But look at this, side by side. You got to sort this out quickly. They'll get the edge and hold on in front of Williams Civic Racing Academy with the inside line respect there.
Driver changes there for those two. Daniel Lafuente getting into Veloce Thrustmaster and Shoma Shintani for Williams Sim Racing Academy. That's a rather abrupt interruption, or introduction I should say, to the race for those two. As this time round, most of the drivers bypassing the pit lane. 005 comes in. Next stop from the lead is expected to be the race leader, Johan Hart, who did 45 laps first time round. You expect him to do at least that again here, maybe even 46. Another 3 laps would not be too bad for the Apex Racing team. He just goes on to lap 89 now, I believe. No, lap 90. So he's done 89, and that's 44 laps this stint. He'll be able to go to the end of at least this one, and I guess he'll be hoping he can go to the end of another one after that as well, just get himself a bit closer to that hour mark.
Yeah, pretty solid day for Apex Racing Team, for their drivers in general. It seems we know Apex for years has been one of the organizations that have pushed to thrive in these situations, but looks like more pit stops. One of the Coanda cars coming in, already had that contact earlier on, making a driver change to Victor Upjohn coming on out, Malt Johansson coming in for their car. So at this point, this is when you would expect a lot of the changes already a couple hours in. Keep your drivers fresh, keep them focused as we look at that battle pack for 6 for LMP2.
Yeah, it's Apex Racing Team actually getting away with 6th place, while Grid and Go and Fizzy Forward are forced to fight it out behind. But they sort it out before turn 6. They don't go side by side this time around. By the way, out front, Delachaz Automotive are leading by 13 seconds now. I mean, an hour ago, this time an hour, we were about to watch a battle for the lead in LMP2. And that very, very quickly evaporated. And all of a sudden, we've got a very big lead there now. As these guys come towards the final chicane, they will stay as they are in LMP2. And actually, these guys as well, not too far away from another cycle of pit stops themselves. It's pretty relentless in LMP2. A lot of stops have to be made throughout the day.
Yes, you have to make sure every time you hit those marks, it keeps yourself, again, on point on the strategy. But hey, that's the expectation. You're turning faster laps, you burn a lot more fuel in general with this type of car. You have that difference that comes on in compared to, say, a GT3, where they're running a little bit slower on the lap counter. But all this is with, look at this time for traffic. Bit of a checkup, going to set up an opportunity. That was an off track there for the 90.
Yeah, there was certainly sparks flying and just being thrown into the air with all that going on through turn 5. Again, it's one of the action points of this circuit with the bumps through there and so on. It's very, very dangerous place to have an off, as we've already seen here today. There is a bit of weaving around to try and help one driver over another. That's the Solpec Precision Racing 110, which is back in the race again. Great to see, by the way, lots of these LMP2 teams continuing on, even despite big problems today. TC Esports also continuing on 12 laps down. Solpec Precision Racing 10 laps down at the moment, but persevering after that long stop.
Yeah, I think it's just for the opportunity to say you finished up the race. I know it's still early on, but do you as a team want to say, oh, we finished as a DNF a couple hours early? No, you don't want to be that organization that ended hour 1 or hour 2 or even 15 minutes into the race. You've got to put in the work, and for drivers, it's about maximize the amount of time you've had, and there's a good chance that more other competitors will get big incidents and will fall out also. So it's a chance to make up positions rather than just waving the white flag so early on in the event.
We have seen a driver change for Luca Kita, by the way, getting into the Apex Racing Team 299, taking over from Johan Hart. So that is ideal timing to make a driver change, the first of the day, after just 2 hours out front, and they did indeed get to lap 91, as I suggested they should do. And now redlining just a lap later, so another 46 laps in for them. They've definitely gone past the hour, so they're going to be doing this race on 9 pit stops, but it's, I think, at the moment about whether Drago Racing can do it on 9 pit stops and whether they're going to start to try, because they're leading currently, but as things stand, they'll be making an extra trip down pit lane as well, and it's all about how those two things interact with each other now.
Yeah, Redline at this point has taken the time loss to make sure they can find a way up front later on. This might be a good play, again, because of how much time you spend in the pit lane. The main thing's going to be, Ewan, is not following that full pit stop behind the Drago Racing car, still maintaining enough overlap distance to stay in front by the time Drago Racing, if they can't make the one last pit stop, will have to fall, because it goes mute if you don't stay that set distance ahead by the time they try and rotate in front and make sure you have a cushion to work with later on in the race, as they are separated out the teammates a little bit.
Well, Hugh Barter will lead by 4 seconds, and he will continue to knock off the laps at the front, but what's the long-term prospects for this car in this race? Be the big question. Nicholas Rubelar's trying to get past the red line cars who are on cold tyres, getting themselves out of the pit lane at the moment. Rubelar with a longer pit stop, of course, 52 seconds, as we commented at the time. He does get past one of the red lines. We'll see whether he gets past both. It's kind of in keeping with their strategy to try and get past these guys as quickly as they can.
I see them just slicing and dicing for now with a lot of the traffic, but Rubelar at this point has been having a more quiet run. Remember, they were 1-2 at one point, some of the Drago cars. Not so much anymore. They've lost a decent amount of ground during these past couple runs all of a sudden. So at this point, it's about trying to make up a lot for lost time. Try and keep yourself in position be ahead of who you need to beat on strategy. 12 seconds the difference between them and their teammate, by the way, and Hugh Barter on the racetrack. Big separation after we've seen the 69 lead with Dunn earlier on.
He led pretty much every lap when he was driving, Alex Dunn, other than when he was in the pit stop phase. It's now handed over to Nicholas Rubilot, but less of a advantageous position. He's going to try and go down the inside here, Rubilot, nevertheless, and watch out, Josh Thompson, got to give the room. Oh, and he just about does. Not sure Thompson was quite expecting that. Saw him hit the brakes halfway through the corner. We'll see whether he flashes the lights here. No, he's going to let that one slide, but I don't think he was especially expecting that, and not many were. Rubilot wanted to get through as quickly as possible, though, and has now managed that. He's up to third place, but very much feels like these two are almost in different classes at the moment, doing different races. And the race at the moment for Rubilot is going as quickly as possible, while Thompson needs to save some fuel.
Yeah, a little bit of a death wiggle there for a split second across the rumble strips. Good save there as that spooked him with just a touch bit. But Rubilot right now scored as third. Enzo Benito all of a sudden has fallen down the pylon. Wondering something's happened to one of the Team Redline cars as they were running decently. They're not anymore on scoring.
We'll have a look into it. As pit stops in LMP2 will begin again. It's going to be that stage in the race now where it's pretty much relentless pit stops throughout the remainder of the day. And there is number 12, Rincon Racing. And Carlos Bozapuya into the pit lane from 9th he was at the time, and will drop a few places now in the meantime. Only battle in LMP2 at the moment is still that one for 6th we saw a little bit of earlier on in the day. That continues on while the prototypes continue to come past, at least the GTPs do. Only one battle there as well. Chris Lullum has been caught by Campbell, who's rather bouncing between Lullum and Veyron. Attacking Chris Lullum for 4th and defending from Elliot Veyron for 5th place. Now, though, he's attacking Lullum at this part in the day, so he's looking to get himself past and into 4th position. Very close as well, but at the moment, Porsche Coanda who control this race. Josh Rogers, who seems to have picked up the speed and is now leading by 2.5 seconds.
To get confirmation on this situation, by the way, situation where the driver in the car and Enzo Benito had technical issues. Gustavo Ario has picked up the wheel for the 103. So just like that, this red line machine has gone from being up towards the front to score 21st, a lap down. Good effort to get the car back out by the team, but that's a lot of ground lost because of the technical problems.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but we saw this earlier on in the first minutes of the race. I don't understand quite why they've had 2 pit stops to rectify this. Yes, it messes with their strategy, but surely you pull him straight out the car there at the first opportunity at the end of the first hour and say, we've got to try and look into this and try and get the connection a little bit more stable instead of risking something like that happening. But, they've taken a risk now, and they were going to try and go on for 3 hours here. Again, I know it's difficult to pull away from your planned strategy, but in a situation like that, surely you'd rather pull away from your planned strategy than run the risk of disconnecting, dropping out, and now dropping a lap.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be, for them, a hard race the rest of the way. Again, this is unfortunate with it being unplanned, but you have to be prepared for anything to happen in this situation where you end up having trouble or a connection or anything happen. We've seen drivers miss stints because of timing of things. So you have to make sure you have that driver on standby just in case what happened to them does happen.
Frank Smits will stay in 9:08. The Effect Simulations car only doing 34 laps that time round. That's quite short by LMP2 standards, where you're expected to see 35 or 36 every time. Effect Simulations nevertheless come back out onto the circuit again in 8th position. We'll see what they can do about the ever-increasing lead for Delatrans Automotive. Number 62 also into the pit lane now. That's another 35 lap stint for them, as it was the time before that. So we're seeing the regular pit stops continue for these leaders in LMP2. The battles continue on down in GT3. A GT3 class, by the way, which is down to 24 runners after the 31 that started. STR Sim Racing and My Performance seem to be out of the race now as well. So attrition starting to bite our slowest class now.
Yes. Look at this on the traffic management. Oh, that wasn't pretty.
Yeah.
Not a good spot to reach the Meg Performance. Oh my goodness. Just a terrible spot for the side-by-side of that. Just really trouble has been there all day when you go side-by-side like that.
These are the two reasons. Oh dear. That was a bit of miscommunication. Oh, and another load of damage on another Ferrari. And that was the reason for the last, at least there's 2 long repairs going on. I probably shouldn't say they're definitely retirements, but they are both having long repairs at the moment. And unfortunately, just a bit of miscommunication there. As I say, the GT3 is starting to see a little bit of attrition now, as you'd expect to see over 2 hours into the race. Just a miracle we got through the first hour or so with not too much trouble at all, which is good to see. It's going to come to an end at some point, though, as Malte Johansson tries to hold on from Matteo Quinza, who is trying to get into the top 10 now, into the slipstream of that Ferrari for this Aston Martin. We'll see whether he fires down the inside or whether it bides his time for the moment. He'll just wait around, and again, this might be the pattern for this stage in the race in GT3 for quite some time to come yet.
Yeah, I think it's just about making sure you stay into the ebbs and flows of the race right now for your strategy to make sure that you're good for the long term. Once again, be able to plot and plan, go from there, be able to think about things. And it's about making sure, I think in some cases, when necessary, communicate with your team. But I think everyone's just quite simple, Ewan. Focused on the mindset, on locking in, hitting the marks. Don't get off the racetrack. Just keep yourself in a spot where you can succeed and keep your team in a good area for later on. And remember, these cars, as this run will go on, will have that challenge here of a little bit of fall off maybe on the tires here as these runs play out.
Possibility and chance of rain, by the way, will continue to rise from now. Nothing on the radar as of yet, and we'll continue to report that to you at this stage. But the rain chance began at 2 o'clock this afternoon in sim time. In sim time is we started this race at midday to give you an idea. So there you go. We're at 2:10 now. 29 degrees Celsius on the circuit, and we've moved to overcast from partly cloudy. The rain percentage chance, as I say, will continue to go up through the next few minutes, and we'll keep across the radar for you as well. But even just having the doubt, Justin, about whether it's going to rain or not is such a great addition into the iRacing fold, because it doesn't even have to rain to have its effect. People will be thinking about it already, wondering when it's going to arrive, if it's going to arrive even.
Yeah, and remember, I've touched upon this at a couple special events. Fair amount of iRacers, especially with some of the pro teams, have a love of meteorology. So it becomes, okay, can I be the weatherman and predict my own weather situation once it's to strike? It's a dynamic which makes things all the more intriguing for the strategic part of the race, making sure on when, if that does end up hitting, when do you then call them in? Where does that difference between slicks and wets, that crossover, end up bleeding over with the water buildup that can happen on the racetrack? It's a challenge, and it's a challenge that a lot of drivers love to have here. And when talking in real life with some drivers about racing in the rain, they say some enjoy it because their ability to be challenged. Others talk about, though, the visibility and making sure you can actually see your marks depending on how hard the rain then hits, if it becomes a monsoon compared to if it's just a light rain and light rooster tails.
Yeah, And that is indicated on our radar as well. We'll report on that when it arrives, if it arrives, of course. We don't know whether it will even at this stage. We've been riding on board a little bit with Matteo Kunze, who is still 11th for the Williams Gaming Club. Just in behind Coanda Esports' Malte Jansen, the second best place to the Coanders in the race so far. Xander Reed is in the top 5 now as a result of that disconnection from 103. Team Redline, who are now out of the picture. Just one red line now at the front of the field, although it is drafting off of the back of Nicholas Rubelot, who's currently in 3rd. Andre Felipe Viola comes into the pit lane for Fiercely Forward Black, and so the pit stop sequence in LMP2 is complete. And Teletrust Automotive lead by over 15 seconds, over 16 seconds in fact. Quentin Millereau getting his first run out this afternoon. And he's been handed a very large lead indeed, as the battle for the lead and battle for 3rd all hots up now. Mitchell de Jong caught by Lulham and Campbell, and Elliot Veyron here as well. 4 cars in a line in GTP.
All sparked up by traffic. De Jong had a big cushion a while ago, remember. He's fallen back since the last time we checked in, about 12 seconds over the course of the stint compared to Rogers and Spence. That's kind of a huge deal. And at this point, you have to say Chris Loam has the momentum on his side, getting through a little more smoothly through the traffic. It's now going to be, does he force the issue here to go before Sean Campbell forces his issue to go if they get held up a little bit more, to compress them and push them and Veyron into this battle pack as well. So Loam has to feel a touch bit of urgency to make this work, to try and make this pass, and then try and see if they can be able to close up on their own to the rest of the pack compared to being boxed in here.
And the battle for the lead as well is nose to tail. Rogers and Spence have got back together again as well. So there's a lot to look at the moment, and a lot to ponder as we get through the mid-stage and indeed into the final stages actually of this latest GTP stint. Expecting to see them all in again on lap 125. We're about to complete lap 115, so 10 to go should be until they all come in together, because they have been coming all in together actually in the for the most part. 6 of the top 7 anyway have been pitting on exactly the same lap through the first 2 pit stops. So it's uniform across the strategy, but thankfully it is a very, very close race at the moment. And even Josh Rogers being put under pressure at the moment from Alexander Spetz, who's driven brilliantly so far this afternoon. And if he could cap this first stint off with a pass on Josh Rogers for the race lead, then, well, this could go down as one of his career best stints, if you like, from Alexander Spetz. Certainly in terms of performance that I've seen anyway. It's driven very, very well, but a little bit of traffic there, and so he loses a 10th or 2. And he's got to do a little bit of catching again before he can have any dreams of that big overtake.
Yeah, that's an understatement with how things have gone right now. Spence still matching up well. Look at the bottom screen, though. Loam again on the rear end, waiting for the chance to pounce coming out of the S's here. Seeing some brave moves coming out in the top part of the racetrack around 7 today. Not expecting that from Loam. Loam is one of the drivers that's very patient in his moves we've usually seen. Is very tactical on his approach. One of the drivers that has a lot of real-world experience on top of the sim racing experience. So it's now about, again, thinking when is the place to send it. And right now the thing is, they're too even on pace to enforce it. By the way, in drafting distance now, Brennan Cohen, Coanda Esports, the 002 and the 08 are now in a spot where they can just pull up and close up to make it a 4-car battle officially completely here in the next couple moments. One more bit of traffic, and they'll be right there.
In LMP2, by the way, Graham Sanders has been in for a long time, hasn't he? He's nearly 7 minutes in pit lane now, and they were running second not that long ago in the race, giving chase to Gelatraz Automotive and Effect Simulations, in fact, as well, who were leading earlier on. This is why it's contact. Is that Mitchell de Jong who he's made contact with there, or is that Josh Rogers? Is that the race leader who was into the back of Graham Sanders there, who just didn't seem to... Oh, he had his own slide, and then Rogers, I think it's Rogers, just got into the back of Sanders and got him into the wall as well. Let's see if we have a look from his point of view. It is Rogers, so you can see the number 1 next to his window, and maybe we're seeing why he's being caught so quickly at the moment. Maybe there's a hint of damage on that Porsche after contact for the race leader out of turn 7.
Yeah, that's going to be a curious one for up front, to say the least. Right now, Rogers, if it was indeed that case, is driving like it's not really damaged there, though. He's still putting up 110 flats up at the front, at least at the traffic, when he's been in clean space, still in the 109s, 108s. So it's still been decent pace. Mind you, for comparison, 108.9 last time by for Chris Loam. Dion, 109.381, getting around the traffic, so still decent clips, despite the front clips getting shed off that LMP2 there.
Well, that is a big shame for Solpeig. And could be for Porsche Caranda as well, if that has done any damage at all, but we'll find out at this next pit stop. One of the Porsche Carandas already fallen by the wayside, of course. Elvis Rankin with trouble so far this afternoon. And is now one of the 8 retirements that we have already seen here today. And the only one in GTP. So down to 12 GTPs at the front, but none of them severely delayed. S Plus competition did have a fairly long stop and an extra pit stop as well after contact through the final corner earlier, but they are only 2 laps down at the moment, which can be rescued throughout today as Redline look at a pass for the podium. It's Redline versus Caranda, the battle that we all come to see between these 2 great teams of iRacing, and Chris Loam gets through on Mitchell de Jong. He's up into 3rd position with a brilliant pass through turn 1, 2 and 3. And Redline get ahead of Caranda and onto the podium. 3 different teams, in fact, now on the podium for the first time this afternoon.
Yeah, I've seen the opportunity open up once again. As we said, Loam likes to wait for his opportunities. And now, this is where the true pace is going to get tested here. A chance for that BMW to stretch out its legs, pull away a little bit, see how far it can get. And has already built up 3 car lengths at least. All this as well, by the way. They're now building a decent buffer over that battle that was happening in the backdrop by a sizable amount.
Rogers versus Spets bore the race lead as another 39 lap stint, by the way, from Sean Campbell. He's keeping these stints rather short, and he normally comes in to have a chat with us, so hopefully he does today as well, and we can find out why he's decided to do that with the Grid and Go team. But they drop away as Rogers now gets down the inside of Sim RC and comes through with a traffic advantage. Spets will eliminate that now on the straight, but they'll both be passing cars down here on the back straight now, hoping to get through all of them before that final chicane hit. Rogers going the other side to try and prevent him from getting the slipstream, as Hugh Barter seems to have trouble here for Drago Racing. There might be a change of the lead in GT3 while we're seeing the battle for the lead in GTP. Luca Keita now leads as Drago have fallen to pieces in the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, what happened here? Let's take a look at this. Oh, that's why they got shunted off.
Wow. That's later on, by the way, in the Caranda Esports car. What a big hit that is.
Yeah, right there. A little bit of distance, but that was still a bit of a fade out in that sequence by the GTP for the contact. Just tough break. Maybe could have been a little bit more to the left. That's all you can really say.
It's hard to. Oh dear me! Doesn't get any easier to watch that, does it? Hugh Barter, pretty unblameable for me in that one. He's on to the left-hand side there. He's trying to stay out of the way. It's a game of fine margins, isn't it? But a slight bit of contact with Veyron there, and that's the race ender, unfortunately, for Drago Racing, at least as far as competing for the win goes. So the Apex Racing team will now lead, and unfortunately the strategy battle between those going 100% all the way through the race and those saving fuel, that strategy convergence was never going to happen, unfortunately. Nicholas Rubelar now the only one really who's on that strategy still, and he is delayed after that previous pit stop, so We'll see what Drago can do from here, but their best placed car is out of the race, and I wonder whether they will even return here this afternoon.
Yeah, especially a lot of damage. I don't think it's very likely, at least. It's a huge shunt. So at least, by the way, on screen, some of the battles still heating up. You've seen right there with the battle for 9th, but up front, Spencer has gone for some sense when he's been around this distance before. Ken, just in turn 7, it's been his bugaboo. This part of the run now, it's now the entry that seems to be a bit of a challenge. Just cannot seem to get the entry lined up to be able to keep it tight enough to get on the throttle by the time they get to corner exit. That seems to be that small difference Porsche's got on the balance, where they were able to get better on throttle, and now in some of these circumstances, just those little wiggles that just cost them so much under braking.
Yeah, it does seem that in the key moments, Rogers has enough for the moment to hold on to this race lead. As we approach 2.5 hours complete already, and 1/4 distance of Petit Le Mans already, can you believe it? It's been a very, very exciting race so far, that is for sure. It's, in the court of public opinion, certainly the GTP's fault, just to go back to that incident. I'd be inclined to agree. These things often happen in Road Atlanta. This move down the inside going in towards the S's is always a contentious one. And it's reared its head again here this afternoon, unfortunately, as, again, what you were talking about, Spets not getting the run out of the corner that was required, and is required if you want to get anywhere near Josh Rogers here, who's had a good stint all in all. He's not extended the lead, which I think he would have hoped to, but he has held the lead, and at times that has been a very difficult task.
It's been a challenge all day, just because of how well the one has ran this race in terms of overall speed, especially in the past hour or so. It's really put Josh Rogers on edge. You have to think to be able to make sure that he doesn't slip up. But we know Josh Rogers is one of the top drivers in iRacing when it comes to the road history for a reason. He knows how to handle pressure. He knows how to withstand potential sends. He knows how to do things. Oh, this is bold. That was a big-time send, a bit of a traffic hold up there with the 17. Just about bottlenecked, and Drago Racing nearly sent it.
You've got to take risks to try and stay with those in front of you, and that was a risk. Now into the slipstream, Spets has got perhaps his best chance of the day so far. This is coming towards the end of lap 124, by the way. We might see pit stops here, although it's more likely going to be next lap, especially if they're going to fight like this. Oh, it's 3 wide, very nearly again. Rogers moves to the very inside, and again the traffic just holding Spets away from the move here. The LMP2 right on the apex there, preventing Spets from really continuing on his attack. And they go on to the last lap of their stint, still nose to tail with Porsche Commander in front again.
Yeah, all the grass clippings also getting kicked up also by some of these drivers down the front straight away. A lot of marble buildup, by the way. See, just out of the groove for some of these drivers. If you hit those marbles, that will take you off for a ride, as there's just no grip there as that gets all over your tires. Right now, more traffic again. Spets going to have to try and be bold here. That's a red line car just moving to the side. And it's about now for Spets trying to find a way in some of these areas, try and get that Commander car off groove into said marbles to then slow them up to try and make this move once again.
Are they just going to put this one on a truce for the moment because of the impending pit stops here? Are Drago going to try and underfuel themselves to get ahead? All of these strategy options on the table and available to us down into this third pit stop of the race for these race leaders. Into the lane they come, on the brakes, down the hill. Super difficult entry, as we always talk about. Lock up as well. Spets gets super close to the back of Rogers. Now what do they do? Who has the fastest stop? Oh, and here he goes alongside almost. There's a battle on the pit lane at the moment. These two teams nose to tail and racing for the win into the pit lane. They take their fight.
Yeah, look at all the blinky trying to intimidate as they go into the pit stall. That's a little bit closer than the last time. We'll See how in sync they are by the pit exit here as they make their changes. Drago Racing doesn't look like they're making a driver change here quite yet at the moment here.
Mitchell de Jong, by the way, has gone a lot further in 093, so that's a bit of a surprise. But yeah, Spets is going to stay in for now, and indeed continues. So you can see the way they're a little bit further placed down the lane here. They didn't qualify quite as well, but what a grace from Drago Racing so far to be in the conversation for this race win on 1/4 distance here, 7 hours and a half to go. And what a battle it is for the lead. The pit stop's about to be completed. Spets will roll first, but will he get out in front of Rogers here? It's going to be side by side nearly. Oh, he's got an overlap very briefly there, but Rogers' pit stop just about short enough. And again, he stays in front. 3 tenths shorter that time from, oh, sorry, 1 tenth shorter even from Alexander Spence. It wasn't quite enough though, and Josh Rogers keeps the lead again.
Yeah, Spence has done a great job in the pit lane this entire race in terms of lining up the blocks and maximizing these pit stops. Thing is, though, again, Rogers has the pace in clean space whenever they get some separation out. See how the cold tires fairly know. Remember, Spence early in the run struggled out of 7 to set up for the long straightaway. Right there, the bobble hits again as de Jong is in.
There is the pole-sitting car coming to a stop, 1 lap longer than the rest, so will that open up things for them later on in the day, especially if there's rain. Having that little bit extra fuel in the car can never hurt you. And that'll be a bit of a worry, by the way, for 002 and Sean Campbell, who is still driving for Grid and Go. He's got some catching to do, though, before he can be back involved in that group. And somebody asking, by the way, what happened to Redline. Nothing really has happened to them. Didn't qualify so well. Doesn't look like they've quite got the speed today compared to Porsche Coanda and Drago, at least not in the first 2.5 hours. But as we all know at Petit Le Mans, you've got to have a good car in the night, even though 3/4 of the race is held in the daylight.
Yeah, it's about being able to adapt to all conditions, I think, overall. Having a car that can handle the transition of those set situations well, it's so important to make sure you have a well-rounded car. It's not just about building a car for, well, it's good at this temperature and not at any other temperature. Because at that point, it's so hard for you because you know in real life things change. Look at this, warming up the tires, trying to weave down the straightaway. Spence trying to follow the draft at least. So the Porsche Coanda trying to follow some of the real-world tactics that some people will put in, where when they have clean space like they do, they will just weave and try and heat up the tires in early on in the run like that.
We have seen it time and again here in this race. When you've got a clear back straight to yourself, you generally do weave around, even on the second lap, just to get the tyres up to temperature. Mitchell de Jong will be doing the same as he tries to hold on from Chris Lulham. Another advantage the overcut gives you, of course, is an extra lap on the warm tyres, and so you can get track position before yours are warm and hold on from Chris Lulham in this case, which is what he's managed to do in 3rd place. So Porsche Coanda now with 2 cars back on the podium again after that longer stint from Mitchell de Jong, although he's only got a second or so over Chris Lulham, who might aim to make the pass again on the next couple of laps of this race, you would imagine. Lulham won't want to wait very long before dispatching of Mitchell de Jong. He will feel he's quicker once again.
Yes, should see that potentially, absolutely. It's going to be now for Drago Machine, though, a tough spot because Rogers is really stretching things out. Oh, this is terrible time for traffic. The interval didn't really change despite that, though, because the way things went for the Porsche Coanda. So not bad at all, despite how disastrous that could have been in terms of the overall time here. It's right now been the luck of the draw for Spence. Take a look, though. You were talking about Lowham. He's right now got the charge. He's going to have to put in the work all over again just to try and make this send all over the rear end.
Oh! And in the rearview mirror there's a Strezzi eSport car going for a spin, I think that is, in the background. Now, is that the already delayed number 90? It looked like it, but it was only a rearview mirror shot that we caught a glimpse of there in the background while we were following Lulham. trying to get through on Mitchell de Jong, and he will continue to do that. Now we'll find out who it is, and if indeed there was contact. The GTPs were heading their way down the inside. I don't actually think there was any contact there. The Lamborghini just going for a spin of its own accord. Thankfully not collected by anybody. As Lolland gets alongside, he can't quite block him in behind the Aston Martin, but surely he's going to have a go by the time they get into this final chicane.
He's got the spot here. Does he go for it? Yes, he will. Loam just giving it. Dion quite simply knew that the speed was there for Loam, just decided, you know what, I'm not going to hold you up, not cost you any more ground here. And now we'll try and save some fuel off the back end of the 3 here. Just hope to chase. You see that right there, earlier lift point. Try to save a little bit more gas.
Maybe that is the plan here. Don't worry about those around you and those overtaking you, but worry more about the fuel as the Lamborghini here gets between the two of them. Chris Lulham's got to set his sights, I think, on Rogers and Spence now. I mean, the gap's getting quite large between the top 2 and the rest. It's been a pretty close race so far, but in the last stint especially, that gap has grown. And, you know, I know we've got a long time to go, over 7 hours here, but you're already looking at more than 2 seconds a lap, or, sorry, not 2 seconds a lap, 2 seconds a stint, sorry. And, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot, 2 seconds over the course of a stint, but when the field is this close, you start to look at, you know, 40 laps per stint. To gain 2 seconds, you've got to be half a tenth a lap quicker. Again, doesn't sound like a lot, but Road Atlanta's a very short circuit. This field is very, very well matched, so you can't afford to let that gap get too out of hand at all. And if Redline want to be one of the 3 teams contending for this race, then they're going to have to make themselves a part of it by closing that gap, or at least some of it, in these next few moments, especially in this stint also, to really set the tone for the next few, that they can indeed get to the leaders in time.
And that's going to require a bit of luck, I think, here too. That's the tough thing, Ewan, is it's just the way the nature of this race has gone for them in the early going. They have the speed to match. It's just about, can they find the speed to close. Battle for 4th, by the way, LMP2. That in that Motorsport Blue Machine, and talked about recoveries from them so far. They've actually been very quietly really quick here tonight. Things looking extremely good for the 19 machine to be able to pick off spot after spot here right now in front of Fiercely Forward Blue.
Of course, the Fiercely Forward Blue car is not very blue, but that's to be expected. They will come into this final chicane with some work to do, because iNet Motorsport Blue will get that little bit of look through traffic. GTP and GT3s in the way. 2 Coanders actually. Mitchell de Jong falls into the traps of Elliot Peyron, who will try and pass him now as well. Does very much seem like de Jong is taking on a different strategy completely now, and the 2 LMP2s together again. Harold Creighton, the driver, by the way, for iNet Motorsport Blue, who've had a fantastic recovery here, showing they absolutely deserve to be in the top 5, because they dropped right to the back of the field after that previous spin. They are now, though, back in the top 5 and back in the game completely. A look down the inside from Fiercely Forward, can't quite do it this time around again. It's going to have to be final chicane again, or indeed a waiting game. We'll see which one it is, because we're not that far away from another round of LMP2 stops as well.
And iNet, to look up on the social medias, is a group that's trying to work on multiple different special events, mind you. They're looking to host within their own esports platform. So trying to grow things, whether it's an esports Olympics that they're looking at with the Team USA Talent Scout, apparently going to be looking at one of the races coming up, to a college showdown that they've been planning up. So they're really trying to branch out a little bit, try and grow things. Also trying to grow sim racing for women, because they have their own sim racing series for females to be able to gain experience and try and create that pathway for motorsports to see drivers get chances within their respective platform.
Absolutely. So we're working away in towards 6th position, turn 6. Dive down the inside of the Acura, and A couple of grid and goes around here as well. The teammates in different classes there with one another through 6 and 7. And I think that's one is Jake Dennehan's GTP 001, now up to 8th place. Dennehan qualified that car in 13th place, so up 5 places and continuing to get quicker as the race goes on, it seems. That's Mike Farrow most recently in the was that Sean Campbell, I think, actually, ahead of Eduardo Leo in the Team Redline car, which will come through next, actually. And this is indeed Campbell, who I think has done the whole race so far in the GTPs. Alexander Spetz has as well for number 1. Not too many other drivers who have been in from the very beginning, and that's to be expected as well. This is a 10-hour race, and you want to even it up a little bit. And generally, you want to even it up between your 2 drivers, which is the most common way to do Petit Le Mans these days. Not expecting too many 3-driver teams, to be honest, especially at this top level.
Love this camera shot. Oh boy, that was a little bit naughty with the red line machine on this end. But that camera shot just gave a little bit of rearward vibes that you see from right next to the driver to show how much they have of emotions there. Fiercely Forward Blue just right now trying to regain a lot of the ground there with that push off there. By the way, there is a touch bit of blue. It's the number plate, I believe, around that area where the blue inlets are put onto there. With mostly yellow, at least to me, it is just that slight bit of blue on the car that you have for the very yellow machine.
Yeah, it is very yellow for a car with blue in the title, but there we go. We complain about it all the time. People are probably tired of it. The gap really does extend as a result of that little bit of interaction between the 89 and this LMP2 as well. Just shows you that a GTP on cold tyres is just as quick as, if not slower actually, than the LMP2s. Obviously more powerful when they get onto the straights, but look at that through turn 5, getting almost a cutback line then. This is not the outlap for the 89, this is lap 2 of their stint. They just put some new tyres on there, a little bit colder. They're off strategy after their unscheduled pit stop earlier on, by the way, RBS, and the cold tyres so difficult to deal with, and really quite slow as well when you compare them to the LMP2s. Creates some very awkward interactions as it just did there.
Yes, and it's about being able to embrace the chaos and some of the key incidents we touched upon. Lewis Edwards, amongst those who have been looking to try and finally embrace a top 10 soon. You have Coanda Esports right up the road here. They've done a solid clip to be able to close up here. A lot of traffic management in the midst of this too, with some of the drivers that have bounced around like a bouncy ball. This Falcon machine has looked okay here today on pace. It's right now, though, can they find that extra little oomph, especially to be able to pass a team like Coanda? That would be a huge thing to say. You beat one of the top teams on the sim on raw pace.
It would be a huge thing for them to be able to say. See whether they can do it over the course of 10 hours. There's no hiding in one of these races. As Falcon take a bit of a better line over the top of the hill there, trying to overtake the Coanda Esports car just in front. It's Williams Gaming Club, by the way, next in line just behind them. They are in this group as well in that Aston Martin. That's also 4th position, so got to be focusing up in front and indeed behind them as well, although that car straight ahead of them I don't think is 4th position. That's not the Coanda Ferrari. Indeed, that's one of the Acura's that's just in front of them. Further back, Sim RC just behind PGZ. It's PGZ and Fizzy Forward I get very confused, by the way. They look very similar in their yellow and black, but Sim RC with the same livery as well. They are closing in. The pits are not close enough here, and just a little bit of lifting off, which I'd imagine is happening quite a lot through the field.
Yeah, that earlier lift mark going to help you save a touch bit more fuel every single time you do that. It's about that balance on the gas. As you see from above the racetrack, still those clouds form up here. Those track temperatures you have to think going to get cooler and cooler as the event goes on here with all this cloud cover over the top of the circuit. In all seriousness though, in terms of fuel, it's just being so precise that using a bit of the clutch coast, a little bit of the different braking methods in terms of the lift coast, then be able to brake. Those extra nuances that help you save some gas to be able to extend these runs that extra bit to make sure you go the full hour here.
It's a big task to actually get to that stage in GT3 here at Road Atlanta. So far we've seen 46, 45 lap stints do that, achieve that. You can get away with 145, but need to continue at 146, sorry, and then the rest 45s, it looks like. But let's wait and see whether that is the winning strategy. Nicholas Rubelov's continuing to close in on Luca Kita, by the way, as the Apex and Redline cars out front continue to actually try and do that, and Drago Racing try not to do fuel saving. Not that they're trying not to, but they're just not doing it, I suppose, at the moment. And indeed burning more fuel, therefore. You see the Aston Martin come over the hill in the background. They're not going to get there by the end of the stint, I don't think, but and there's the just metronomic closing again, but I think they're still committing to this strategy. The problem is that they lost 10 seconds in the last pit stop, and that is something you cannot afford when you're trying to make extra pit stops anyway. Losing time during those pit stops is something you absolutely can't do.
No, especially since that's one of the best opportunities to gain up or lose ground is just on pit deltas, whether you try and double stint on a tire, whether you make the driver change to add more time to your stop. There's so much that's factored into all of those battles, to say the very least, in the sequence. Lasse back, by the way, holding on to 7th. He's up 13. That entire organization has. The Dane train has been pushing well and is now just trying to keep themselves ahead of Coanda. Lasse back, we know, very stellar as a driver whenever we've seen him and his buddies.
Yeah, former Daytona 24-hour winner in this class in GT3. I think it was still called GT3 back then, or was it GE that year? Anyway, it was a few years ago now. I think it was part of the last team to win it as just a pairing, which is very difficult to do in the 24-hour racing. I don't think it was done before or since at the Daytona 24. Hopefully we see them back in January, looking to regain that crown in 2026, which is scarily already on the horizon in just a couple of months' time. But what a great job to come through the field. We'll look through some of the biggest movers forward a little bit later with the GT3s, but you expect nothing less really from Lasse Pack, who has driven the whole of this race so far for the Dane train. Just relentless in making up positions here, and such an experienced driver in these iRacing special events, especially in GT3.
Yeah, that's an understatement with what we've seen. His ability to fight, his aggression levels, usually in these types of races, well balanced, to choose the right spots to go. He's been a stellar driver, to say the very least, whenever we've seen him, as we look at Zenna Reed up the road. Right now, Cooper Webster providing a lot of pressure in the midst of some of this traffic here in the red line car. Cooper Webster, I know one of the drivers that usually shows some relative patience-ness, looking to move ahead.
Webster and Reed on the same strategy here. So, last pitted on lap 91 with the Apex Racing team, actually. This is the race leader strategy that these two are on. And they're just about 12 seconds off of the race lead at the moment, which is the difference. So that is the current situation for these two, as they will continue to run nose to tail, as do the leaders. But Rogers under more pressure. It does seem at the beginning and end of stints that Rogers comes under most pressure, but this is not even really towards the end of a stint this time. This is through the mid-stage. He's in a bit of traffic. He will have to slow up for that LMP2 just through there, and another look down the inside, but he's going to, he follows through into turn 1. This is super close again. 7 hours, 12 to go. Another battle for the race lead. Another chapter in this great battle between these two. What a battle this is, and what a drive from Alexander Spetz so far. Josh Rogers down the hill, down through the S's here, and through turn 5. Again, as we were saying earlier on, continually strong at the right points on the circuit. good in the traction zone, especially through here, through turn 7. And Alexander Spets just can't answer it. Out of the corner, you see it on the tower there, the gap just slowly goes out before the slipstream starts to take effect and it starts to bring it back again. At which point is now, but you know, they're already midway down the straight before Spets starts to gain time in the slipstream here, and I'm afraid that's just not going to get him the place very quickly here. He's going to have to do more than that out of turn 7 if he wants the place.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else he can really do at this point of the race to be able to adjust now. That's just the way the car setup is, and compared to what we're seeing with the Porsche on its exit speed. At this point, it's just now hoping once you have the next driver change, the next competitor isn't able to get as good of the corner exit maybe. We know there's probably going to be a change coming up here with Spence already running a triple to start things off early on in this one. It's just going to be how things go the next time there's a change in the Porsche camp from Coanda to switch things up and see will they keep this inconsistency. Meanwhile, this time the 26 is around. That entire team has had a bad day.
That is, I think, again through turn number 1 by the looks of it. Pablo Arua might have disconnected for PGZ. Or is he back again? He seems to be back again. He's still in 14th place in GT3 at the moment. So good news for him to be back, as Lewis Woods just accommodates LMP2, ducking and diving between these two. Still behind Malte Janssen, as he tries to make a pass. Lewis Woods, and well, I would imagine that he's going to manage this rather soon. He's been tearing his way through the field recently. And indeed throughout the race. There you go, up 17 places so far into 11th. Lewis Woods will have another peak on the way down towards the final chicane and not get through this time. He will continue to apply the pressure, though one of the few in GT3 actually not sat behind and just saving fuel. Actually, he is actually making overtakes.
Oh, he'll just come in and pit, why not? This is a little bit early though, isn't it? But that is 10 minutes just about before the top of the hour.
Yeah. If you're not saving any fuel, then that is the kind of point in the race where you are going to end up pitting. So it will be an extra pit stop for them by the end of the day. So 10 stops for them. The likes of Redline and Apex at the front, and the Coanda Esports team as well. They'll be making just 9 stops today. So there's the big difference really in the pit strategies here for these GT3s. At the moment, I think the 9 stop does hold the advantage, with the trip down pit lane being the way that it is. But you never know. The speed of Drago Racing is getting them very close to the lead at the moment, just before their stop. And indeed, that might be them just coming in there, was it? From second? No, it wasn't them. It was another car, though, from the top field in GT3. It was 169, sorry. So the battle for 4th position is loses 1/3 of its parts because Drago Racing come into the pit lane. But Coanda and Redline are still 4th and 5th.
Yeah, starting to get very foggy, I've noticed here, by the way, with the cloud cover. The humidity was somewhere around the 90s here, near 100%, which is going to make it feel like a morning dew more than anything else here, you'd have to say. So it is just going to add that little bit of haziness down the racetrack. Isn't going to affect the visibility all too much with the fog levels here, but it is something that we will see with that moisture in the air, not the rain, just the humidity, on how this is going to look visually for these drivers here.
Somebody asking in chat what happened to Gustavo Ariel, because Gustavo had to rescue Enzo Benito after a disconnection in that 103 Team Redline Ferrari. This number 69 now comes into the pit lane on lap 131. 44 laps for them that time round, for the second time in a row. Nothing's really happened to Ariel. He's just started his stint a lap down. He's now actually very far behind the Apex Racing Team car that is leading this race overall, actually, in GT3. So it's driven fine, but it's very difficult to do much, really, when you have your start a lap down on the rest of the field. That being said, though, many cars finish off of the lead lap in this race by the very end, so it's worth continuing on in the race. They can still get a very solid result even despite being one lap down.
Yep. So all this is still where things get intriguing for later on, as things are about to get very active down that pit lane pretty soon. Look at this already, how to move over to the right side. This battle does with the faster traffic. Not too much of a hold up, not much to really do, except think, plot, plan, lunge, send, and hope you make it stick like that.
That was very nicely done, actually. And we're getting towards the end of the stint with about 5 laps to go, so you'd be surprised to see this move at any other stage, but right now it does make sense with the end of the stint looming. Team Redline want to be in front of Coanda Esports. They want to have that track position, and Cooper Webster has clearly done the fuel saving required to get him the laps required. Normally 46 that they end up doing, at least they did for the first 2 stints of the day. So he thinks he's got 46 laps in the tank, I think, and now he's past Xander Reed. We might well see a little bit of late stint speed from Cooper Webster. Tries to reduce that disadvantage to Luca Kita, who still leads in this class.
Yes, and it's been a great race for Kita, we'll say, in this part of the race. He's been able to really build the buffer for Apex to grow that gap more and more in the closing stages here as more of the LMP2s duck on in. So pit lane is going to have 2 different classes likely overlap for these stops here. Absolutely, by the way. All this being said, but the red line entries, Eduardo Leo trying to find a way to move ahead. Sean Campbell has done a good job holding the fort here, Ewan, over the course of this run. We know he's fast with the different series. We've seen with major series over the years, for example. And he's showing why he is decisively one of the dark horses when it comes to driver powerhouses, you can say, in the league scene.
Yeah, certainly. It's very much improved in the last few years as well. To be competing with these guys, very impressive. Eduardo Leo is not one of those drivers who's spent absolutely years doing this kind of thing at the top either, but clearly these 2 strong drivers in 2025 and having a good Petit Le Mans so far. Grinningo certainly had a very good start, and they're actually being dragged now more into the midfield. After earlier being involved in that battle for the podium, they are no longer, and now they're just looking to keep hold of 6th place. And they're 001 going the other way, getting closer to these guys, up in 8th at the moment. But don't forget, it was in the rain at Daytona where Grinningo really did start to shine, so if there is a little bit of rain later on here this afternoon at Petit Le Mans, maybe Grinningo will start to shine again and start to move further towards the front. Maybe that's what they've even been planning for.
Possibly here. There's a lot of thought process here when it comes to that, but it's going to be, for many of the drivers, open season for the lane. As said, the 288 from the lead Deltraz just ducked on down. So up front, things about to change for LMP2 with the windows. All wow. What's the saying? Better window than door? It's making sure that the cars don't become doors slamming shut in your face to hold you up here still amongst this pack.
And there you see it, the LMP2's all in at the moment, or the end of them anyway, as that battle for 6th overall passes these LMP2s down into the final chicane. Question in, another one from the YouTube chat, by the way. Mike Stoffmill asks whether we ever figured out why BS Plus pitted twice in the first stint. We did, yeah. I got word from Felix van Delft, thanks to him. They got damage from the contact they had through the final corner with Apex that we saw a replay of. This was in the 2nd hour, by the way, or towards the very end of the 1st hour. That was why they came in for a 2nd time. Just 1 minute of repairs, but it needed to be done. And that has put them 2 laps down where they are still now, although they are up to 12th because of the demise for Porsche Coanda 091. A couple of incidents for Elvis Rankin has helped that happen. Oh! Big slide and a spin and a moment into the barrier for Fiercely Forward. Now, is that the one who is leading right now, or the one down in 8th position? Not entirely sure, but that car had a very slow trip back to pit lane.
That's the blue one. And that is an absolutely demolished race car again on death snap, going up through 5 with that transition as it comes across the floor with the curbing. Can just snap you around in an instant here, Ewan. And we have now seen, as we come across nearly to the top of the hour, the field really embrace its full silent hill.
We are just about to complete the first 3 hours of this Petit Le Mans for 2025 here on iRacing. About to step aside, myself and Justin, but final thoughts from you, Justin, before we do hand over. Energetic race so far. I must say, in our stint, we've seen maybe a little bit more attrition than hoped in these last 2 hours.
Yeah, we were... What did I say when we talked about it was a clean race so far? I said, hopefully that's not a commentator's curse. I'm sorry. Sometimes the commentators just spark things, to say the very least. But, hey, that's kind of what you expect here when it comes to the early going as attrition picks up. Have a few cars fall back, have some incidents start to pile up with the traffic management. And we've seen that indeed be the case here to really spread apart. A lot of these classes going from 58 cars on track to 47.
Yeah, we've lost a few, but we've still got a lot of action out there on the circuit. A pit stop from the leader in GT3. Luca Kita comes into the pit lane. A battle for the race lead overall as well. This race still is looking very, very good at the moment, with just over 7 hours to go. It's time for myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Justin Prince to step aside here on iRacing and Racebot TV. And we will hand over now, for the next hour at least, to Jake Sperry and Jeremy Scott.
Thank you very much, Ewan. And as Luca Kita exits the pits from the Apex Racing team and back out into the melee that this race certainly has offered in the first 3 hours, it's now about just settle down, find yourself with the hard yard hours and keep yourself in. If you've hit the hour in terms of GT3 spec, you've done the job needed. Sander Reed jumping in then to the pits as you've got the likes of Redline able to keep it out long with Josh Thompson and Cooper Webster currently behind those at the moment. On board with the battle overall, Porsche Coanda up against Drago Racing. It is Alexander Spets here, the Swede, against Joshua Rogers, the ever-quick Australian out there. It's been an Aussie effort, Jeremy, at the start of this race with Jordan Caruso and Joshua Rogers, and so now Alexander, who is someone who is lightning fast when it comes to these prototypes, can absolutely find a way to go and make this happen. And they've got Gustavo Ariel and Nicholas Mateo as potential picks, with Josh Thompson as well to 10A and 10B.
Well, Jake, no surprise here that we have basically Porsche and Drago Racing wanted to do here in this race. So nonetheless, I think that what we're going to see is just an all-out fight here. It's been 3 hours. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, so it's been a tough start to the race, and so it has been one of these really difficult launches to try and get itself sorted. We have seen Pedro Valencia down in the LMP2 field for Fiercely Forward Blue. They've really taken the brunt along with GT3 as the categories that haven't really had the best amount of luck out there over the opening hour. So we've seen how difficult it's been. The only GTP that has found troubles has been the 091 Coanda Esports team car, which is Elvis Rankin and co, who have been behind that. So that's been difficult. But when you find yourself so close and it's 3/4 tenths of a second, you know, you're looking at either, do I want to go and win this one out right now and get this move to the race lead, or do I want to be playing the fuel save game? And I think that's where we're sitting down at the moment and starting to understand what is making this race tick for Drago and for Porsche Coanda. It's sit down, we've got 13 seconds, let's make this race tick a bit. So, into 10A and 10B. The attack off of the exit. In comes Florian Lebigre then to pit, and this is a 41.7 second stop then from the 105, so a long stop for them. They will come out behind the Apex Racing team. Keep an eye as well on that Drago 69 team that is keeping it close. Nicholas Rubilar is currently in behind the wheel at the moment, so that Drago Aston Martin is certainly looking to give a
little bit of a hunt as it possibly stands. And so when you look around at their team, it's always very handy when you're fresh off of a contract with McLaren to have your driver starting off for your stint, Jeremy. Alex Dunn. Well, we'll get Jeremy in a couple moments' time, but it looks like it is going to be a case of how difficult is this race going to be. Battles on in GTP and GT3, and this is where Rubilar has to be a little bit switched on here to where you go. Luke Keita fresh out of the pits by a lap, and they go nose to tail. They've got same categories in and around, but Marcos Nunez has just found a way through for 50 forward yellow. Sander Spetz and Josh Rogers, so your GTP battlers just jumped through, but it is the Apex Racing team who do have that control of category at the moment in the Ferrari and trying to make that work. A lot of black in that Apex Racing team livery. They're normally known as a blue and white in terms of how they normally put them, so to see quite a bit of black on that Ferrari, I think it's a very nice, refreshing sight from them for all those livery watchers out there, cresting their eyes through the very difficult turn number 5 and looking to get some launches now to turn 6 and turn 7 out there on circuit. Turn 6, this corner is very inviting as you go in, and it's exactly the opposite at turn 7. It wants to spit you out slightly off camber when you reach the apex, and then after 7, it's all about that launch over to turns 8, 9, and then of course the 10A, 10B section. The chase back down the hill here in Braselton, Georgia, as in comes Jack Keithley then from TC Esports. They're way down the order of TC at the moment. They are currently 8 laps down on their next nearest competitor, although I will say that Solpec Precision and the 110 is out there, so they're about 3 laps adrift at this moment. So for the moment, it is a case of hold your station. Luke Keita doing the job that is required. Nicholas Rubilar happy just to hunt and chase at this moment, knowing with 6 hours and 54 minutes and 47 seconds on the clock, there isn't really too much to argue about. There is, though, for 4th place in GTs behind, because Xander Reed eyeing up a little look at Team Redline 104 and Cooper Webster. This a big day Petit Le Mans in regards to VCO, in regards as well to the IMSA Esports Championship. This is the last great chance that you're going to sit in and say, right, next up for us is how do we go and battle major championship honours. So this Petit Le Mans, in terms of a sim racing spectacle, isn't just another one of those run-of-the-mill sim racing events where you just go out and have a bit of fun. There's a lot of testing that is in play, and here comes another of the Coanda cars. This time it's the 018 of, sorry, no, even further back, this is the 118 of Melte Johansson at the moment, who is bringing himself then into the battle at the moment with the number 5. Sorry, now actually lost the place, sorry, to the 004. They were close to the 5, the Dane train, but Rasmus Christensen now about 15-20 seconds to start at Ariel Pitts. Sven Haase then is in behind the wheel for Grid and Go 004, and you often see a number of the Grid and Go cars out there and racing, normally in 00 spec, and they've got 5 today, 2 in GTP, 1 in LMP2, and 2 in GT3, and there is the 002 effort of Wesley Caspers, who will now be jumping into the pit lane and getting that stop sorted done in GTP. So Jeremy, a lot to uncork at the moment, but the front of GT3 looks like the easiest one to decipher at the moment.
Yeah, no surprise here. Also, we're talking about Apex Racing, where they're sitting at, deep right there. You see Kitta and Rubilar, as those two are working nose to tail down to that straightaway.
They are trying to get that work sorted and making sure that those positions can be found, or even if they're not looking at positions in this early stage, they will be still thinking about, okay, how do I work to strategy? Do I get the fuel numbers in line? Am I able to hold this steady in what has been a very important race to get things uncorked? Now, it is worth talking about that there is a rain scheduled on the horizon, but it doesn't look like there's any that is about to hit in the immediate future. So we've talked about it being a very humid day at the moment, that there's a lot of fog that is just rolling about here, and I don't think there is a full guarantee that we are going to be seeing that rain in the immediacy. It is blowing in at the moment in time at 21 kilometers an hour, and that is coming in from the west. And so as it is blowing in, that's creating a crosswind along the main run to 10A and 10B. It's creating a tailwind on the front stretch, and it's making the S's very difficult as well, it must be noted. And there's the look around the outside. Oh, they're going to tangle a bit. Drago, and it is the Chilean Nicolas Rubila then trying to work every which way to the race lead, manages it on Luca Kita, needed to use the traffic as a bit of a pick to unlock that, and well done there by car 69 past the 299, and to take control of the race for this phase in just after the 3-hour period out there. Jeremy, a critical pass. So, as far as that goes, we will try and get Jeremy in as quickly as we can, and it is getting busy right behind him as well, because working away through, that's Dominic Hoffmann, the 2-lap down BMW M-Team Burosud Plus competition team car, and then Marcus Serhog as well for Apex Racing Team 199, the LMP2, that works itself 5th in class at the moment and doing a good job. LMP2 is the one that's the most expansive at the moment. Darius Andre in control for Dullatra Automotive by Major's Garage. Effect Simulations find themselves in 2nd and 3rd. Then Maradness teamwork then in 2nd with Benjamin Frigerio behind the wheel. Daniel Harris is directly behind though in that scrap for 2nd in honours at this moment. Inet Motorsport Blue with Harold Caton is currently 4th in class for them at the moment. So the gap has just managed to find itself then into play and extending out to half a second for the moment, and knowing that they can't sit down and wait on it because Redline will be looking to hunt down, and Redline are always looking for options. Florian Lebigre currently in behind the wheel of the car in 3rd, and back up we go to the likes of some of your GTPs and one of the Porsche Coanders out there, and critically Mitchell de Jong in the 093 has been around the scene for over a decade, has that rallycross background that has been so vital out there, and is under pressure. Porsche Coander versus Coander Esports. That's Elliot Veyron who is in behind at the moment for the 08 team as things currently stand. They have had Alejandro Sanchez over the course of this race to go and rely on very importantly, as they have gone and looked to get themselves sorted out. So if that is going to be where that battle comes along 4th and 5th, they might be arguing which Coander do you want, and there goes Sean Campbell for grid and go, and that's a long way off the road, back then into the wall, the rear completely demolishing there for Campbell, and that's how quickly it goes wrong. When you go off the road at turn 7, it is downhill all the way with grass, so you have next to no room to try and get some stopping prowess all sorted together. So for Sean Campbell, who was left, who was right, who was up, who was down, who was all around, they're now back in the pits and finding out that this is a very tough day at the office for everyone, and they will now drop miles down in terms of category. But the chase still in play at the moment, working on through and now trying to get that lap back into position once again, and it is a tough turn 1 here, and it always has been around this circuit, and just having to squirrel away through there past one of the Aston Martins. That would have been the second of the Drago cars being piloted by Nicholas Matteo, so that there a big shufty over for him as Rogers and Spett are back together again out there on circuit as it goes. It is Porsche versus BMW at the the moment, and it's very easy to tell the BMW out there with the big nose sniffer on the front, which is almost becoming iconic, and the fact that it lights up here with the lighting that they've got. Big shakes here to try and get rid at this moment of Alexander Spets, and it works for Josh Rogers on this lap. Buys on the read, that will be very fortuitous, and then having in the middle of them Cooper Webster, their 4th overall in your GT3. So that just breaks up the battle a bit more, gives a half a second in the back pocket that says, yeah, that certainly works out the way that was required, but a critical moment as far as that battle looks to continue on, and they will continue with more drivers to look up in front. Gustavo Ariel, for example, Team Redline 103, got Florian Lebigra, the Redline 105, and then Luke Keita still battling out, and the RTR Rick Team Racing car of Ricardo Ferreira currently also laps down at the moment, being put into the mix. So through 6, over to turn number 7 out there and trying to get that push again off of the exit. It looks like the BMW doesn't have as much to go for it as what the Porsche does, so it might be a case where it is more cornering, where we're seeing Alexander Spets keeping up appearances at this moment in time. Downhill braking zone in towards turn 10A, and it does make life very difficult because you do have to check up on the brakes a little earlier than maybe you would like to naturally, but it does give you that massive sense of G-force when you do hit the brakes. As now in comes Maxime Brion, number 99, into the pits, looking to make that stop and to sort out where they are going to come out by comparison. That is the Apex Racing team. They have got a French effort with Augustin Bernier with them and Dana Moore, so they have a lot of work to do on a 9,000 strength of field here today. It really does give you the sense of how aggressive everyone has been in order to get up to the highest echelon and say, yes, I can sim race, and that's not going to be helpful off the road in front of Josh Rogers. That's Ganonso Tazdelet then jumping off the 005 grid and go car, making a mistake. Jake Denahan now moving down into pit lane with the 001 grid and go team at the moment. That is with Aaron Vasquez then, the driver with 13,000 iRating to go work with, and ultimately they find themselves a little ways adrift as far as it stands at the moment. Almost 50 seconds down in terms of the front and your leaders at this moment. Dana Moore jumps in to the number 99 machine and will make that progress and will make it known at this moment that this is going to be where I want to try and work a way back through. The likes of Drago Racing, Williamson Racing, Fanatec in there as well, with Matt Farrow just a little bit ways away for them today, down in 7th position overall. So they've got work to do to try and drag themselves up. They're normally challenging at the top. Eduardo Leo puts the number 4 Redline car down into the pit, so the Italian now will make that decision to make that stop. So we're right on that critical window, and Alexander Spets will know it is a single file pit lane as you jump in. If you get caught up behind a GT3 or an LMP2, it's going to be a very long lane cycle to get that sorted. So and now we're getting to see where all of the strategy elements are coming into play after 6 hours and 43 minutes remaining is put on the Sebastian then from Sim RC, a team that has been out there in GT circles for a very long time. Sometimes they're fantastic, sometimes not so much, but it's nice to see them up there. And look at that, Sparkle's going to jump in the car at this moment in time, or has been in the car with the number 3 for the BMW M Team Redline. It is Chris Lulham, who was there after success last week over at the Nürburgring. It will be a case of what Team 3 are going to want to do, because they have Diogo Pinto that they can go to reliably if they believe that Chris Lulham is done with his stints at this moment in time. But it looks like he's going to stay in the car at this moment, but trying to work around the Porsche Now comes the effort from the 092, the one of Alexander Spets, comfortably dispatching of Nicholas Laubish, then for fiercely forward Pink, and it is so intense in front of them here. Mate Mihailides, then for Sesha Esports, then trying to get through on Daniel Lafuente. They manage that, move over to the inside and give yourself some room, just about shooting the gap there. Goes Alexander Spet. They got Petr Juba there in front as well for gridandgo.com Esports 003, another Hungarian in the mix. 41.7 stop time for Chris Lullen, back out and away again for another stint around as they go. But for Josh Rogers, this is some intense racing up the hill then to turn 5. And you're just waiting, you just feel that Drago in the number 1, they've got an edge at this moment in time. They want to have a little bit of a pick to try and work their way through and say, you know what? This is where I can do it. The big P1 sponsorship there on the middle of the nose, looking to be a perfect guide for them at this moment. But again, it's drive out of the exit that gives the run that's needed for Josh Rogers. And I'm not sure there's much that Alexander Spets can do about that by comparison. It is a tough old battle that they have. But there's the search, outside line. They're now starting to experiment a little bit, get into those very small wings or mirrors out there. That might have been a ploy between them. Look how early that commitment cone is as your top two dive into the pits together. That might have been a ploy for track position. And now look how aggressive you need to be down the lane. Now, most drivers will try and flirt with the fact they don't want to use a pit limiter going down through. That might put them at risk on an average speed transit as they go down through the lane, but they will fight for what will be the 5th last box for Drago. It's the 2nd last box for Porsche Coanda, and they will have that advantage. You've got Elliot Veyron in the pits, Matt Farrow has been in, and we are seeing certain drivers now looking to put themselves in. Jordan Caruso jumps back in for the 092 team for this moment in time. Ate Kalpanen will jump in for Drago Racing as they will look to get their stops. The 093 will inherit the race lead and go longer. That's Mitchell de Jong currently behind the wheel who will inherit that. But in terms of the race off pit lane, this is going to be where it gets critical and who wins the battle, and it is Ate Kalpanen. Ate Kalpanen has got the jump, and it is sizable over Jordan Caruso. That is a good 4 to 5 seconds that they've managed to jump through, which indicates to me that Drago have gone for a short fill of some description for track position, and now they're going to look to pay that back later on in the race, hoping that the Porsche Coanda can't catch them up later on. So Ate with the jump, Drago now effectively net leaders in 2 different categories right now, and they're saying, look, we are going to be a team that will challenge in multiple categories. We are going to take the mantle over, and look at that. On the top of our radar, there is a hint of blue that has just found itself through. And was that hint of blue something that Ate saw, thinking, you know what, we are going to potentially have to come down in. We're going to have to look around and say there is rain that is about to hit. Jeremy, this is critical.
It really is, because you're going to need that those wet tires once that rain hits, as Mitchell de Jong is into the pits himself. So let's see what de Jong does in that other Coanda car. It's interesting, yeah, that you see the precipitation move in, and the 092 did not short pit, went for the full stint. Now that's also an interesting strategy, because once they get the wets on, Jake, I have a feeling that they're going to have to really go through as Vasquez makes a way for position for 8th, gets it around Romandis and the 67 Drago Racing GTP, but I think we have some gamesmanship afoot here.
Dane Warren jumps in for the Porsche Coanda 093, another Aussie then that brings into the party, but we do have that gamesmanship in play, and there is the 001 of gridandgo.com. They've got Aaron Vasquez back in behind the wheel, and it is busy on the lane, and that is a long stop there for Dane Warren and Porsche Coanda, and I think with that P next to their name, they're going to be waiting a very long time down there in that box, looking to get themselves sorted. A black flag then for them at the moment. 1 minute 21. get caught on the gun, you're going to have to play the waiting game.
Yep, and it is a long wait when you're sitting there after you get the black flag. Going to be interesting to see how fast they were coming in, because I would imagine it is a too fast entering for Warren, who's now in the car. Unfortunately, the new driver has to pay the penalty because of the transgressions of the last driver. But, oh, man, you got to feel for the 093 Porsche Coanda. But it's a good thing that it happened as early as it did, because now it gives that second Porsche Coanda car a chance to, make up that time. Here's a replay of that, and yep, that entry just gets you every single time because it's downhill. It's tightened. By the way, you're coming in at an angle.
And not only that as well, I believe they've also moved the yellow commitment cones back so it's earlier as you hit the pit lane. So that will also be shocking a couple of drivers out there, because it used to be that you absolutely just chucked it in and it was right on the corner as you turned into pit lane. Not anymore. It's a lot earlier. Lights flashing then from one of the Aston Martins from Drago. I believe that will be your leading Aston Martin out there, Nicholas Rubilar, and he's trying to give the hurry-up message to Shoma Shintani in the Williams Sim Racing Academy. And Shoma's no slouch, even though he's in a car that says Academy with Olivier Piatek over the course of today. He is a really quick driver out of Japan. He joins the likes of very quick drivers like Kazuki Umeshima and Yuta Saito.
And that's what's fun, is seeing how many of these Japanese drivers we're seeing come into sim racing and how quick that they are. Really no surprise here, as once again the flashing lights of Rubilar trying to get Shinatani out of the way. But yeah, this is absolutely fantastic to see. Two parts. One, this Williams Sim Racing Academy car do so well. And grant, they're 16th in class, but still a lot of racing left to go. But two, look at how good the Aston is and how quick it came up to speed. We've seen across the system drivers switching over to the Aston not too long ago. A little bit of teething pains, but now we're starting to see the true speed of the Evo for this generation of Aston.
Yep, and this 69 team at the moment, with Rubilar currently behind the wheel, they started off the day with Alex Dunn, who was in behind the wheel, a source of great news, or some news out there in the paddock world of motor racing, seeing he's just severed his contract with McLaren.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting. Little bit of news there too to see how that works out for him in the long term. But nonetheless, we did see how easy Rubilar was able to get around the now lapped Chinatani. But however, look at who's sitting closely in second place. It's Luca Kita really closing in.
Yeah, and Luca Kita at the start of the stint lost that position and would love to try and get it back if at all possible. There is Luca Kita at the moment, car 299 for the Apex Racing team, and looking to really hunt down. They can go to Johan Hart, and they've got Mark Tranter in the ears, giving as much help and advice as possible here today. So for Luca, it's a case of hold yourself steady, know that you've got a car that is going to offer a whole heap of a lot of opportunities over the course of this race, and they know that it's not going to be built in a day, but so long as they stay within a couple seconds, they are a threat. Just like the two red line cars are currently a threat at the moment in third and fourth, as well as Coanda Esports, who find themselves in P5. I'd say that the most interesting category to say I'm not quite sure who's going to win it is GT3 at the moment, because it is still so close.
Yeah, it really is. And oh man, I'll tell you what, these prototypes really going through it, especially through the S's, but you really have to. You don't want to be stuck in some of that slower traffic. And yeah, really, like anything else when we call these races or watch these races in real life, GT3 is an absolute crapshoot. Of course, now we see Kita lose about a half second because of those prototypes all around, but oh, that is something that Kita wants to see, with Rubilar sitting there in getting moved over by those prototypes.
Yeah, and you're really going to see that as in comes the 89 of Dominic Hoffman. That will be a stop for Budosud Plus competition out there, so they will look to get themselves sorted. And look at that. That is not much rain at all, and that is only a blue band of rain. We call that category 1 out there, and if it's only a light smattering like that that's going to hit the circuit, and it isn't going to throw too much more than that on the board, I think there is a there is a moment to say that some drivers would stay out and would not intend to go for wet weather tyres.
Yeah, I would, if I was a driver too, I would definitely chance it, because I don't think we're going to see that much spotting on the circuit. Now, if we start to see some things kicked up, there might be a couple drivers who might chance it, but then again, why would you waste a set of wets for something that's, you know, somewhat dry?
No, it's a really good point, and if the track's going to only have about 5 minutes of rain hit it, so effectively, you know, you pour a cup of coffee down on the wall, on the circuit, that's about as much rain as it's going to be. There's not going to be much of them to deal with. Gustavo Ariel now looking in 18th position overall, and or in class, sorry, and knowing that this is a tough day for the 103 team to try and navigate their way back through. The one thing they do know is that this is for position with Gononso Tazdilen in front for gridandgo.com esports 005. Not going to be close enough this time into 10A and 10B.
Yeah, that tight braking zone, you really got to commit there, and really, as long as they weren't in the inside, Ariel was not going to make that pass. We see Solholm coming into the pits for LMP2 sitting fifth, so I have a feeling we'll start to see those LMP2 cars make their way for their pit cycle. Oh, look at that dive to the inside that Ariel takes through turn one, gonna make a chance of it, and so far, so good. And yeah, nice little dive there, and that's what I was talking about. You got to take a chance, especially through turn one. High commitment, high risk.
It's a great risk there to try and make it happen at turn one. You need the commitment to know you can plant that car on the inside. That all the mechanical grips there, the aerodynamic grip that's there from the spoiler behind that plants the car down from the splitter underneath the car on the front. Gustavo Ariel gets that pass done and will be driving for each and every position that he possibly can at this moment. And look at that curbing there again. Gononso having trouble then for Grid and Go 005, just tagging that curve and not having any luck with it. And we've got a couple of pits going in now as Fonte Garcia hits the pits, and just leaving now will be Daniel Civi Charbot for the Apex Racing Team 199. LMP2 effort now leaves pit lane.
Of course, your leaders in LMP2, Andre, Frigero, and Harris still have yet to pit, so some of these drivers going in for their fifth pit stop. We'll see how many more laps it takes, but really that LMP2 battle kind of stretched out just a little bit. 13 seconds separates the Deltraz Automotive and Effect Simulations with Muradness prototypes there in LMP2, but going to be interesting to see when they pit, as well as the back half of the field starts to pit. And with these soggy conditions, it's really going to, I keep thinking about that rain, and yeah, I don't think anybody is going to be too daring to come into in the pits for wets. You know, might as well pit now. That way your tires are just a little bit fresher.
There's a look over this wonderful scenic view of 10A and 10B, one of the most fantastic grandstand views when you're here at Road Atlanta, to give you a sense of what makes this circuit work and where the best place to go watch some amazing sim racing is. Out there, you've also got a handful more jumping in, so in comes Inet to make their stop. That's Harold Creton in the number 19 machine. Now, they can go to Pablo Lazar and Leo Roussel over the course of today, so they've got that. There's your leading LMP2, Dulatra Automotive by Majors Garage, and this has been a team that is, I would call themselves, made a very strong case for themselves to be really good by being an LMP2 team first and foremost. They are in every sim racing event I think an LMP2 has to offer. You put LMP2 on it, they're there.
Yeah, it seems like wherever we see an LMP2 race, it is Deltraz Automotive who is at the front, because they run this so many times. And Patrick, we talked about with the beauty of Road Atlanta, I've had the opportunity to go, and I know that next weekend is the real Petit Le Mans. If you have a chance to go, really do, because these cameras, live cameras, do not do this place justice. The elevation change here is amazing. So that's why you're seeing some of these cars, when they go through the corners and they're apexing, they are unsettled because of such an elevation change, and they're bouncing around like you're seeing Andre do here. It is just an absolute pleasure to watch a race car in anger here.
And what I'm seeing quite a bit there, working through the numbers of these corners, Jeremy, it's the fact that, you know, Andre has absolutely got the car on rails. He's got it flying, but the amount of sparks being kicked up by that LMP2, I find fascinating.
Yeah, it's all that compression from the rises and the falls of this facility. So it is so cool to see it, especially now that we have those foggy conditions. You really get to see what kind of pressure the under tray really is taking. A little bit of a slide there. So that's a nice little save there by Andre. Let's see if he comes in this time. I know he's not. And that's the glory of the way the pit entry is. Yeah, we talk about how it's narrow, it's downhill, and you're really committed going in there. But at the same time, these drivers are going offline, so it's easy to see them come offline. Here comes Nicholas Mateo sitting there for going for fifth place with Xander Reed. Both of them have yet to take another pit stop, but it's been a while since they've been in and out of the pits. The Ferrari of Reed, the Coanda Esports 081, trying to hold off Mateo. Both of those run about similar lap times, and we saw in the back half of the circuit, Mateo seemed to be just a little bit faster, but the second they got onto that back straight, Reed had the advantage.
Well, 2/10 on that last lap for Nicholas Mateo. Xander Reed was initially looking to threaten Cooper Webster out there, but both of them are running quicker than Webster on that last lap. So it could be that the 104 is the car that is more in trouble out of all of them at this moment in time, as diving down between them goes Austin Young for Solpeck Precision Racing, and two more will work their progress in at turn number one. That will be, of course, Dane Warren's Porsche Coanda, and then Drago Racing, your overall leaders, and Ate Kalpanen, who has just put the power down and has gone from a 6-second gap to a 9-second gap that last time over the line. They are absolutely motoring at the front of this field at Drago. They are in gap build mode. Xander Reed, though, they'll see Andre Felipe Villela move through for fiercely forward. Black commands the apex then at turn 6, and this is the chance that Nicholas Mateo's been looking for. Forcefully works his way down the inside. One bump, two bumps, see you bye.
And hey, Robert's racing here in Atlanta in the Southeast, but what a fantastic move to go down into fifth place. That's exactly what he wanted. Now set his sights on Cooper Webster, but again, it's about a 3-second gap separating fourth and fifth. I don't think, though, that Reed is going to take that too kindly. He's lost a couple of car lengths going down the back straightaway, but that Ferrari is just so hooked up there through that back straightaway. But really, Mateo showing what he can do here in the clean air.
He's got a car underneath him that he has confidence with, and he is going to go out and use it to the best of his abilities. He knows that Cooper Webster is next to break up the red line cars, which are currently third and fourth in category, and that will be the biggest port of call that they will run to. In comes Daniel Harris then from the Effect Simulation 908. That's from third position. They were trying to hunt down their teammate ex-collaborative effort of Effect Simulations ex-Maradness, but Benjamin Frigerio was able to pull away over the course of that last stint, so that made life a little bit more troublesome. And speaking of some good battles that we've got, it's on 6th and 7th. Matt Farrow is going to be on a bit of a moment right now because he's stuck behind Peter Juba, one of the LMP2s, and it's his own teammate there in the higher category, Aaron Vasquez, who's trying to use him for a bit of help. Not going to get much of it down through turn 3 and into the S's.
I think it was just a little bit of a wrong place, wrong time sort of deal. You got to make the pass when you can, but unfortunately Vasquez just caught his teammate just a little too soon, and that's given Farrow a chance to open up a gap of about 5 to 10 car lengths. Now Farrow doing all he can to use slower traffic to pick. There goes, is that going to be another grid and go? I think it might be a grid and go Porsche there who's involved. So talk about unlucky from Vasquez. You're trying to get around slower traffic, and it's your two teammates who are slowing you up.
I believe that was the fiercely forward pink car of Rodrigo Mises that he was trying to get around there. So that Porsche certainly not playing much ball out there at the moment. They've now got the Sesha Esports GT in front. That, of course, is David Toth behind the wheel. They haven't had much luck of Sesha, but they've been that sort of team that's been trying to knock on the door and say, this is what we're all about, this is what we're capable of doing. I do love the fact that it's an entirely Hungarian-based team, and it has that element of it of we're going to try and cultivate a region rather than we're just going to cherry-pick the best of what the world can have. Petr Žuba into the pits then from the Grid and Go 003 is up the hill. Look at Aaron Vasquez try and push and work his way forward to get by Matt Farrow. He just needs one car in front, and that Williams Gaming Club car might be the one with Matteo Kunze in behind the wheel.
Yeah, Kunze and Johansson sitting there for the battle for 10th place, and that's a little bit of a gap there down that back straightaway. So you see the prototypes working their way, slicing and dicing as they work their way into the heavy braking zone of turn 10. Does Vasquez have enough? He's going to look to the inside. Not going to make anything happen through turn 10. Sets himself up through 10B, and I think this is going to be the point where we see if Vasquez can make something happen through turn 1. Little tighter exit. Off down through 12, through the front straightaway, and he's reeling him in. Vasquez going to look to the inside, going to slam on those brakes, and he's going to get that position, move him up to 6th. Farrow back to 7th.
That is a very nice move by Aaron Vasquez. He's wanted to try and line that up. If you can't get 10A and 10B done, you certainly have the chance to do so as you go into turn number 1. It's a committed corner. It's normally in the mid to high gears that you find yourself in trying to make that work, and it does work out the way that is necessary. So a critical pass being done, and they move themselves up now into 6th. Their chase will be about 17 seconds over to Eduardo Leo and the number 4 Team Redline effort.
Tell you what, this is absolutely fantastic middle of the race, and we're seeing some great passes here setting up for later on in the race. Granite Drago racing up to an 8-second, almost 9-second lead still, so a lot of your battles near the middle of these packs. We see Farrow falling off just a little bit, still in the picture here of this of this camera, but still now that the bottle's been uncorked, Vasquez able to show what he is made of. He's got a big gap between he and Leo in that number 4 Team Redline GTP, but I'll tell you what, now it's a 109.5 to a 110.5 that Vasquez now has gained a second per lap.
I'm just looking at that rain and the cloud and how it's starting to form. I think it might miss us entirely.
Yeah, no surprise here. You know, it's that time of year where you can get lucky or you can't get lucky. So really, I don't think that Drago Racing made the right call. And yeah, looking at radar, I think, yeah, it's definitely might dissipate and miss us. So happening, I don't know. That may not have been the right call to short pit.
Well, if they have decided to make that call on the short pit, they are going to have to pay it back at some point, and I think that's going to be where you start thinking about what will this race mean? How are we going to gather this race back and put ourselves into position? You obviously make a play to try and work with a certain strategy, but if it goes the other way, you're going to have to give it back at some point, as we see the changes along that front stretch being so critical to be done once again. You got Daniel Civi-Chabo in the middle of all of this, Matt Farrow, Daniel Alars trying to stay out of the way, one of the Sesha cars there. Michael Gianni as well is just about trying to avoid dramas out there at this point. So it is a very busy field at the moment, and Effect Simulations 908 have come out behind the iNet Motorsport Blue team. So that's big for the 908 as they have lost ground over the course of the pit stop, and now iNet find themselves in a place where I think they can be quite happy with the work they're doing.
And your leader in LMP2 just comes into the pits. So here's what's going to be interesting. Where does iNet Blue on down to on down to Grid and Go Esports with Peter Žuba behind the wheel? Where do they end up in terms of
that's why.
Oh, that's why. That's a good reason.
A spin around through turn 11, and it is so... and there that rejoin, it's effectively, you're sitting in the middle of the road, and that is a hefty hit for Solpec too. Austin Young just completely caves the front in, and that will be that one done for the 110-2. So that's going to be a lot of hurt. In come your leading duo, but at a time where you need to be avoiding troubles, Daniel Harris effectively spread eagle across the circuit, did everything in their power to get out of trouble.
Well, was it a case of Harris trying to come into the pits and somebody decided to try and go deep to the inside? That's the big question.
There is also that, and so it's going to be a case of seeing an onboard whether that was the case. Then out leaving the pit is the 288 of Darius Andre. Now looking to try and make some good progress in the 288 after taking over from the likes of Corentin Miraru, Alexandre Dulatrat there, and of course Thomas Ambour is the four that are there at Dulatrat Automotive here today, who often find themselves there. But Darius Andre right now is the one who is looking to hunt and put some time on the board. And they've come out ahead of Andre Felipe Villela by a second and a half, so they've got a full pit stop on Fiercely Forward.
And that is how you win races. You got to have that full pit stop. I'm sitting back here, being a pits, I'm playing strategist now for Drago Racing, because you know you have that 6 seconds and you got to pay it back. So when would you pay that back, Jake? Would you pay it back next pit stop, or would you wait till later in the race to see how everything plays out?
Well, I think you pay it back at the end of the race. I don't think there's any other way you can. You go full pit stop. You've got to build that gap up to allow you the opportunity then to make that work. As in comes then Andre Felipe Villela for Fiercely Forward Black. I think you have to pay it back at the latest available opportunity, because you've now got to build a gap.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're running, well, they're running about the same lap times, but the way the gap's growing between Drago and Coanda with Caruso behind the wheel, yeah, I'd say paying it back later, but I would risk paying it back early, because we know the later you get on this race here at Road Atlanta, the crazier things get, especially in the dark, as we see one of the Porsches go to the inside there, not the Del Traz LMP2 leader.
Yeah, that one is Alejandro Sanchez, 4th overall for Coanda Esports, profiteering off of, well, at the time, the 3rd place 093 Porsche Coanda car, which picked up a penalty for speeding on the lane. So they find themselves 15 seconds back of the BMW M-Team Redline team at the moment. And I would keep an eye out on that M-Team Redline car, because they are only 5.5 back of Porsche Coanda and took half the second on that last lap. But here is iNet Motorsport Blue and Effect Simulations. This is the battle we'll be keeping an eye out on. It's Harold Creton up against Daniel Harris, and Harris will get a very good launch. It's Australia versus France out there at the moment as they work towards 10A and 10B, but with the car length and a half's advantage, which is still in play for iNet Motorsport Blue, I'm not seeing any world in which they're going to be going and making that pass. I think that not yet is the option, but it's all about drive. And again, that 908 gets a lovely launch coming through in their Dallara P217. I'm not sure they've got enough to throw it down the inside, but they are certainly showing they've got pace and they want to burn it.
Yeah, give it a lap or two, or even on the outside of the circuit. That's where I think the pass is going to be made, because we're seeing the real effect that Harris has on Cretan here. Again, this is for 3rd place as they're going through the S's at speed. Nice little commitment there, and that's given Cretan a chance to open up a little bit bigger gap. But here's the thing. You see those GT cars just ahead.
You do. And because of that, you are going to be seeing a lot of hold-up, potentially. Labigra, Ariel, Shoma Shintani, they're all there, and this has opened up the pick as Arte Kalpanen works his way through your overall leader, and now leaning on each other almost then as they go through. Creton's trying to pinch him down in. Daniel Harris is having none of it. He's trying to open up a gap to try and get through with the traffic. They're going to be too wide as they go in. The GT3s are better on their grip as they work through. On the exit, though, it's power and high-speed corners that works. Harold Creton ends up the one stuck on the outside. Oh, that takes some skill from Daniel Harris to have the audacity to just wait, knowing he was going to get boxed, to open up the gap and then force a box of his own.
Well, what saved Harris there was Creighton got a little squirrely. Oh, wow. As now he opens up a little bit bigger gap between he and Creighton, because Creighton got a little squirrely there in 7 heading down the back straightaway. Not sure if it was on the apex or on the exit, but I saw a little bit of a wiggle there. So that gave Harris a chance to really close in and make that pass on the straightaway. And yeah, Creighton now trying to work his way through traffic with another wiggle coming off the S's.
Well, Harold Creton is going to look around at this and think, well, it's gone, but I will have a chance to go and battle it back if I at all can at this moment. Great work in this one for 3rd overall in your LMP2 field. Long stop for Jack Keithley and TC Esports. So they are finding themselves down on the lane with a lot of trouble by the looks of things, and I think that's their day done.
Yeah, that's definitely day done. You don't want a long pit stop, and we're seeing a couple of them, very long, but yeah, day over. The Esports GT, 3 cars are going to pass them with Ola on top, so it's just sad to see that happen so early in this race.
I want to give some credit as well as this battle's going on to the creative team names that you sometimes get to find. You saw them more in past sim racing battles rather than the current era, but we do have one fantastic team name out there from Car 5. The Dane train has pulled into the station.
I was just looking at that as you were saying, like, oh, yeah, it's actually pretty cool. It would be even more better if they had like a little whistle there, you know, kind of like woo woo, or even a train paint scheme there. As we're taking a look at Kunzner closing in on Johansson once again. This has been one of those battles we've been watching this stint as well. Johansson trying to hold off in the Ferrari.
Malte Johansson then has a lot of work to do, and this is where you have to be very alert. And Matteo Kunze, as part of the Williams Gaming Club #2, is looking to make some work done. They can go to Parker White and Matthias Orjuela over the course of this, and we are starting to see some GTs jump in again. About 58 minutes or so we're seeing from some strategies out there, which I don't think is going to be the one that wins you the day outright. Malte Johansson at this moment in time will look around. They'll have Victor Wolfsohn he can go to, and Louis Beilicker that he can jump in terms of that team. But now getting the launch coming out of turn number 7, this is where Matteo's going to have to be alert, and that Ferrari does sit down rather low in terms of its profile. The Aston Martin that sits behind, one of the few cars that can get a great tow off of the Ferrari, and this might be the chance with the car down the inside of Benjamin Frigerio. It won't be.
No, and I think if there's going to be any sort of opportunity, it's going to be going into one, and what's going to have to happen is Coppola is going to be the help that is going to be needed. And yeah, once again, there goes Coppola. Does anybody pop out? No, nobody's going to pop out just yet. If anything, it might have been just a little bit of a spook job there that Kunzner has, because he lost a little bit of ground there to Johansson.
So a little bit of ground that finds itself then lost in that section, and it's so easily done that you get those gives and takes, and especially around a circuit like this, which often gets that bullring sort of mentality that comes along with it, that you're always fighting, you're never truly resting until you get to 10A and 10B. It's one of those few circuits that in endurance circles you are constantly having to think, and there aren't many out there that make you think all the time. I think the Nürburgring is the only other place where you have to have constant thought.
Indeed, because here's the thing, with this being a 10-hour race with 3 different classes, you've got to think, okay, well, I got to watch out for traffic around me. You know, you got to think about, okay, I've got to make this move on this path. It is one of the tightest endurance circuits anywhere that I can think of, and that's just saying these endurance races like longer than 6 hours, because you're basically like in a fishbowl. And now we have Christensen going in, sorry, not Christensen, but the 2 coming into the pit. So Kunzner is going to decide, well, it's time to get out of traffic.
Well, if you're going to get out of Dodge, now's the best time to do it. Jump in the pits, get that strategy sorted out, and try and work on the hour. And that rain band has just come back into play. So we are right on the cusp of a little bit of rain coming across the circuit. No more than 10 minutes, but the way that has reformed out, there was hope for many that, oh, there's not going to be any rain, it's just breaking away. That cloud has formed back up again, and it's only going to be light rain, but it is going to be enough to cause trouble.
This is why I decided not to be a meteorologist and decided to talk about what's going on now, because, yeah, I was wrong. I thought, yeah, it would just not develop. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this light rain handles out and who comes in and decides they're going to go for fresh rubber. And really, if I'm an engineer, I would probably come in now just because your tires are going to be hot at the point when the rain hits. I'm not talking about the rain tires. I would stay on slicks just to keep the heat in the tires.
But it is a case of will it fall in your strategy or not? Will it be enough rain to force you to change strategy or not? This might be a case where everyone's a little bit poorly out there, so to speak, with this rain, and they are going to have to take their spoonful of sugar, so to speak, to let the medicine go down.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see who takes their flowers and who ends up with bupkis. So this is going to be interesting next couple of minutes as we're watching just the rain move through, and our leader, Ate Kapanen, who the team decided to short pit here last time by. When will the one come into pit? It's only going to be a matter of time. Is it a matter of time to get them out of traffic? Well, we'll see here in just a couple of corners.
Well, they've pulled the gap out to 14 seconds, and look at the way that Chris Lullum has been hunting down that gap. That gap was up at about 7-8 seconds at one point. It's now down under 3 at this point, and now he's sitting down with a lot of traffic over this lap for Porsche Coanda. It's now 2 seconds the gap now for second in GTP. So we are really seeing here a big shift in the GTP field as they get themselves set, as Sparkle decides he wants to shine out there in 3rd position. But Ate is driving absolutely wonderfully, and this is what you'd want out of a driver right now in the mid stage of the race. How do I wrestle control of an entire division?
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to go out there and run 10/10ths the whole time, but at the same time, you need to be strategic on traffic. And really, this is what Kapanen needs to do, and he's doing it right. And back to Chris Lullum, really, there's no surprise here that he is doing it as well as he is as well. It's not discrediting Caruso, but really, your top 3 in the GTP category are driving spectacularly.
109.6 plays 109.1 on that last lap. Sven Haase into the pits. Ricardo Ferreira as well down there for the RTR Rick Team Racing 1 that is in there, the Portuguese-based team. It's nice to see Ricardo Ferreira out there and racing. I had the chance to commentate on him on a Kia Optima League, I believe it was, about 7 or 8 years ago. He's got David Sobrero there to help him out then. So no Absolute Motorsports running today for David Sobrero to go and make that work. So that's what he's got in mind, and did that just give a little bit of a drop of rain as Orjuela now brings himself closer. Yes, here it's hit 6:05. We've got the rain.
Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. No spotting just yet, but yeah, just little raindrops on the front straightaway. It has started, and now we get to see who stays out and who decides that they're going to call everybody's bluff and come in for wets for most likely won't be a full stint.
Hey, this is the moment where they start thinking about how quickly this rain's going to go through, because we've got blustery winds here today. That means the rain will go through quite quickly too. So they're going to be looking around at that, thinking, what do I need to do at this moment? And right on the 4-hour mark, look at it. It is starting to throw it down at the moment, and they are going to be looking at each and every place going, every corner's going to get tougher and tougher and tougher. And the moment that they start realizing it, they're going to need some temperature in those tires. No more critical has it been than to keep up the pace than it is right now at this moment.
Now, here's the interesting thing. We have seen cloudy, muggy conditions most of the race. So, in theory, if this continues on, Jake, we're going to see a slow track drying process now that I think about it. So, I would not be surprised to see some of the teams near the back come in for wets, but competent, as we said, the Draco Racing team came in early, short pitted, so we'll see when they have to pit. But yeah, those drops are getting just a little bit bigger.
Yeah, so you'll be looking at the braking zones and trying to extend them out. Chris Lullum is thriving at the moment. That gap was 1.4 seconds, and now he pulls it down 7/8 of a second now. Porsche Coanda are being reeled in hand over fist right now. Jordan Caruso currently having all sorts of troubles at the moment in the 092. By comparison, just gets the clearance on Ricardo Ferreira, but Chris Lullum has decided, right, let's settle in, let's lock in, lads. It's go mode. I need to find a way through, and I need to do so pronto.
Yeah, no surprise here that Lullum is now throwing the hammer down, especially the closer that we get from these pit stops that the GTPs will inevitably have to take. But I think once Lullum gets into second place, and it's not necessarily saying it's going to be a matter of time before he catches Competent, because Competent is just driving out of his mind right now. It is amazing how good that #1 Dragon BMW is running right now, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of strategy when
look at this.
Redline gets around Coanda. Oh, this
so
is absolutely fantastic.
So much traffic going up the hill at turn 5. It opens the door. That was Sander Reed. So that was another Coanda esports car giving no love for Jordan Caruso at 6:02 and 20 as they figure out what more can they do. They've got Benjamin Frigerio. They've got to work their way around. Just want to get a little bit of housekeeping out of the way. Drago 69 have come in. They've changed. They've got Alex Dunn back in the car with them at the moment. So that is a good change from them. But Chris Lullum, he's not going to get the chance this time, mainly because he's got a Cooper Webster there on the apex that's not going to give him much help. In comes your leader of GT3. So now we're in a position where GT3 hit the hour and they've got to stick or twist.
Yep, it's either now or never. Look at how close Lullum is to Caruso, 1/10 of a second. I don't think any pass will be done, but look at the back. We're already starting to see some sort of pickup on the back of these prototypes. I think that spotting is occurring on the circuit.
And if we start seeing those rooster tails kick up and say this circuit's got enough standing water that they are starting to kick enough up into the air, they are going to be in for an absolute treat. Chris Fondanessa down in the pits. And now, wake up and work it out. Where are you going to find these moves? Chris Lullum would love to jump up into second. There are ideas of many trying to jump in. Gustavo Ariel is now trying to get in and pit. Johan Hart jumps back in behind the 299, and it is rush hour along this section. They're all going to have different braking zones. They're going to have to try and work out together. What a lunge by Chris Lullum, straight down the inside. Oh, magnificent goes the pass. The chance will come back for Jordan Caruso as he sits on the rear. Chris Lullum from a mile away picks up an absolutely almighty pass to put himself up into second position. What a wonderful way to finish off hour 4 here with Racebot TV and iRacing. I'm going to take the chance to step away at this moment in time. Jeremy Scott is going to be still with you on the ride, but what a perfect time to jump in when the rain falls down, when Lully is starting to make some moves. Welcome back to the commentary booth, Arjuna Kankapati.
It's like silly Lully knew I was going to be jumping back in. What an audacious pass with the changing conditions as we head towards the halfway mark of this iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO, our 4th and final VCO Grand Slam of the year. Haven't seen anyone switch on to the wet tires as I think we kind of expected here, Jeremy, so it's survival. It's about staying on track and keeping yourself on the straight and narrow as Ate Kauppinen brings the race-leading Drago racing car to pit lane.
And there's no surprise, Arjuna, that this is happening now. We'll see if Lullam or Caruso come in. They are not going to come in, as they're really still trying to make their way around this circuit, which at some parts it looks like that they are starting to pick up just a little bit of moisture on the racing surface itself. But Lullam, man, what a fantastic pass. Full commitment through 10A and 10B. Usually we see a pass like that end in tears with drivers shortcutting 10B and having to give that pass back, but really no surprise that BMW M Team Redline driver was able to be up for the challenge.
So a couple more pit stop takers. Cooper Webster for Team Redline, Xander Reed for Coanda, as well as we take a look at that band of rain that is currently nestled midway across the track. Here's the zoomed in look to show you that we have a slightly heavier band on the track right now, but we are talking very slight differences between the rain that will move over in a handful of moments' time. One thing to remember in the GTP class in particular, although it will be a factor for LMP2 and GTD, is it takes a little bit of time for the tires to come up to temperature, and so especially on these outlaps with the dry tires in these moist conditions, it's prime for a mistake, Jeremy, and that's the last thing any of these drivers, especially if you're just jumping into the car, will be hoping for.
That's something that, we were talking about earlier on. If I was a strategist, I would have brought my guy in the second that band reformed coming to the track, because at least at that point you'd stay on slicks, but when the rain hits, you'll still have warmer tires. You're going to have Competent dancing around in his BMW with tires that need to be warmed up, so it's going to take him just a little bit longer to get those tires up to temperature as we see drivers coming out of the pits as well. Let's see if there's anybody else still in pit road. No, everybody kind of decided to wait this cycle out, and we'll see exactly how this all works out. Christensen, though, sitting in 10th in GTD. Going to have Sven Hassen. Of course, you see out of the back of Hassen right there, Arjuna, there is a lot of moisture coming up, but it's not going to go away soon, because once this rain band comes out, you still have damp, foggy conditions, so it's just going to sit there like a brick.
So that was Gustavo Ariel jumping in front of Julian Sonnen that you saw a moment ago on board with the Dane train as they ride the curbs on the outside of turn 5. There goes Drago Racing flying their way on through, already seeing that's Michael Romanidis rather than Ate Kalpinen. Ate Kalpinen is going to be next on the scene in just a handful of moments' time. For those of you just joining us, because I saw at least one person commenting that in our chat, we started with 58 competitors. We are down to what appears to be 44 still left out there and playing traffic bonanza out there around Road Atlanta. Chris Lullam has just jumped into the race lead after A, making a move on Porsche Coanda, but B, Ate Kalpinen headed down on towards pit lane. So still waiting for pit stop cycles to shake their way on through. This is probably when the rain's going to be at its peak based on the weather, and so survive this little part of the day. The rain percentage chances are still looking relatively high, but Jeremy, they have stayed away for the majority of the day, which I think some drivers will be happy about. Some would have been hoping for the chaos and the mixed conditions.
We're so lucky to have just this band right now. It could be a lot worse, looking at the rain chances throughout the day. So, maybe it's a case of save your rains for later. Just keep out there and keep out of trouble. We did see, it looks like somebody made their way through that gravel trap coming out of the S's, which is, even in dry conditions, is just as tough. But, with this light band and the number of cars out there, the groove will come in quite nicely. So we'll have that dry slot throughout the circuit. But, I just don't see any need to get out there and put wet weather tires on right now.
So Gustavo Ariel is now directly behind the sister car, as there's a look at what happened to Eduardo Leo. Technical issue, it would appear. And then, that's the 69. Drago Racing. Is that Alex Dunn that's had his moment at turn 5? That, I think, is what Jeremy had picked up. That's an uncharacteristic mistake for the Formula 2 star.
Yeah, not a good end of the week for him as he goes, and yep, that's exactly what looked like. Yeah, going through there and just wham, right there, missing the tire wall, and then going right head on into that concrete, and thankfully able to go on, but nonetheless going to have to come into the pits and fix some of that damage to that Aston.
actually hit relatively square, so I'm under the impression that he'll stay out there for a little bit longer. As, oh, don't tell me Olivier Piatek also has had technical issues. That's not the first nor last time we'll see that. So Chris Lullum is in pit lane. He's followed his teammate Eduardo Leo, so maybe we'll see the GTP sister cars try and work together as well. And this is something I had called out slightly earlier, Jeremy, when we saw Elvis Rankin have his moment within the first hour of the race. Having 2 or 3 cars from your team in the mix, well, if one of them has an issue, then you can often keep that car in the race, not to try and get a result for it, but just to go out there in these sort of conditions and figure out if, well, wet tires would be beneficial, dry tires would still be the option. It gives you the chance to experiment a little bit in ways single car teams just can't.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. It is a great time to test if you're, several laps down, because you can use that for future races when these rain events arise. It's so random for that. And you can test it in single car testing when you're, in your private session, but you have nobody else around you to really determine whether or not it's the right call or not. You may think it's the right call. Hey, this is great. Much like you see pro teams go out there and try different things, and then when they get to the real world race or whatever, it doesn't work, as we see Harth trying to look to the inside of that Ferrari. Oh, just all over the back of the fellow Ferrari. Looks like that is a battle for the lead between Florian Liberger and Johan Harth, and Alex Sun's still out there, 1.4 seconds back.
And they've got a BMW behind who is not for position. That is Team PGZ and Christian Steenberg, who's got a great view of this fight for the lead. Harth maybe a bit too optimistic in looking to the second part of the chicane, but back into line. We'll see the lap time for Alex Dunn. Now, traffic obviously impacted the leaders on the most recent lap a bit more, so Dunn actually gained about 0.8 of a second. Based on the radar, the rain has left the track, but Jeremy, my eyes do not deceive me. I am still seeing some of that drizzle at various points around the circuit.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen the past hour or so. I know I kind of watched for a little bit, and it seems like it's gotten a little worse, but yeah, we are starting to see some of that drippage there on our cameras as the field working their way down that back straightaway. And I think it's just one of those cases where it's raining, but you look at radar and, there's nothing going on. I think part and parcel of that is because of the condition with it being so muggy out there. The clouds are just crying, to say the least.
Gustavo Ariel back out onto pit lane as the track continues to get soaked from the clouds crying. Down towards the line, we'll get another benchmark from Dunn, who's really closed the buffer, and Steenberg pulls out of the way as he sees the Drago Aston Martin close, and wow, Alex Dunn, 1:17.9 last time by. He is the only driver cracking the 17s. The next closest driver is doing an 18.4 as out through turn 7 as Luka Vunch pops in front of the Williams Gaming Club Aston Martin. Very close between the two of them. Dane Warren has just jumped up to 3rd. I think that means we've had another couple of GTP pit stops as the Porsche Coanda duo still sit out on track.
Yeah, no surprise here. All 3 Coanda cars, Caruso, Sanchez, and Warren, have yet to pit right now. They're using track position, but that was a little bit of, dare I say, argy-bargy from Wunsch as trying to get around that Williams Gaming Club in the number 2 there, as there goes some more prototype traffic around, but that was a little interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I guess as well, now that we've had 4 and a bit hours gone, if you've been in the car for a little bit, you might start to mentally be feeling the pressure. Marcos Nunes up the inside in the fight for 8th position, and very close now is Fonte Garcia in the Rincon Racing number 12 down the hill. Remember, GTP traffic closing from behind has got a slightly higher top speed, but LMP2 cars very nimble through the corners. There goes Porsche Coanda and Dane Warren straight on through with, and now net race leader Ate Kauppinen directly behind. Jordan Caruso, by the way, has hit pit lane from the front of the field in the other surviving Porsche Coanda 963.
And we'll see how long the pit stop is for Caruso, as Sanchez also comes into the pit, so would not be surprised to see Warren come in. And I bet you that the Porsche Coanda team's in Warren's ear saying, watch your pit entry, because that is what cost Warren a chance at a long short pit stop right there. Minute 21 had the black flag, so the stop and hold penalty was in full effect. So it'll be interesting to see if the Coanda decides to short pit here, but Competent, your aggregate race leader, still sitting there. Of course, look at who's sitting in would be second place once Warren comes into the pits. Diogo Pinto, about 6 seconds back. Let's see if Pinto can save what happened with the rest of the field and kind of close in on Competent.
So not just, I think, Porsche Coanda a 0.93 heading in towards pit lane next time by, because Dane Warren has cycled around for at least one more lap. I saw Danny Chivichabo head down towards pit lane in the Apex Racing LMP2 machine. The fiercely forward Marcos Nunez car continues just to sit in all of this traffic, as pit lane a rather busy place. Now, for those that are going to watch next week's 28th running of the Motul Petit Le Mans, it is a round of the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup, and so there are a couple of different points in the race where Endurance Cup points are handed out. We don't have that here in the sim, which I think actually makes things a bit simpler strategy-wise, Jeremy, because otherwise, you know, the engineers, the strategists, they'll be thinking, right, we want to be at the front of the field at hour 4, hour 8, and at the checkered flag, not just thinking to the conclusion of the race 10 hours in as we pick up Jordan Caruso, who's weaving to try and get the tires up to temperature, and Diogo Pinto, with warm tires already, straight onto his case.
And having those endurance points issued throughout the race. Oh,
here he goes.
As Pinto goes to the inside.
And that was cold tires. He did not want to wait around too long. He thinks he can pull his advantage. And as they slip towards the line, that's lap 212 complete for them. Wow. Let's see how close Caruso can stay within the next 3 laps.
Yeah, that's going to be key here, especially with all this traffic. Of course, as you know, Arjuna, it's going to be tough to pass through the S's. But back to what we were talking about with the endurance points, I think it makes the race a little bit more spicy, and some of the engineers to really think about what they want to do. Take a look at, you know, the race last time out at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There were a lot of interesting strategies, and really, I think we saw some interesting winners, you know, not just in GTP with the Wheel and Cadillac finally winning, but in GTD and GTD AM.
Absolutely. We'll have all 4 classes out on track. 53 cars in the real world. We started with 58 in the sim. That's 4 more than IMSA would allow if they had a capacity grid and were oversubscribed. So Dane Warren has left pit lane as well, as Harold Cretin comes in from 4th in that Inet Motorsports 19. Ricardo Ferreira not racing for Arnage competition anymore in the 088 Lamborghini, the RTR Rick Team Racing machine. Very good run through the S's for the Falcon Mustang, but for the time being, into the fast turn 6. It's Victor Wolfson that continues to hold on and slowly closing that gap. Matthias Orjula just trying to use the draft to his advantage. Not much traffic closing from behind right now, and so if the move wants to be made, it will have to be done down the inside with some authority. I don't think that he's close enough just yet is Luca. He pops out, half shows himself just to remind the Coanda Ferrari, I'm here, but nothing doing this time.
Wunsch was better off just using these final couple of corners to kind of keep pace and close in, but yeah, I don't think he's going to be close enough this time by. He's about a car length too far away, as Wunsch is going to show himself once again, pop back into line. So it's going to be another lap or maybe another couple corners. We might even see them coming off the S's as we see one of the prototypes coming off of pit road. So that's going to slow this battle down just a little bit, going through the S's, but the prototype comes out and really opens up a little bit bigger gap. So no harm, no foul, but there are more faster cars behind this group.
And still relatively busy is the track, although I've just seen Dane Warren in the back of the shot potentially make the track a little less busy. Turn 5 bites another driver Now, Warren had been out for a single lap, so he had done the initial out lap. This was going to be his first full flying run. He clatters the inside curb, gets pushed out wide, and by then he's in the grass, no chance of saving it. Oh, the question will be how much damage.
Yeah, not much grip there on the grass. Of course, you saw the little bounce where Warren jumped there, coming onto one of the two short course shortcuts there as we're watching on board. Jumps over that, loses it, can't get control, and then it's once again square nose right into the barrier.
Steering a little left hand down, but doesn't seem terrible by any means, so hopefully it's more cosmetic damage than anything else. Front of GTD, by the way, Johan Hart has been dropped, and Alex Dunn is a man on a mission. He's got Florian Lebigra firmly in his sights right now. I'll keep an eye on if that gap starts to shrink and if Dunn does start to search his way for the race lead. Of course, the Drago 69 started up front. It's looking to try and fight its way back into contention. LMP2 pole sitter also leads there. Same to be said at the, or rather not same to be said for Drago Racing, because they started all the way back in 6th position, if I remember correctly. It was Porsche Coanda that locked out 1, 2, and 3 with the Coanda Esports Porsche. Definitely not confusing at all. But then in 4th position as well. So they clearly, Jeremy, had dialed the car in really nicely for qualifying and just found the ideal setup for the conditions.
And sometimes that's all it takes, is just finding that right setup. Throw away the qualifying if you absolutely have to, but if you can find that equal balance, that makes the race just that much easier. So good on them for finding that. And yeah, you've got one eye on this battle, one eye on the battle for the lead, both of these in GTD. So really, it's something that Jake and I talked about, Arjuna, is the fact that this is the class where you can throw your hands up and go, you know what, this is still anybody's race, and it doesn't matter how far back. Because looking at the timing sheets, you've got 15 cars still on the lead lap. So hypothetically, with this point in the race, there are 15 drivers and cars and teams who still have a legitimate shot of either being on the podium or winning this race.
Maybe just hoping that the safety car procedures could be introduced into things and pack that field up a little bit. And that's the other thing that's always interesting and exciting about IMSA racing, the reality that you get laps back under caution, and so an opportunity to fight your way back. So a slightly shorter stop for Daniel Ohlart. No, never mind, that was just a freeze of the graphic. It's going to be the full 40-odd seconds to change the 4 Michelin tires and top it off with the VP Racing fuel. Here is Alex Dunn. Now, Florian Lebigra is very adept at absorbing this kind of pressure. He has Gustavo Ariel just in front of him as well, partially assisting with some slipstream, but not really getting too involved in the fight. I guess the question is, if you're Alex Dunn, do you really want to go for the lead? Because now you've got past Florian Lebigra, your next target will be getting past Gustavo Ariel, and that wasn't even fought. So Team Redline tuck back into line and focus on their fuel saving.
Yep, and just as you say it, he goes right to the front. So Alex Dunn, especially after that incident in this stint, goes right to the point as he leads GTD once again and opens up a 0.2 of a second gap. But looking at the lap times, it was about 0.4 of a second separating Dunn from Lebigra.
We'll see if I mean, Alex Dunn is within 0.4 of a second of his car's best lap of the race based on my timing screen. Oh, no, don't. Yeah, okay. Bit of a technical hiccup there, but breathe. Exhale. It's all okay. And let's see how quickly he'll pull his advantage. Let's talk GTP now that the pit stops have truly cycled out, and Jordan Caruso has got the tires up to temperature for the 092. It's about 4.5 seconds between each of the podium steps right now. So Ate Kalpinen clear of Diogo Pinto, and then clear of Jordan Caruso. But we are at the stage where there are big swings in the fuel numbers that is starting to develop, and so this is something that, especially at a track like Road Atlanta, where the laps are so short and a pit stop is still rather painful of a penalty. Jeremy, I think Porsche Coanda will be feeling very good about where they sit right now. Maybe not cutting out a pit stop, but it's going to be a lot less time spent on pit lane towards the end of the race.
It really is, and really we can count the 093. I mean, still sitting in 10th, but they can still get back up. I mean, they've had their problems with the black flag, and then this past it with the hitting the wall coming off of turn 5. Those have been issues, but I think that if you keep the Coanda of Caruso up near the front, yeah, they have a legitimate shot of winning this race. But here's the thing. We've got 5.5 hours left, Arjuna. Anything can happen here in this GTP class. Wheel spinner.
That's Elliot Noren in the fiercely forward machine right in front of the GTD leader, but that's good avoidance to see it, and that's a wily old head on Alex Dunn. He's seen plenty of precarious situations, both in the real and virtual worlds. And yes, I agree with you as well, that we've got a long way to go, but it's just one moment like that that can catch someone out. Tries to get up the inside of Gustavo Ariel, just gets squeezed onto the inside curb. And then, yeah, actually, it was Florian Lebigra that needed the better reaction, if anything, than Alex Dunn. Dunn was well and truly past the scene of the incident. Florian Lebigra keeping Team Redline's hopes in that 105 alive.
Going back to what we're talking about with strategy, you know, I think back to Indy. You had the United Autosports LMP2s up near the front, but near the end, they ran into trouble. So really, the race is not over until it's over. So if I'm, Team Redline, Coanda Esports, or even Grid and Go, I'm not gonna lay back and let the Drago Racing and Redline have that lead, because it takes one wrong misstep, as we saw there, even off turn 6. That's just a famous case of somebody going too much into the apex and then spinning off, which, as we know, happens at least once, twice during Petit Le Mans.
Oh, yeah. Now there's going to be some big incidents at Petit next week. There's no doubt about that. Last year we had one in the fight, not just for the lead, but the WeatherTech Championship as well. Apologies, by the way, for the cars blinking on your screen. German internet, you have to love it sometimes. But hopefully it will settle down and none of our drivers will be afflicted by anything similar. Especially because if this is what they are experiencing, Jeremy, this is the most disorientating sort of time to be behind the wheel, because suddenly people aren't there, suddenly they're there again, and just trying to keep on top of that is crazy.
It really is, because if you make a move, sometimes you have the car inside of you. We've heard that in several races and even seen screenshots of it. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how long this lasts and how some of these drivers, they handle whatever happens, because, yeah, I mean, it happens. It's part of having internet coverage. You're going to have these little hiccups, and it's all a matter of how you handle it.
And all I will say is, based on my now half a season down on pit lane with a great team at IMSA, every time you think everything's hunky-dory on the broadcast, you don't know about all the fires that sometimes happen behind the scenes. As a producer told me at NASCAR Productions today, it's their job to make sure the commentators aren't aware of how on fire everything is behind the scenes. So a big shout out to everyone that makes things possible. And again, apologies. We'll go radio style for just a little bit while we get this sorted out. If you're just joining us, 5 hours, 36 minutes left to go. Let's give you a quick update of the top 5 in the classes. Drago Racing lead by, well, now 4.5 seconds over Diogo Pinto and BMW M Team Redline. That gap holding relatively steady. Third is Jordan Caruso for Porsche Coanda. They qualified 1, 2, and 3, and a real show of force, but unfortunately, one retirement already for Porsche Coanda. The second of the cars still running is all the way down in 10th, and Dane Warren is 1 lap down. Coanda Esports, yes, the regular Coanda Esports, they're in 4th with debutant Alejandro Sanchez, and then Eduardo Leo in the Team Redline machine rounds out the top 5. LMP2, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, hoping to go back-to-back in these IMSA-style special events after their win at Indy. They're about 11 seconds clear of Effect Simulations Maradnas, but they, as well as Fiercely Forward in 3rd, owe us a pit stop, and so we'll slide behind potentially a couple of the teams behind. Effect Simulations, their second car is 4th. Inet Motorsports, Pablo Lazar has jumped in. They run in 5th. GTD, last but not least, Alex Dunn, wow, 1:16.984 last time by. He has just set the fastest lap of the race, and he is 4, maybe 5 tenths clear of the rest of the chasing pack. He's already 4 seconds clear of Team Redline and Florian Lebigra. Apex's Ferrari is tucked in behind. There's a fight maybe brewing for second, while Drago Racing and then Coanda, also in a Ferrari, seems to be the car of choice for many in GTD. That's your top 5. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Jeremy Scott, and the great weather that you are seeing on the B-roll, that is not reflected, Jeremy, on what the drivers have been seeing for the last 15-20 minutes.
No, and it has been nothing but soggy, wet, just outright nasty racing. And as somebody who also has done some pit work, you'll appreciate this as much as I do. This is weather where you make sure that you have a duffel bag somewhere where it's dry, and then halfway through your stint, you just go in, change your socks and everything, because this is just nasty weather that we're seeing here at Road Atlanta. This is obviously B-roll, but we had that rain that moved through not too long ago, and because of the damp conditions, we're still seeing just a little bit of wet stuff here and there, but the drivers really are handling it quite well. I'm not really surprised, but I'm also not surprised to see Alex Dunn as we got a problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I may have just cursed the Coanda esports team. They race from the Coanda hub, and I have seen Alejandro Sanchez and Dane Warren drop out of the server in a matter of moments. It was almost simultaneous. And remember, Alejandro Sanchez was up in 4th position at the time. Dane Warren was all the way down in 10th, yes. But now my fingers are crossed, Jeremy, because Jordan Caruso is also racing from Germany right now. If they have any more issues, it could be disaster.
Yeah, it could be disaster. And of course, you don't want to have those connection issues like we're having here, to say the least. But, it happens, as we mentioned. And it's just a shame that it's happening to such a good team with Apex Racing. Now they're falling further down the order, and it's only a matter of time until Porsche Coanda, with Dane Warren at the helm, gets up into that 9th position. But we'll see if Apex gets their issues sorted out.
It was Dane Warren that's unfortunately disconnected, so we're not going to see him, unfortunately, head out. Mitchell de Jong's going to take over. Now, Mitchell, as far as I remember, I was chatting with him just after the Indy special event. He's based back in the US for the time being. Elliot Veyron's going to take over the 08. And Elliot, I think, is based out in France, so hopefully they will have some stability there. But it's now 2 laps down is what I'm seeing for Elliot Veyron and Mitchell de Jong. So that is very, very frustrating. If you've got any questions, this is also your time to ask Jeremy and myself. If you're curious where your team is, how your drivers have been doing, just pop those questions into chat, and we will try and answer them to the best of our ability. It's now 4 seconds, the gap between 1st and 2nd. So Alex Dunn not extending the margin, Jeremy, as fast as I thought he would. Looks like Florian Lebigra has had A, some good luck in traffic, but B, has been able to pick up his speed.
Yeah, no surprise here that the Team Redline Ferrari holding station with Alex Dunn, and that's not saying anything against the talents of either driver. It's just that point where you're going to see one car get faster than the other, so it'll be interesting to see how long Alex Dunn can kind of hold off the 105 Team Redline Ferrari.
And it turns out that Jeremy was just seeing the future, because Dan Amor has now disconnected from the session as well. So this is worrying signs for a lot of these drivers, and we are potentially in the situation where you might do a forced driver change. If you are worried that your teammate is going to disconnect, you'd much rather get the replacement driver in and minimize the penalty. Now, this is not necessarily iRacing's fault, right? This is definitely a bit localized to Germany, potentially. I'm still connected to the server just fine. Jeremy, are you still connected just fine?
You know what? I'm actually on backup computer, so I'm trying to get to the server as we speak. But this is interesting. I love doing radio style stuff.
Yeah, and now we finally have some pictures back as We have hit Control, Alt, Delete, and the equipment has come back to us. Again, apologies for the brief technical issues, but we will hopefully get that live timing running again. If you're looking for the live timing link, search App Engineering Live Timing. It should bring you towards where you need to go. And the live timing has all sorts of analysis and spotter's guide and all these little features. A big shout out to our team at ATVO, continuing to work hard and make our broadcasts as special as they can be. This is the SimRC Adam Isaacson driven Ford Mustang GT3. Gotta say, Ford Mustang sounds spectacular. The sound of 20 of them, the Dark Horse R's rather than the GT3s, running around the Charlotte Motor Speedway. It was like an echo ball. It was fantastic.
I believe it because you know as well as I do, hearing that the Mustang bounce off the reverb off the grandstands at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway a couple of weeks ago was fantastic. And I can imagine that it sounds just as good with all those cars going into turn 1 there at Charlotte, and that's got to be great for those drivers because now they're in front of the NASCAR crowd and they're getting some notoriety. Which, by the way, hand to Andrew Aquilani, a good friend of mine who I've known for years. About darn time I see him back in that series.
I didn't even realize he'd helped develop the car. He had a pretty good run as well. Finished, I think, up inside of the top 6, if my memory serves. Focus on fight for third. And now, with the pit stops having cycled through, we've just seen the Delatrans Automotive and Effect Simulation Maradness entries make their pit stops. They are still a good 22 seconds in front of this little battle as Pablo Lazar into the Inet Motorsports number 19. Putting the pressure onto Frank Smits, and this is where traffic is not ideal. To the exit of turn 5, having to be patient. Back up the corner, that's what Frank's trying to do, and he gets a good run. Should hold on to the spot as they go either side of the Lamborghini.
Split the uprights through the heading into turn number 6. Now around turn number 7. I think that this is going to be the time when we're going to see that draft really come into play as Smith's holding off Lazar still for that third spot. We've seen these two go toe-to-toe the past couple of laps, as now faster GTP is going to have to come into play as well going into turn 10. Don't want them sitting back there through the 10A, 10B complex, but Valencia into the pit, so now we're starting to see the LMP2 pit cycle start, and I think it's a little early for that, but
it's just
why not gamble?
It's just the one. I think that car is very off sequence, 4 laps down on the field, so yeah, I don't think you're going to expect any of the other ones in anytime soon. Looking back towards that Coanda issue, Elliot Veyron, who just passed these drivers, you can see in front of the shot, he's only 1 lap down actually. I say only 1 lap down. That internet blip may have been the death knell of any chance of a top 5 finish for the 08. And Jeremy, you know how this is. You know, a new driver, they want to debut with as good a result as possible, and it's been taken out of their hands, no fault of their own.
Yeah, exactly, and especially, if you watch them come up through the ranks, you know how good said driver is, and then they run into some sort of issue. So, it's a shame for Veyron, but we'll see if they can move that up. Granted, they are a lap down, but I still think that, in spite of not having the safety car procedure, Coanda's not out of it. I don't think they're out of it just yet, but I've said some stranger things. Lazar goes deep to the inside, through 10-8 into 10B, takes that position, now sits in 3rd place. What a fantastic pass.
And I think aided by the reality of a GTP. Oh no, it's hurt him, it's pushed him out wide. Very patient though to not force the issue from Matt Farrow once he was alongside, and especially patient then to wait into turn 1, where this actually will be a section where the LMP2s and GTPs are effectively matched in the medium speed corners. The place that the GTPs, slightly heavier, less nimble, will make up the time around the track is really in a straight line, and Matt Farrow has to wait all the way to turn 5, so it does end up building the gap up to 1.3 seconds, and now Danny Chivi-Charbot, you can see him trying to take a look into turn 6.
Yeah, so this has gone, it's gone from bad to worse for Smits. He's lost third place and now has to hold on to Shibi Shabo for that fourth spot. So Effect Simulations effectively in kind of a danger zone right now, as we see what Shibi Shabo has, and they're both basically glued to each other, nose to tail. It could be another pass down in turn number 8, so 2 positions in 2 laps for the 908 to Smits. There he goes. There goes Shibi Shabo to the inside. He's going to go side by side, and what a fantastic pass there as well.
And so that is a clinical pass, although he drives off into the grass and fortunately doesn't slow his momentum down too much. Now, I'm just looking at the lap times from Daniel Harris and Frank Smits. They seem relatively evenly matched, although this stint from Frank has been maybe a little less pacey than his previous stint. It does seem as though Daniel is the quicker of the 2 drivers, which is always something that is a reality whether you're in real motorsport or in virtual motorsport. Even at the top level of sim racing where the margins are so tight, Jeremy, one driver is always going to be a little bit quicker than the other, and realizing that, taking advantage of it can be key.
And that's life. It's going to happen. One driver's going to have a little bit better braking points and has a little bit better understanding of the circuit, because you see, it doesn't matter if it's in the service or in real life, you see those little differences. It's just nuanced differences, sometimes different approaches that a lot of these guys have. And now we're on board with Mateus Oryea down into the 11th, trying to close in on Wolfshin once again. So it is Williams Gaming Club over Coanda Esports closing in through turn 10 with the prototypes making their way around the GTD traffic.
And on board with the brand new Aston Martin. We're always curious as to how the new manufacturers perform. Alex Dunn leads at the front in one, but by no means the clear and obvious choice with how the iRacing balance of performance worked itself out. And again, the fact that Coanda Esports are in a Ferrari. Traditionally, of course, Coanda would be in Porsches, but just the fact that they're in a Ferrari tells you that they feel as though, whether it's fuel, speed related, there is some sort of factor that is helping them to make that pick. I think we might have another retiree, unfortunately, Jeremy, and I'm going to blame you for this one, because the Apex Racing team, after their disconnection, have not returned to the track.
You know what? It wouldn't be the first time I've been blamed for something, and it definitely won't be the last. And it's funny, we call that the announcer's curse. I was calling my buddy who does ARCA racing in real life, and I told him, I go, stop with the announcer's cursing, because all there is with you when you say that are yellows.
As traffic flashes the lights and forces its way past, the Aston Martin can't take advantage of the Maniti Lamborghini that pulls to the side. That Maniti Lamborghini might now have to let the Falcon Mustang go on through. It's Chris van der Nest, the South African, that is behind the wheel of the 78. They are 2 laps down off the lead right now, although there could still be a top 15 finish on the cards, which, given that we had a 31 car GTD field, which, kind of makes sense. It kind of reflects the total GT field that we'll have next week in the real Petit Le Mans, albeit a combined GT class, Jeremy, as opposed to GTD Pro and then the regular GTD that IMSA has.
Yeah, and I love that they do that, but at the same time, part of me yearns for just a single GTD class, but I get why they do it. So watching this battle for 10th place, and yes, so many GT cars that just run worldwide, and it's absolutely fantastic to see. Look at that, it's a Lamborghini. You don't see those out too much in the service, as it looks like a lot of these cars are going to either Astons or Ferraris, as that battle for 10th. Oh, look at the GTPs just slicing and dicing their way through traffic.
It's all staying clean. This traffic is picking up, though, and I think that's what's now cost Ate Kalpin in 2 seconds. The race lead down to 1.8. It is closing, and on the charge is a former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, the defending IndyCar iRacing Pro Series champion, and it was, of course, announced this past week that the series returns, albeit with a new sponsor, the IndyCar Thrustmaster iRacing Pro Series. Qualifiers to begin, I think, next week with the Dallara IL15, the Indy Next machine added in the most recent build, with the championship itself to kick off in January and run all the way through potentially to the month of April. And hopefully feeding the excitement for the month of May as well. 20 minutes to go before we reach the top of the hour. We're only about 10 laps away from seeing Ate Kauppinen to pit lane, and now the gap down to 1 second. Diogo Pinto in the last lap has found himself another 7/10 and is on the hunt.
And you don't want Diogo Pinto behind you at any point, especially in a red line BMW. So it's going to be BMW ahead of BMW here momentarily as we're seeing just prototypes work their way around. This is the battle for 10th in GTD right now, with Wolfson trying to hold off Williams and Falcon for that 10th spot. But yeah, those watching that lead just shrink with Drago Racing competent leading over Pinto there in GTP.
And this little three-way fight that we were watching, now a four-way fight behind the Dane Train Aston Martin. The Dane Train so far has had Lasse Bak, who did the first 130 laps of the race, and Rasmus Christensen. So two drivers that now race, I guess, or have raced in 2025 on different teams, but coming together for a stealth black look. And the Dane Train nickname that I think really was coined by Nicky Thiem and Marco Sorensen for many a year. There is Luca Wunsch onto the back of this four-car battle for 9th. Lead in GTD has also opened up to about 5 seconds, so that's not much compared to when Alex Dunn was punching in way faster laps consistently, but he's just done another 1:16.907, and again, he is the only driver that has registered a 1:16, with the exception of the 1:69, also happens to be a Drago Racing Aston Martin.
Yeah, and like we were mentioning earlier, the Aston just coming onto its own so fast since being reintroduced to the service is absolutely fantastic, because we thought it'd be a little bit longer, but really in the hands of Alex Dunn and Drago Racing, these Astons are absolutely flying on the circuit. And yeah, once again, it's just a battle of GTD, and that's what I love about the series. In spite of all the parity and different manufacturers, you still have that BOP fine-tuned just enough to get a group of cars together and have a good race.
Less than a second at the front of the field again. It's going back and forth through traffic, so every time one blinks, the other finds a way to take advantage, and vice versa. They are trading blows for the time being. There comes Eduardo Leo on the inside of this fight. I'm pretty sure Luca Wunsch, yes, flashing the lights. Not thrilled with that late lunge up the inside of turn 7, but that is multi-class racing at the end of the day.
It really is. You know, you've got one car that needs to watch its mirrors. The other's got to be patient and try not to take out the slower cars ahead of them. But that's just going to happen in multi-class racing. Honestly, Arjuna, that's what makes it just so much fun.
You say fun, but as many people know, there are pros and cons of multi-class racing. The Dane Train under fire into turn 1. Victor Wolfson, nice and easy, I think, has slid his way through in the Ferrari. And the stealth black Aston Martin now tucked back into 10th position. They've got the Cheza Lamborghini behind them as well. I often say this. GTP stands for going to pass, LMP2 stands for let me pass, and GTD, going to die. There's a reason why that is a true statement as well.
And you know what? Let's just throw LMP3, or even, I'm going to date myself, LMP Challenge into the mix. Then we really have a lot of fun.
I can't say what I want to say without getting in trouble, I think, so I will steer away from the LMP3 memes, but anyone who's in the IMSA Discord probably is aware of where my mind was headed. It's often funny to me watching this particular style of special event where you've got the prototypes and then the GT cars are the slowest, because when things turn around and we go to, for example, the Nürburgring 24, Jeremy, then the GT3 cars are the ones doing the murdering on the slower class cars.
It is interesting, indeed, you know, so it's kind of a delicate balance with the GT3s, and sometimes they're doing the murderings on themselves when it is a special GT3 only event. So really, I can see why a lot of drivers just stay in GT3s, but it's interesting to see how you balance having the faster cars, you know, come up on you and try and pass you, gotta hold your line, and if you're not used to that, well, then you encounter so many problems. Of course, here at Road Atlanta, there's just stretches of track where GTPs are going to try and make their moves, but at the same time, they won't, as we see Isaacson into the pits.
And that is the opening of the GTD pit window. It will be a 10-lap window or so, given the spread that we have amongst the majority of the field. Still, this fight for 10th continues, although I think for the time being somewhat stagnant. Maybe because Falcon Sim Racing probably due in this lap, I would guess. Christensen in the Dane Train 5, Euler in the Williams Gaming Club 2. Give them another 2 laps, I would say. And then Victor Wolfson's got at least 6 more laps because he has been out there for 34 laps as compared to the Falcon Sim Racing 42. Where's the Mustang in shot? I think off to pit lane.
So it's going to be pit time for these. Yeah, indeed, Wunsch is into the pits in that number 44 Falcon Sim Racing Team Mustang. So now we're starting to see who decides that they are going to play pits here at Road Atlanta.
And that car shared with Lewis Woods, the Scotsman, so maybe we see Woods jump in this time by. Daniel Lafuente has also made his way into pit lane for Veloce Thrustmaster. That's the team that you traditionally expect to see, at the very least, Lasse Back may be part of, but again, he's switched over to his Dane Train pairing. Cody Deeth taking over from Daniel Lafuente in the Lamborghini for Veloce Thrustmaster. Lead back up to 2 seconds. So, you know, this is very much the traffic giving, the traffic taking. And again, this is why we love the multi-class racing. The fact that you can never really take a breath. And at a track like this, Jeremy, that is never more true.
It really is never more true indeed, and you know that's why it's why Petit's one of my favorite races, is because it's such a tight circuit in terms of endurance racing, because you stop and figure Daytona's 3.5 miles, Sebring's 3.5 miles, Road America, where we're going to next year, that's 4 miles. I think Watkins Glen with the boots 3.5 miles. This is just under 2 miles, so it's a lot of traffic, and right from the word go, that's where you see the prototypes having to deal with traffic. So you're on it the whole time, and you're also trying to have to avoid, you know, certain death with certain teams and classes.
There was a small issue for Sim RC, by the way. I'm not sure if that was cold tires, but a very, very slow outlap. And we'll see if that is because of any... Now, I haven't seen that car in a little while, so I don't know if the damage was there before or not, but it's definitely looking like the front end has been compressed slightly, mostly on the right side, I would say. Nicholas Matteo, Olivier Piat, a couple more takers down towards the pit lane. 44-lap run for Nicholas Matteo. Oh, yes, I was right.
Oh, just... deciding, you know, here's that thing. You've got the bridge, and it compresses, and you have to go downhill. But yeah, I wonder if it's just the cold tires hitting the rumble strips. It's just a lethal combination that ended up with a couple of cars ending up in the side of that Sim RC Mustang. But not good. But regardless, they're still on the circuit. Mateo and Piatek are both into the pits as the GTD pit cycle continues.
And so, Olivier Piatek, it's going to be around 41. Yep, 40.9 seconds on the muddy as you'd expect. Adam Isaacson heads back in towards the pit lane. Don't think there was much question about whether that was going to be necessary. Slide up the inside for an LMP2 car. That was very nicely handled by Euler to see it coming, not cost himself even more time by leading to lift out of the throttle. Lead is back down to under 0.8 of a second, and I think this might actually be an opportunity for Diogo Pinto to latch onto the draft of the race leader. And with just a handful of laps remaining, we are at the end of the stint. They are as light as they will be. Tires may be at the worst as well, but they've still got plenty of grip to work with. 109.3 last time by for Diogo Pinto. Affected by traffic in through the chicane as the race leader. Oh, it's well and truly on.
Yeah, this is the game on for Pinto. He sees and smells and tastes the blood in the water. Oh, that was a perfect move by Competent, but Pinto's going to ward it off. Another GTD car up ahead. So let's see what happens is, yes, Competent's going to try and go to the inside. And smart move by believe that's going to be the smart move by that Lamborghini to kind of tap out the brakes and let Pinto go by. So Competent opened up a little bit of a bigger gap, but not enough to ward off that Team Redline BMW of Diogo Pinto. Now, Arjuna, we're getting to the point where they'll come off of turn 6 and into 7. And I think Pinto's going to cast that line out and kind of reel in Competent.
43 lap stint for the race leader, Alex Dunn. What a stint as well. Some of the quickest lap times of the race on a drying, greasy, uncomfortable track. He has had another monster stint and showing the world why he is so highly regarded in the world of Formula One. So no driver change. He will stay behind the wheel of the car. He is not done pushing. Oh, Diogo Pinto has to push to the inside. Now he will take the lead, but that's because Ate Kalpanen's headed to pit lane. It's 41 laps for the race-leading Drago Racing #1.
And that is a smart move to kind of get out of traffic and let Pinto go out there. Now we'll see what kind of lap times Pinto does, knowing that A, he's in the aggregate, he's in the lead, and B, he could gap Competent and Coanda as well with Jordan Caruso behind the wheel. 11 seconds separate the two of them, but still plenty of time left. I wonder if we'll see Pinto here in the next couple of laps.
I would expect at most 4 laps is what I would think, as you just wait for the car to drop off the jacks and now fuel to go in. That was a very quick tire stop, but it does not take long with the single lug nuts on these GTP, and in fact on all the WeatherTech machines. If you ever make it out to a IMSA weekend before both the Pilot Challenge and the WeatherTech race, America's favorite pit official, Johnny Knotts, leads a pit stop demonstration where you can get up close to a pit stop, see what it's like without needing an IMSA credential and a fire suit. So highly recommend it. 5 lug nuts for the Michelin Pilot cars. It's just the 1 lug nut for WeatherTech. So Kalpanen off and away with a new driver behind the wheel. So I should say Alexander Spets off and away. 42 seconds. It's a good sequence for him, and comes out just in front of the leader. This is the danger with pitting at Road Atlanta. It takes you almost a lap, and now Pinto sees his rival directly in front.
Yep, and that it's just going to happen because of the short circuit. Is now Pinto is going to do all he can to make life just a little bit difficult for the earlier race leader, as Spets is behind the wheel of the 1. So Spets is going to tuck back in, and you see that bobbing and weaving. That's just trying to get that going. I hear that Alex Dunn may have had an issue as well.
We will see a replay of that in a few moments' time, as now Aaron Vasquez comes in from 4th position in the 001 Grid and Go machine. Ooh. Now that is Alex Dunn, albeit without his livery. We'll hit the control and R as both an LMP2 and a GTP car almost directly into the side of Dunn. Now that would have been catastrophic. Then this is maybe the thing that people are going to put against Alex Dunn right now, is that, you know, he's doing great, but he's also had a couple of issues in this race. That's not exactly what you want in an endurance event.
No, it's not, but it happens, especially if you take the curb a little bit too much. As we take a look at an onboard replay, and looks like just lost it right there in the apex. And one has to wonder, Arjuna, was it a case of Dunn not being on that apex? Because that's what we see a lot of these incidents, these single car incidents. They're maybe a half car width off, and those left side tires are right there in the clag, and it just sucks them into the runoff.
Now we had very light rain, so at this point, almost an hour on, I don't think the track is going to be that greasy, really. It will, especially given that Dunn was setting some of his fastest times. I would assume the conditions are pretty optimal, as now Diogo Pinto makes his way down towards pit lane. He will stay behind the wheel of the car, having taken over from Silly Lully last time out. And Silly Lully, who is now a Nordschleife winner alongside of Max Verstappen. There was much focus, attention on a Nürburgring Landstraßen Series race. And it was great to see Chris out there and really continuing to prove that the sim translates into the real world. Yes, he has done plenty of real world racing, but last handful of years, Chris has very much focused a lot of energy on sim racing before last year, jumping back into the Radical Cup UK. So great to see. So Pinto will stay behind the wheel of the car. There was no question about that. And again, let's see how long it takes for him to warm up the tires, because as Alex Dunn has just shown us, even the best make mistakes on cold tires.
So we'll see exactly how long it takes Pinto to get up to speed with these cold tires, and this is just going to be the name of the game the rest of the race, as long as the clouds and the low ceiling are in effect. As Pinto comes out, 41.8 is the time. Let's see where he ends up out of, as it looks like he will end up in third place overall. So Caruso and Farrow have yet to pit, so Pinto keeps the lead.
It's a almost 7-second gap as well back to Alexander Spetz. So obviously, yes, it will shrink as Pinto gets the tires warm. That is not Spetz, that's Michael Romanidis, and the other of the Drago Racing BMWs that cycles on through. Romanidis owes a pit stop inside of the next 3 laps, I'm going to wager. But yeah, Diogo Pinto, that gap already down to 5.5 seconds. Alexander Spetz last time by was able to punch in a 109.4, so he's up to speed at this point, 3 laps into the tire run, as we sit on board with the Portuguese driver down the hill. And John Hindorf and I were having a conversation just after, or maybe it was just before, the Mustang Challenge race earlier this morning. And he was telling me his story of doing an MX-5 Cup race at Road Atlanta. And the first thing he said is the descent down into turn 10, Jeremy, is a lot more severe than you realize. It takes some confidence to commit and send it under the brakes. But then you get out of 10, you put on the power and you climb up towards the Fox Factory Bridge. And then as you just tip your way over the crest, you just see sky, and you are very reliant on the line that you have taken to the bridge that dictates whether you're going to make the corner or not. The way he described it, it sounded like it would be absolutely terrifying in a GTP machine.
You think it's terrifying now. I actually, one of my friends is a former Formula 1600 champion in SCCA. He won that championship here at Road Atlanta before they put the 10A, 10B chicane in. So you would go, as you come down the straightaway, you would just go straight into what is now the Fox Factory Bridge. And to tell how harrowing and hair-raising that last corner is in a 1600, it's nothing short of amazing. Look, we're slowing these cars down because of safety, but still, with the high speed, high commitment you have to have coming down the hill, it's absolutely fantastic to watch these cars go through. And the only opportunity I've had to be able to call any sort of race there at Road Atlanta was for a Pro-Am series, and even then, they were basically a bunch of Porsche Caymans. That was awesome, seeing those cars, just high commitment, just coming down and setting up for the front straightaway.
The track walk at Road Atlanta, which I'll be able to go on Tuesday, is one that I'm looking forward to, albeit it's about the same length as the last track walk I did at Indy. This one's going to take me a bit longer with all the elevation. Lasse back in the 5, taken over from Rasmus Christensen. Matthias Orjula stays behind the wheel of the Williams Gaming Club number 2. These drivers have lost touch, of course, of the other drivers in the fight earlier. Luca Wunsch, a full 6 seconds off of these drivers. It really does make a difference how your pit stop cycle goes. Your entry to pit lane is so committed, and even now with the pit speed limit line being brought a little bit earlier, so you don't have to commit as much as you used to. That was a big factor. Michael Romanidis is now in pit lane as well, and with Diogo Pinto having warmed his tires up, the gap 2 seconds, but this is a change effectively in the lead of the race. BMW M Team Redline, once Jordan Caruso comes in from the lead of the race in the Porsche Coanda 92, Diogo Pinto will be leading this iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO, as we have about 70 seconds left before we are halfway through this 10-hour sprint.
Yeah, it's over a 2-second swing now that we've seen Pinto with the overcut. So that was actually a fantastic move, but at the same time, will Coanda do a short pit with Jordan Caruso, and how much will affect? We see 55 seconds separates the 092 from the 3 as we see that Porsche going down the back straightaway. Would not be surprised to see them come in within the next lap or two, but give a hand the BMW team Redline as it just absolutely mastered that overcut to get ahead of Drago Racing. And Alexander Spitz, who we've seen lead the good portion of this early part of the race.
And Alexander Spetz, who is sitting third in the Renault. That's not even the same country of manufacturer. Oh, that's Marcos Nunez in the fiercely forward LMP2 car that's had a spin out through turn 3. Now, he has shed the rear clip of that car. The engine cover has gone flying. That signifies a hard bit of contact, unfortunately. Turn 3 is a dangerous spot. Now, was it self-inflicted? Yes, it was.
Well, at least it was the tire wall instead of being concrete there. If you remember several years back, there was that really nasty crash with, I believe, Scott Sharp behind the wheel of the Tequila Patron. Was it that the Acura at the time? But that was a nasty crash. So when something happens in that corner, Arjuna, it's going to be massive.
Yeah, that's it's such an inviting corner to get onto the power too early as well, because you crest over that curb, you let the car settle, and you think you're okay. But Marcos Nunez had just come out of pit lane, and so cold tires, not an ideal situation for him. It's been a difficult day for Fiercely Forward. The 16 is, yes, in 5th spot, but the 2 other cars, 9th and 10th respectively, and the 113, which is in 10th, is 7 laps down from the leader. But at least they are persevering. That's what we love to see. Endurance racing spirit in these iRacing special events. As Jordan Caruso, it's a 43 lap stint for him. So keep that in mind as we get toward the end of this race, because we will start back counting. Once Ewan and O'Leary, Cam Roger jump into the broadcast booth in about an hour, we will start working backwards on strategy. I saw Johan Harth went 46 laps in GTD, so it's possible to go 4 laps longer, Jeremy, than some other competitors are doing. That's going to be a big swing at the end of the race.
It really is, and it all comes down to saving. You want to get up there, you want to race with everybody else, but you still got to be able to have that mindset to save. As we're watching, the Rogers is going to be in that the Porsche Coanda 982. They're off the jack stands, and right about now we see Diogo Pinto with the lead in the BMW team Redline. Let's see where the Porsche Coanda 092 comes out, and it's going to sit comfortably in 3rd place. So a fantastic strategy by the 092 to get out there and lead a little bit, but then come in and only be about 6 seconds their closest competitor in 2nd place.
Probably going to extend with the cold tires, I would think, to 12 seconds at the very least. But again, they are now 10 laps better off than Alexander Spetz, who, to get back to the point that I was trying to make before we had an LMP2 spinning, sits 3rd in the junior class of the Renault Clio Cup Bohemia as he goes racing with Drago Racing in support. So it's been great to watch the journey of the team, not just the driver. Team manager for the esports side of things has been learning about how to be a team manager in the real world as well. So we'll be cheering Alexander on for the remainder of his campaign. So now that we've cycled through, we just have another pit stop expected for Elliot Veyron in the 08. Everyone else in the GTP that's on the lead lap has cycled into pit lane. It's 1.6 seconds at the front of GTP. It is 15 seconds at the front of LMP2. And what effectively is the battle for the net race lead is down to 0.08 of a second. Florian Lebigra owes us a pit stop from the front of the field. He has been out there for 45 laps and counting. But as Johan Harth gives a shove to Alex Dunn down into turn 10A, that's a clear sign of 2 cars working together, not wanting to fight, but instead pushing each other as fast as they can go.
And you know what? That's what you need to do sometimes to get out ahead of everybody else. As Dunn comes across the line, Harth comes across the line. Here comes an LMP2 traffic on the inside. That is Elliot Noren in the fiercely forward black number 16. As we got another one deciding it wants to come play with the two GTDs and kind of split them right down the S's. So no surprise that we see Dunn and Harth as Leberger comes into the pits. We'll see where the 105 comes out, and I have a feeling we might have a race for the lead depending on how long this pit stop's going to last.
I also think that it's going to be Florian Lebigra, the Frenchman, out, and Bosch Thompson in. Of course, the Isle of Man native, although having said that, the car stationary for 24-second, no driver change. That does seem to be what I think is a third consecutive stint for Lebigra. Or maybe it's even more than that. Last time we saw Josh Thompson, these cars are touching lap 232. Last time we saw Josh was about lap 138, so it has been quite a while. Out of the chicane comes Dunn as he begins that plunge down towards the line. Now, left-hand side of track is the support paddock, so if you're watching Michelin Pilot Challenge on Friday this coming week, you'll see the cars pitting down there. Right side's the regular pit lane, but it's, wow, 6 seconds the advantage that Florian Lebigra has over Alex Dunn. Now, obviously Dunn had that spin in turn 6, which has cost him time. Didn't realize it had cost him upwards of 6 seconds.
It's possible. It really is. But then again, Lebigra is on cold tires as well. I'm watching this gap. Sorry, Dunn's already cut a second off of that gap time. Let's see what the outlap is from the 105. 122.6 was the in lap out of the 105. So be interesting to see if Dunn can close within 3 seconds. He's just about 5.2 seconds. But I think we're at the point now where Lebigra's tires have finally come up to enough grip to where he can ward off any sort of additional closing in with Dunn and Harth.
We'll see if Alex Dunn's able to drop back down into the 116s once the fuel load has started to shed. The lap time last time by was a 17.6, so still one of the faster cars on track, but also carrying more fuel than he was when he was really flying. Gap between Diogo Pinto and Alexander Spetz is around 1.2 seconds. They've got then another 10 and a bit seconds back to Josh Rogers, so has stabilized around 12 seconds now that Rogers has got his tires up to temperature. And great to see Josh Rogers back in an iRacing special event. I think the last time we saw him might have been, was it Watkins, maybe Sebring or Daytona, but definitely much earlier in the year as the Porsche Coanda team effort begins to grow on iRacing. And now that we are closing in on the last 4 hours, we really do have our contenders at this stage. We know the players, as some would say. The winner in GTP and GT3, they earn an invite into the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which begins on November the 2nd. The public part of the qualifiers begins on Tuesday, on October the 6th, so we are or is that Monday? We are really not that far away from teams being able to focus their efforts on the qualifying, but not having to go through a time attack qualifier is always a benefit. So it's not necessarily Redline and Drago who are thinking so much about the wins from that perspective. They've already earned qualifying spots through victories in previous VCO Grand Slams. But Jeremy, I think for Porsche Coanda, if they can magic up some sort of a win here, just boost your confidence going into what's going to be a grind of a week for many.
It really will be. I would not be surprised to see Rogers try to do what he can to close in. By the way, Vince Cussy checking in. Thanks for joining us. Says last Rogers special was Bathurst, where he finished P4. So it's been a while since we've seen Rogers behind the wheel of a special event.
Now, which Bathurst? Now, I know he's
yeah.
I know he means the 12 hours, but we did have, of course, the Bathurst 1000 what was it, last weekend? So very recently. Cody Deeth alongside of the Redline 103, which has still got Gustavo Ariel behind the wheel. He's on his outlap from pit lane. Other point I was going to make about the IMSA Esports Global Championship is that the schedule's quite rather interesting this time around. We, of course, have our traditional season opener here at Road Atlanta on November the 2nd, a week off, and then we will return to the Sebring International Raceway, which is a pretty, I think, normal track for many. It's the next round of the championship, which is where I think the eyeballs were raised once they saw the schedule. Eyebrows raised when the schedule was released. A 75-minute sprint race for GTP cars on the streets of Long Beach, and then a 75-minute sprint race for the GTD cars at VIR. That's going to be very, very different, Jeremy, to anything that we have seen in what is now, I think, our 4th season of the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
That is an interesting little caveat there. So I'm keen to see how those will all work. 75-minute sprint races. That's something. I love me some sprint races. Ariel trying to warm up the tires, or is he trying to find out something wrong? I think did he just pit? I don't think he just pitted, but
well,
he did just pit because he just ran a 2:16. So I think he's trying to warm up those tires.
I think that's definitely it. What also kind of reminds me of is if you drive an Indy car on iRacing and you take your hands off the wheel at speed and it just starts to shake back and forth with the oscillation. Have you ever had that?
It's been a while, but yeah, you get off. It's like okay.
Yes, no, you always want to leave one hand on the wheel if you're driving, especially the Indy car, which has no power steering. So there are some cars which have this tendency to oscillate, is I think the technical term, but don't quote me on that. I am not an engineer by any stretch of the imagination. The Dane train, now that Victor Wolfson has pitted, Lasse Bach has closed up to the Ferrari for Coanda Esports, and he's left the Williams Gaming Aston Martin and Falcon Sim Racing in his tire track. So Lasse Bach back into the car. Back is back. The classic Backstreet Boys hit. And now starting to get to work. I think this will be a good stint for the Dane train as they try and claw up a decent position. Delatraz Automotive in from the lead of LMP2.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see the Dane train methodically work their way up, as they've got Wolfson up there and then Costa not too far away, a little bit further away, but nonetheless, the Dane train making their presence known not too bad as they're trying to get up through the pack. And Olsen also into the pits from LMP2, so your first and second drivers in the category all coming in for pit stops.
I just was looking through the rest of the chats, by the way. Do let us know if you've got any questions, either on the iRacing Twitch or iRacing YouTube chats. At least Vince Cousey's not talking about wet toast, although now that I've said that, he might start up again.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, you can blame me for that one. Someone else just said they finished one of the earlier time slots. 9 hours. 9 hours of continuous rain. Now, Dreambound, you have to answer this question for Jeremy and myself. Was it monsoon type rain, much like they had back in 2015 in the real world, where, I think Jeremy will remember this as well, a Porsche, not a Porsche prototype, a Porsche GT car went on to win the race because there was so much rain?
Yes, that was then. I do remember that, yes. Or remember in 2011 when they ran the race and one of the remnants from the Hurricanes came up and it actually was a shortened race.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that one, actually. Oh, yeah. So this is as I was told when I was preparing for next weekend to head out and work on the actual pit lane, which, you know, if there's 9 hours of continuous rain, I'm not going to be a very happy camper, that's for sure. But what I was told is it will either be, what was it, relatively warm with an occasional thunderstorm, could be cold and miserable, which I won't be so complaining about because I'll have my fire suit on at the very least. That will keep me warm. Or it's just going to rain buckets all weekend. Unfortunately, Jeremy, the forecast for next weekend is dry, and so they're going to show a bit of restraint and not ruin my iPad.
Well, I've got to say this, Arjuna. Normally, we have to deal with a lot of rain here in this part of the season. And it's been absolutely fantastic on the eastern seaboard, as you know, I know here in the Chicagoland area, although I'm not happy my lawn's not very green right now, but we've had a nice dry stretch, so we've seen a lot of these series able to get in these ending races with, great dry conditions. And with Petit especially, it's a 10-hour race, it's an endurance race, but you don't want it to be wet during any part of it, especially if you're sitting out there watching the race.
Yes, no. Although I've heard that the spot to be this year is with the iRacing production team. Drew Adamson will be somewhere patrolling the track. So if you say Drew, say hello to him. Drew will be part of our broadcast effort for the IMSA Esports Global Championship later this year. And if you are going to be at Petit Le Mans next week, I will give a plug for the meetup that we will hopefully do Friday around 9 a.m. is my hope. At a location TBD, but the hope is that I can convince enough of the IMSA radio team to come and join. And that would mean, yes, if you want to come and meet John Hindorf, this might be your opportunity to come and say hello. We had a nice meetup yesterday with someone at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Just one fan, but a very lovely fan who works at JR Motorsports, was a big fan of everything John had done, and we had a really nice conversation. So if you are there, there's plenty of people to meet, plenty of driver autographs to get as well, but come say hello. 9 a.m. Friday, just before the MX-5 Carrera Cup action that precedes the Fox Factory 120, the last round of the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. Lots of pit stops right now for LMP2, which is quite interesting. This one is in from 9th, so that's one of the fiercely forward machines. But now with our leaders in class having rolled out onto track, 2 laps complete on the tires, so up to temperature as well, Jeremy, is Alexandre Delatraz with a 17-second advantage right now over Effect Simulations, Miradness. Those two are very much the class of the field. They have about a 40-second buffer, I think, over anyone on a similar strategy to them.
And that's exactly what you need to do, is get those similar strategies out of the way. A couple of house cleaning points, and I want to correct myself. It wasn't 2011, it was 2009 when we had the big deluge that ended the Petit Le Mans early. And I'm going to give you a crack at who were the overall winners of that race.
Which year was this again?
This was 2009. So, and this is going to throw a wrench in it as well. This was the time when
ALMS.
the European teams, the ALMS and the European teams would come over and run the enduro races.
Man. See, the thing is, I didn't watch this live. My ALMS history in particular, but specifically endurance racing, I only really fell in love with it because of the Truth in 24 documentary, which if you've never watched, highly recommend it. It's on YouTube. Yeah. It chronicled Audi first with the open top R8 and then later with the R15 in the fights with Peugeot. Absolutely thrilling, but it has to be an Audi, right? If it's 2009, it's either Audi or Peugeot.
It was Peugeot with Montagny.
Oh, I had a 50-50 chance.
Frank Montagny and Stefan Sarrazin, and second place was also Peugeot. Nick Manassian and Pedro Lamy, 184 laps were run on that one. If you see Bo Barfield ask, or even really Bo Barfield, ask him about that one.
Oh, that's a good point. Bo Barfield, the race director for IMSA, great guy, always gives some great insight as well as to how his mind is thinking about things. And often, this is the other thing I think a lot of sim racers maybe don't have in their viewpoints, but race directors not just thinking about keeping the driving fair. Your first priority at all times is safety, and everything else trickles down from that. So as someone who has lived more in the virtual world than the real world of motorsport, very interesting to get his take. Audi or Peugeot? I had a 50% chance. Yeah. I went with my gut.
Also, Dreambound, continuing on his point, it was a medium rain, but the track was properly wet, though. See, we were lucky in this group to have that rain that moved through that did not create any sort of issue. You know, everybody was able to stay on slicks, but so that's interesting how some of these different races are having different rain strategies throughout. I find that kind of cool.
And that's what the system was meant to bring, was the uncertainty, the fact that no one could just go off what other time slots had experienced. So that's great to see. Although he says medium rain, based on how the system works in iRacing, that's about as heavy as you want it to be. Anything heavier and you are hoping for a red flag, at least in some of the league races that we have done. Ooh, wow, that's a car into the grass. Aggression there from a Porsche 963, I think that was. As Lasse back heads down in towards turn 10. He is about a second off the back of Victor Wolfson, who's done a decent job of keeping the Dane at arm's length. That has not been the story at the front of the GTD field, where Alex Dunn has left Johan Haaf 4 seconds down the road and is only 2 seconds away from Florian Lepigre. This is a really interesting battle because at this point in the race, 4 and a bit hours left to go, I would say if Drago Racing makes another mistake with the deficit on fuel that they have as well, they are 11 laps deeper into the stint than Team Redline. One more mistake, it could be their chance of victory in the books. Oh, in the bin, rather.
Oh, and that's why GTD or GT3, depending on if you're nasty, you know, it's always such a great unknown. You never know who's going to win it. While we're watching, you know, the prototype classes, we have a feeling we know who to win. You know, yeah, Drago Racing could win this, but, you know, it's one wrong move, and it's going to be game over.
I'm looking at the weather again. Just give me a sec. We are about to hit 5:20 virtual standard time. 31% chance of rain at 6:45 p.m. So that will be after Jeremy and myself step out of the broadcast booth. You will have Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger to bring you towards the end of the race. All 4 hours you'll have the same pairing, so hopefully they will be able to stay on top of all of these different strategies that are very much wide open. Not in LMP2 necessarily. That is looking like Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage have the pace. If they can stay out of trouble, they probably can hold on to victory. I know it's early for me to say that, but they've got momentum on their side. I've got no idea about GTD. I've got no idea about GTP though, Jeremy.
Yeah, GTD, that's, you know, that's the big unknown, because like we said earlier on, I said, okay, well, you know, you've got 15 cars that could potentially win it. Now that we're 4.5 hours left to go in this race, I would say maybe the top 8, anyone within that could possibly win it, with someone in the top 3 with a really good chance. Heck, even that second Drago Racing 169, that, man, GTD is just a crapshoot. You know, blindfold yourself, put, you know, a spotter's guide up, throw a dart at the wall, and take your guess at that point.
I think that's how I typically would pick my teams anyway, is just the blind luck approach. As behind Veloce Thrustmaster, that's Gustavo Ariel flashing the lights, urging the hurry on. Now does the Brazilian make the move? Now he is 16 laps shorter in the stint, so expect Cody Deeth into pit lane in about 14 laps time, but even with a lot less fuel at this point, clearly the Brazilian thinks he's got the speed. Nicely judged by Porsche Kawanda. That's Josh Rogers to get up the inside and slip by without losing too much time. These are those small moments, Jeremy, that we don't always see on camera, but do end up making the difference.
They really do, and you would think, well, why would they make a difference? One, it's a butterfly effect, basically. You know, you heard about butterfly in one dimension, and it affects other dimensions later on down the line. Weird analogy, but it works, because one small misstep could cost you the race 3-4 hours down the line.
4 hours and 37 minutes left to go. When do we see darkness? That's another question that I'm starting to wonder. I would assume sunset's probably around 7 p.m. or so. So maybe another 90-ish minutes of daylight at the most, and then you'll have the golden hour as the sun sets below the horizon. The daylight very much seeps away, and then you're in the throes of the night. And at a track, Jeremy, where there is no external lighting assistance like you have at Daytona, you are solely reliant on the headlights to guide you around the majority of the track. And so this is not hyperbole. This is, you know, sitting into various IMSA press conferences and stuff, talking to the drivers in the paddock. This is one of the most difficult parts of the race. When the sun is setting, Albert Costa said that there's a point where the sun comes directly into your eyes at turn number 6, and you don't know where you're going. You are driving wholly based on feel.
And of course, you have all sorts of, rubber, oil, fluid all over your windshield. So that makes it just even more difficult. And I think that's what makes this portion of the race so intriguing. And here's something else to think about. We're not going to see too much of a golden hour because of the clouds. If we get a cloud break, Arjuna, then yeah, we'll see maybe a little bit more sunlight, but I wouldn't be surprised as Lasse Bach goes to the inside, that Dane train moving its way down the track and up into ninth place. But I think it's going to get darker a little bit earlier, so these drivers are going to have to focus on those headlights a little bit longer than they initially thought they would.
And with that move now done, Lasse Bach really on a charge. And again, if anyone wants to record the hit single "Back is Back," there is a if you've ever watched, what's his name? There's a guy on YouTube that does F1 parodies, and I'm pretty sure he's got a Dane in his name, but it would be the same sort of thing. You know who I'm talking about, you just don't remember his name. That's the hard thing.
Oh, yeah, I do know, yes. Oh, let me think about that for a second.
It might be Sim Dane or something like that. It is Sim Dane. I just searched that one up on YouTube. And now I know what my entertainment plans are for the rest of the evening once I'm off this broadcast. Lead for GTD is down to 9/10 of a second, Jeremy. Alex Dunn has caught the Ferrari up front.
Well, that's not a surprise there that we see Alex Dunn trying to go for the lead once again, as Lee Berger trying to hold off the hard-charging Aston Martin of Alex Dunn. The lap times, as you see there, Dunn running faster, as much as a half second faster than the leading Ferrari. So no surprise that Dunn is able to get up there. Now, as a matter of fact, Dunn keeping that car pointed forward, but knowing how good Dunn is, he doesn't make that same mistake twice.
Those are some good lap times. You say doesn't make the same mistake twice, but he's made 2 mistakes. So you don't make the same mistake twice, okay. But if you keep making mistakes that are different, it's not ideal. And again, he is an up-and-coming superstar. There is no doubt about that. He is so quick. Every time he jumps onto the sim, I distinctly remember the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours where he qualified the car on pole position, Jeremy, gridded up on, I believe it was dry tires, saw that the rest of the field was gridding up on wet tires, and so with like 10 seconds left to go in the countdown, decides, I should try wet tires as well. Doesn't get to make the change in time, misses the start, starts from pit lane, drives through the field. But the worst part was, it turned out the right strategy was to pick the dry tires, and the only team that was bold enough to commit BS competition took full advantage of that.
Yeah, no surprise there. And of course, if you start from the pit road at Bathurst, it's already a daunting challenge because you only have a couple of places where you can pass. Once you get up the mountain, you're fighting tooth and nail for every position, and it just makes things just a little bit more difficult. 0.3 of a second, Alex Dunn was faster this past time by. He's close in within 0.7 of a second to the leading team Red Line Ferrari. That's Lee Berger in the lead there, and here comes more prototype traffic. Let's see what Dunn does this time by. It's going to be a 17.092 out of Lee Berger, and just a little bit slower, but Dunn still closing in within that GTD lead.
And so 12 laps or so is my expectation before we'll see Alex Dunn back down to pit lane once again. Of course, the car that magically got its paint wrapped halfway through the opening hour while it was out on track. But a very good-looking Drago Racing special livery, as I have been told. Not quite sure what the special touches are on it, but always cool to see when teams make an effort. It's been a while since the Biela Racing team has been an established group, but they used to do really fun things, Jeremy. Like when we go to Bathurst, they'd put a kangaroo on their car. When we would go to Petit Le Mans, they'd put peaches on their car. You know, Daytona, they'd have stars and stripes, all these nuances. It was still the same base underneath, but they'd add these little patterns, and I don't know. I'm a sucker for a good-looking race car, and it turns out most race car fans are, and that's why AO Racing, Rexy, Roxy, and Spike have become so popular.
You know, I've been lucky enough to call PJ Hyatt's, most PJ Hyatt's races when he was coming up through the ranks. And really what he has done for sports car racing and introducing Rexy, Roxy, and Spike into the helm, and it brings the children to the racetrack. If you're lucky enough to be at an IMSA race, you see what kind of impact those paint schemes have, and easily I think they're probably now the most popular team, second to Corvette Racing, because of the cartoon characters, I'm gonna say cartoon, that PJ has on his cars. And I know you've seen the paint schemes are going to run this next weekend at Petit Le Mans, but if you haven't had a chance, they are actually dressing up for Halloween, which I think is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, oh no, the liveries themselves look great, but they're also going to have a costume party during their autograph session. And I'm going to take umbrage with one thing that you just said there. I think they are the most popular team in the paddock nowadays. When you go to an IMSA event, you see the line wrapped around the track. It might be wrapped around the entirety of Road Atlanta when we're there this coming week. They have very much captured the hearts and minds, especially of the young children, and it gives their parents often an incentive to introduce them to the motorsports world. Pratt & Miller Corvette still very popular, but I think iRacing have cracked the code in many a way. We are about to crack another half hour complete as well. Time is really flying by for these drivers as we begin to see the setting sun, as Jeremy called out quite correctly. The amount of fog and cover that we have over the track right now is really going to mean a lack of a golden hour, and it's going to be a lot quicker to head into the pitch black conditions.
Yeah, it's going to be, and that's when we're going to start to see these headlights really come into effect. And I'll leave this iRacing point with this. My wife, who has been following me from racetrack to racetrack for 15 years, looked at me during the WeatherTech race and said, I think I want a Rexy plush. So good job, PJ. You're making me spend more money. I appreciate it.
I actually bought a plush at a previous race event to give to a friend because he wanted to make sure he had one. So, yeah, I understand that. It's a great look at this track, by the way. So picturesque, and you know, it's been open going back to the 60s, but it wasn't really, if we're being honest, until the 90s when Dr. Don Panos had the vision for what this could be, what a little taste of Le Mans could be like, just about an hour and a half up the road northeast from the Atlanta airport. And 28 years later since the first running of the Petit Le Mans, it is one of the most intense endurance races on the planet at the end of the day. It's not a 24-hour race, but a 10-hour sprint that has so much of everything, such a tight, compact track. It's going to be a very, very rewarding result for any team that finishes decently in this race, let alone win. Now, just finishing decently is often a badge of honor in these races. Alex Dunn has closed on the red line car that leads in GTD, but counter to that in GTP, Diogo Pinto flying right now. He's 3.6 seconds clear of Alexander Spetz, and they are only about 7 laps away, Jeremy, from heading back into the pit lane.
And we'll see if Spetz and team will end up try the overcut, or if BMW Team Redline will do what they can to keep into that lead. Yeah, 3.6 seconds. Of course, you got Porsche Coanda sitting back there about 13 seconds behind Spetz for that third spot. Really, the closest battles in GTP are between Pinto and Spetz for the lead. Also, you've got Josh Ladd, the number 9 Williams Sim Racing Fanatec. I'll be ahead of Drago Racing's Nicholas Pugh in the number 67. That's a battle for 6th place. And of course, you take a look at LMP2 as well. 17 seconds is a spread there between Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage of Alexander Delatraz with Nathan Olson in the effect simulations with Muradness number 909. And of course, you see on your screen your GTD or GT3 lead battle between LeBerger and Alex Dunn. We've seen these two the past couple of The past couple of stints go toe-to-toe. Dunn had the lead for a while until he spun. Libergier's had the lead, so no surprise that we've seen these two really fight through. The pack is done. Gonna take a look to the inside. Too far away to make anything happen through turn 10, but this is a section where I think Dunn's really going to catch up to that Ferrari, and maybe we might see a move into either 1 or coming out into 6.
Not going to see, I think, the aggression just yet. I think Dunn is content to wait to turn 10 to make his pass. The reality is there's only a couple of heavy braking zones, turn 7 and turn 10, and those are usually where you would want to make your passes, right, Jeremy? And so everywhere else you can use traffic, but it's asking for trouble to make a pass.
Yeah, so you definitely don't want to make a pass here because you really got to set, that's where you can set yourself up. And if you think you can make a pass here, it's going to be very opportunistic. You definitely don't want to make it there, but here's the area where you really going to want to set yourself up down the back straightaway because you're going to have plenty of time to catch up into that draft and make something happen through turn 10.
4 hours, 25 minutes to go, and maybe it's my eyes. I've been up for going on about 12 hours at this point. It does look like it's got a bit lighter, like that fog is slightly lifted, and the fog of war descends now at the front of the field. It's a deja vu moment to about an hour ago when we saw the very same thing. Slip up the inside through turn 10, and it's a brand new leader in the 5th hour of the race, and now Alex Dunn has to try and set to work and build up another 6-second advantage. And I'm wondering something here. I'm going to have to go and prove myself wrong or correct. I wonder if we're also seeing a bit of a difference between these cars and how they're performing on the in and out lap, Jeremy, because for Alex Dunn to have gone from a 4 or 5 second lead to call it close to an 8-second deficit to Team Redline, I don't think you can put that all down to the one spin. There's clearly something else that I think's kind of playing a part.
I think you're right. And again, I wonder if it goes back to the quote-unquote newness of this Aston Martin. And to your point, I think the iRacing Mother Nature gods are trying to laugh at me because, yeah, we are starting to see a bit more hint of light on the circuit. As you saw through turn 1, there was a bunch of light, bouncing off the pavement and right into the driver's eyes.
Just listening. Yeah, there's about 50 meters of fuel saving there for Florian. And Florian really impressed me this time last year when he was competing in the IndyCar iRacing Pro Series for Team Redline, where he did have some teammates. He had Diogo Pinto, Gustavo Ariel, Eduardo Leo, and the entire Redline support system. But then, counter to that, he was also running in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contender Series, and Kawanda had about 13 cars in that championship. Redline had just Florian Lebigra, so he was often, I guess, in the races by himself with not much assistance, and that's a difficult situation to be in, right, Jeremy? Switching between two very distinct cars. There's nothing similar around about an Indy car and a Porsche Cup car. Focused on two important championships, trying to split your time and focus. It's always difficult for a racing driver to try and maximize themselves on multiple fronts.
There's always a handful of drivers in the real world who have a hard time going between car and car. So it's no surprise that Florian's able to make it happen. By the way, did you see out of the front of Florian last time by, right as they're going under the Fox Factory Bridge? It looked like that Dunn, his nose got a little swirly there as the car was unloading going down the hill. So something to keep in mind here as we end the stint on the GTDs that those tires might be falling off the Aston.
You say that, but he's just done another 1:16.893 last time by, so that's within 700ths of his fastest lap time. Alex Dunn, he does seem to come alive the later into the stint that he gets. A great flying look at the packed virtual grandstands on the exit of turn 10. Now, this would be a great spot to sit and watch the race for a little bit. I think it would also be a great spot to sit and watch the championship finale for the MX5 Cup Series this coming weekend. How many a 3-4 wide moment have they had down into turn 10 over the years?
Oh, so many. I've actually been lucky enough to call some MX5 Cup races at Road America, and it is easily my favorite racing series. And it's part of the reason why, we're going down to Daytona this year, in this next year, is because they always put on a good show no matter where they are. So if you've never seen an MX5 Cup race, or you've seen it on YouTube, you've got to experience it in person, because there is nothing like it. It's only my second favorite racing series to actually spec Miatas. Here's a battle for 5th place between Julian Sonnen and Sam Keitert. That is about half a second. A little bit longer now with the prototype in the way, but Arjuna, this is another great battle here for that 5th spot, and I think that this is also going to come into play with Coanda and Team Redline well up in the field.
It's been a good drive through the field for the 104 after a disappointing qualifying effort. And a couple of setbacks as well for the car that Sam Keitert, the Dutchman, the tall Dutchman as well, to be fair, is sharing with Cooper Webster. Now, if they were actually sharing a car, the seat insert for Cooper would likely be quite substantial, because Sam is tall enough that he doesn't fit in certain real-life race cars, we'll put it that way. He's just jumped into that car most recently down on pit lane after Cooper Webster did a mammoth 229 lap stint. That's the kind of stint length that you actually can't even do in the real world. IMSA has a regulation saying no more than 4 hours in a 6-hour period, but Cooper Webster getting the job done. And I'm assuming, given the time in Australia is now 5 o'clock in the morning, Cooper Webster fast asleep.
Oh, some of us old school officials, announcers, fans like to call that the RJ Valentine rule. I'll have to tell you that one in person. Remind me next time we see each other to tell you that story. But this battle is also heating up in GTD. This is the 5th place battle still. So Sonnen and Keitert, 081 and 184. 0.3 of a second separate the two of them. Not close enough to make anything happen through turn 1. But this is why that turn 2 through 5 complex is so important, because if you don't have any traffic around you that you have to worry about, you can really close in on someone by just using the curbs to the best of your ability. We're on board off the nose of the the 104 Ferrari, and yeah, there you go. You just see how much commitment you have to have through the S's, and honestly, this is one of my favorite parts of the circuit, to actually watch cars work their way through.
Jake Dennehan opens the pit stop window for the GTPs. That was 40 laps for him. Alexander Spetz has extended to 42 laps, so maybe within the next lap or so, we will see from second Spetz dive on in. As Sam Keitert tries to use the draft of the fellow Ferrari in front. In fact, here comes Alexander Spetz. If you're watching on the iRacing YouTube, the link to part 2 has been put into the YouTube chat. Click the button. Make sure you get sent over there as we switch up the links in this 10-hour endurance race. Break it up across 2 YouTube parts. Continue to join Jeremy Scott and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, as we head into the nighttime hours. Ewan O'Leary, Cam Roger, the Gluten Dodger, about 18 minutes away from jumping into the broadcast booth. As well, here comes Luke McEwen down to pit lane as well. So the other of the Team Redline cars is only able to go 40 laps. Now, does that mean Diogo Pinto is going to come in at the end of this lap? He's also 40 laps on the stint.
I'm not sure. That's going to be an interesting little bit of strategies. They're trying to see where Pinto is. He's near the end of the lap, so we should find out here in the next couple of minutes whether Pinto goes out or he stays out an extra lap, as it looks like that he might stay out. No, he's in the pits. So yeah, the Team Redline deciding now is the right time to come down into the pits with your race leader, Pinto, coming down through the pit stalls. And that should hand over the lead to Joshua Rogers if he decides to stay out.
So one thing to consider, as the track temperature is now down to 23 degrees Celsius. As the colder the track gets, the higher the grip the cars have, and therefore the more power that they're able to apply. It's one of those things where any fuel-saving numbers slowly start to get harder to hit the deeper